This guy has a special ability. Just by killing monsters in dungeons, he can steal their stats. Absorbing life points. Feeling pumped. Just turn on the music and I can take on the world. Absorbing physical points. His body immediately becomes ripped and full of power. The story starts a little while ago, when he was liking his girlfriend's posts. His screen suddenly displayed mysterious text, and he was immediately summoned to another world. An announcement declared that the placement test would now begin. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself in a dark cave, still feeling salty, screaming, "Where am I? Who am I?" Then suddenly, from behind, two tall, dark, stinky goblins appeared, holding large clubs and wanting to smash him. He realized they were blind and couldn't see him. Based on all the manhwa he'd read, his mission was probably to defeat them. Just then, his worn-out sandals made a slapping sound, and the blind goblin immediately swung its club at him. But luckily, Yu was agile enough to dodge, or he would have been eating dirt. Terrified, he lay silently on the ground, covering his mouth to muffle his heavy breathing, thinking to himself, since they're blind, they're very sensitive to sound and movement, and they even know how to corner their prey. At this rate, I'll be discovered. So Yu threw 2 stones into the distance to lure them away, then seized the opportunity while one was distracted, to smash a large rock on its head. Unable to see, the huge creature instinctively swung its club backward in a rage, but it totally clobbered its own teammate. At that moment, he yelled, "The prey is fighting back, take it down." The one that just got and hit thought the enemy was right in front of it, and delivered a powerful swing. And just like that, he took care of the 2 goblins. Good thing he didn't forget his brain when he got transported, haha. The shorter goblin was apparently still alive, but it was pinned by its teammate's corpse and couldn't move. In the end, he finished it off with a club, sending it to join its buddy. Suddenly, mysterious golden characters emerged from their corpses and swirled around him, and a notification window appeared, stating that the power of the Code of Babylon was unlocked, activating the ability to absorb and analyze concepts. It allows him to take the power from monster corpses to become stronger. Filled with confidence, Yu set out to clear this beginner's dungeon all by himself. With a greedy smile, "Time to grind some stats, boys." Before long, he had completely cleared the dungeon, with goblin corpses lying scattered on the ground. A notification popped up. "Congratulations, you have passed the test." He thought he'd finally get to go home, but what the heck? He appeared in a dorm at Union Academy. He was then given an academy uniform. And while he normally looks kinda plain, once he put on the gear, he was a completely different person. He then went to meet a teacher, who was a green-skinned elf. Not a white-skinned one, but hey, as long as she's hot, it's all good. She introduced herself as Aya, the Academy's combat magic instructor. "Union," she cheerfully said to him, "are you using hacks or something? For the past 500 years, no one has ever gotten such a high score in the evaluation round." He didn't really care, he just wanted to go home right then and there. Suddenly, his attention was caught by something massive in the distance, and the teacher told him it was the very reason the Academy was founded. "We nurture students from all dimensions to help them conquer that tower. With its countless dungeons and mysteries inside, it is the Tower of Babel." He was instantly stunned, recalling what his grandfather had told him as a child, that his ancestors were the true masters of the tower, and that he was the one who could reclaim the lost glory of the Ban family, the family of masters. Language, then with his professor's help, was able to return home. After explaining everything to his family, his grandfather was overjoyed, exclaiming, "You found the Tower of Babel? Excellent, that's my grandson." His uncle had to quickly calm the old man down to keep him from getting too excited and kicking the bucket. Once everything was settled, Yoon began preparing for his school enrollment. Now, in a low-level dungeon of the Union, inside a goblin nest cave, Yoon was ready for a new adventure with an AK-47 with infinite ammo in his hands. He began to teach the goblins about the power of modern civilization. The goblins didn't even have a chance to attack before they were wiped out by a rain of bullets, and Yoon calmly advanced, with no one daring to block his path. I'm here. Before, my ability was limited to language, but now I've acquired it from the goblins. Everything has completely changed. With the Code of Babylon, I can verbalize, absorb, and manipulate the concepts of all things. Every time I defeat an enemy, I can obtain concepts that I can comprehend. The more I obtain, the stronger I become, and the concept I gained from the first dungeon, the Blind Goblin's Cave, was infused into this club, turning it into a powerful weapon. And this is the guy right here. Yoon said while looking at the spiked mace that was automatically dealing with a goblin that had just ambushed him, delivering a blow to its jaw that knocked its teeth loose. This is the Goblin's Club, the first item Yoon created by infusing demonic energy into it. This item can automatically materialize on the command of its master, and can also transform and move freely. Seeing his companion being so useful, Yoon couldn't help but proudly caress the mace. Even though it was just a coincidence, thanks to it, I passed the evaluation test with flying colors. Satisfied with his victory, Yoon looked at the defeated remnants and muttered, "Alright, now it's time to collect the loot and confirm the codes." With that, he quickly absorbed the concepts from the corpses, acquiring from the goblins: Life 5, Mana 3, Demonic Essence 5, Body 3, Soul 2, Leadership Skill 1, Murderous Intent 1.7, Family 0.5. As he looked through the notifications, something special caught Yoon's attention among the concepts collected from the monsters. It was something I had never seen before. What is a soul? As soon as he finished speaking, the Bang Manga mace eagerly rushed over. What's wrong, do you want it? Yoon asked, and Bang Manga immediately nodded. Seeing this, Yoon didn't hesitate to give the concept to it. Of course, it's yours. Wait a moment, I'll give you life, monster, and demon essence too. After saying that, Yoon focused his mind, controlling the pictographic characters floating around his hand and compressing them into a sphere. This is what I've learned, to take the collected concept fragments and infuse them into the mace. As he thought this, he quickly pushed the sphere into Bang Manga. Immediately, the mace emitted a brilliant light, as if it were undergoing an evolution. The concepts combined harmoniously, creating a strange transformation and an item that surpassed all existing limits. Hearing this notification, Yoon's eyes flashed with amazement. Interesting, how did this happen? Did one of the concepts I separated automatically transform? He exclaimed. Immediately after, the sphere of light shattered, revealing a small snake inside. Thanks to the superior fusion process, an M-class magical beast was created. A magical beast? Does combining monster and beast create a magical beast? How miraculous. Can I touch it? Yoon said as he cautiously reached out his hand, both excited and anxious. Fortunately, the snake was still. It remembered its master and actively rubbed its head against Yuan's arm, its personality unchanged. I wonder if it can still transform into a gun or a shield, Yuan thought to himself. So cute. From now on, your name will be Y. Before heading back, let's check my growth stats. As he spoke, he focused on his personal information panel. Yuan's stats. Life 45.1, Body 32, Soul 324.5, Mana 38.7, Swordsmanship 14.2, Leadership 1, Omniscient Eye 105, Omniscient Ear 100, Tongue of God 100. Let's see, the life stat is quite similar to the level in the game. Body describes my physical state, but why is my soul stat so high? Things like the Omniscient Eye and Omniscient Ear must be related to my language skills. I'll just ignore what I don't understand for now. After saying that, Yuan turned to Y and asked, what do you think, Y? Can we blend in with our classmates now? Hearing this, Y shook its head repeatedly, looking embarrassed. It's okay, the most important thing is the growth stats, right? Yuan comforted it. Just then, the system issued a notification. The dungeon core has been destroyed. You can now leave this dungeon. Do you wish to exit? Alright, let's get out. It's time for the Union Academy entrance ceremony, Yuan said as he pressed the button on the screen. Immediately, he was teleported by a magic circle. The next scene was the Union Academy auditorium. In the large hall, the newcomers quickly found their seats. Yuan was also teleported to the center of the hall, a sight that made a few people around him jump in surprise. Whoa, so many people. But, as he said this, he activated his Omniscient Eye. The Omniscient Eye is an eye that can read everything. Depending on its proficiency level, it helps the user grasp a target's aura and spirit in an instant. The attribute stats of the people around him appeared in Yuan's vision. This lava rock guy has BBC stats, while that handsome blonde guy over there possesses an S stat. Quite impressive. Looking at these numbers, Yuan couldn't help but tremble inwardly. As expected, the students admitted through the regular process are on a whole other level. They're at least 10 times stronger than me. But, where's my seat? He wondered. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Hey, if you're from a subdimension, stop wandering around here. Get lost and go over there. The owner of the voice was a huge guy who looked like a raid boss from a game. Yuan knew he was no match for him, so he could only wave his hand and reply, oh, alright, thanks. Seeing him act so cowardly, the group burst out laughing. However, Yuan wasn't angry at all. It's no wonder the students from the regular admission process are so confident. They're discriminating against me just because I came from a subdimension. It's the same everywhere. The strong always look down on the weak, he thought to himself. Just then, as if witnessing Yuan's loneliness, a blonde guy in the distance raised his hand and called out to him, hey, the special admission students sit over here. Yuan immediately ran over. Is this place reserved for students from subdimensions? It looks like we're being exiled, he thought awkwardly. When he observed the stats of the people around him, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my god, are these people really students from subdimensions? Their stats are high enough to take down all the regular admission students. In Yuan's line of sight, the blonde guy had SAA stats. The white-haired girl was SSSS, and the pink-haired girl was ABS. In addition, he also saw 3 other lines of stats. Question mark, C, and F. After getting a clear look at each other's faces, Yuan realized he knew the blonde guy. Is that you, Lai? Yeah, hey. Is this our spot? This is great, Yuan said, while thinking to himself, this guy is Lai, A, the handsome guy I met at the dorm before the entrance ceremony. Our first meeting was quite special. Meeting in the dorm room, Lai greeted Yu by pointing his sword straight at him and shouting, who's there? Seeing the sword at his neck, Yu's eyes widened. Hey, dressed like this, who else could I be? I'm a new student, your roommate, Yu yelled, startling Lai, who realized his actions were too aggressive. Oh, sorry, I just finished my practical evaluation. so I'm still on edge. Are you okay? Yeah, Yugun replied, but he still felt a bit annoyed. Then he thought to himself, that guy looks like a prince straight out of a fairy tale. A bit hot-headed, but he already apologized, so it's not so bad. Before Yu could talk about his test, which was fighting a blind goblin, Lai scoffed, his voice full of arrogance. That was your practical evaluation? Even a rookie with basic training can easily hunt a goblin. My opponents in the practical test were a whole army of ghouls and ogres. With an excited tone, he recounted his glorious feat while making Yu's blood boil, forcing him to take a few seconds to apologize to himself. Not so bad, but this guy is so tactless. Anyway, the main character's face gradually relaxed. Ah, speaking of which, we haven't even washed up, and we're already chatting away. It's been a while since I had someone to talk to. Me too. Lai nodded in agreement. Right after that, the guy grinned, took off his shirt, revealing a toned, muscular body. Alright, let's go shower. The bathroom here is shared, right? Let's keep talking while we shower, he suggested casually, while on the other hand, Lai suddenly turned as red as a beet. You go shower first, you, huh? Yu turned back to ask, but Lai was so embarrassed he couldn't look him in the eye. I'll go shower later, Lai said awkwardly, making Yu look at him with suspicion. Back in the present, Yu told himself, time will erase this awkwardness. Besides, this is an area reserved for special students, so those two must be. Thinking this, he turned to greet them. Hello. Hi, the pink-haired girl replied upon seeing her innocent and cute appearance. Yugun almost fainted from the shock. So cute. It's nice to meet you, he repeated, then turned to the white-haired girl. Oh, right, you too, hello. Across from him, the white-haired girl with distinctive black eyes stared intently at Yugun, making him a little flustered. What is it? Yu asked. That thing wrapped around your arm looks interesting, she said calmly, and Yu immediately understood what she was referring to. He didn't hesitate to summon the little snake. Why? You mean why? You all can see it, right? Seeing Y's adorable appearance, all three of them melted. Even the usually cold white-haired girl blushed with excitement. So cute. This snake was that item from before, wasn't it? It's only been a few days. How did it change so much? Lai asked. Can I touch it? It looks so adorable, the pink-haired girl wished. The white-haired girl spoke up to introduce herself. I'm Dako Jo, daughter of a martial master. And what's your name? Ah, I'm Ban Yugun, the main character replied. Then he asked back. But what's a martial master? Do you have some kind of martial arts? Like shooting energy blasts? Hearing this question, all three of them started giggling, making Yu confused. Even Dako Jo was shaking so much, she had to cover her mouth. Your understanding isn't entirely wrong. Really? Since this is a fantasy world, it's not strange for a martial world to exist, Yu said with a laugh. The pink-haired girl also introduced herself. I'm Ruo, nice to meet you. I'm Aslan. You guys can call me Lai. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dako Jo, Ruo, Lai said with a bright smile. However, right after saying that, Daoko turned away scornfully, making Lai roll his eyes. Seeing this, Yuan could only offer a wry smile and said, It looks like the ceremony is about to start. He noticed the beautiful Professor Yumina sitting on the stage. Oh, it's Professor Yumina over there, he exclaimed, making Lai next to him curious. Did Professor Yumina counsel you, Yuan? Yeah, you too, Lai? Before he could say more, the lights in the hall changed, and the roof slowly opened up to reveal the sky above. The hall's ceiling is opening up. What's happening? The bewildered group exclaimed. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, breaking the silence. All of you, focus here. That authoritative voice made the entire student body feel a terrifying pressure weighing down on their shoulders, making them tremble in fear. What is this? Where is this pressure coming from? Yuan wondered to himself, his heart filled with confusion. However, he still gritted his teeth and looked up toward where the voice came from. High above, a colossal entity appeared, and the voice continued to resonate. Now, the 2557th entrance ceremony of the Union Academy officially begins. The entity was a giant eye, a high-level and mysterious being. Time passed quickly, and Professor Yumina began to greet the group of students. Quite impressive, wasn't it? The headmaster's speech was truly memorable, she said with a bright smile. However, the students seemed to still be reeling from the aftershock of that terrifying presence, so no one reacted. Only Yuan calmly took a sip of tea and nodded. It was very impressive. The giant eyeball is the headmaster? His question startled the entire group. They turned to ask in astonishment, Yuan, you saw that eye? You dared to look up? The pressure from it was so intense that most of us couldn't even raise our heads. It was so terrifying. Yuan was a bit taken aback, because while he felt the pressure, it wasn't as overwhelming as they described. At the same time, Daoko stared intently at Yuan, seemingly trying to figure out why he was able to look directly at such a formidable entity. That being used a special method to conceal its true form, so how could he possibly see it? Under her scrutinizing gaze, Yuan felt a bit flustered and quickly explained. It was just a feeling, like there was a giant eye looking down on us. Meanwhile, Professor Yumina returned to the main topic. In any case, that is the headmaster. Unless you achieve something special or cause some trouble, you'll rarely have the chance to meet him again. However, it seems like you might get to meet him privately, Yuan. she said with an amused look, making Yuan feel a bit exasperated. Why does that sound like you're cursing me, Professor? He muttered. Yumina covered her mouth and laughed. Haha, as your supervising professor, your achievements are my achievements too. From now on, I expect you all to do your best. Hearing this, Lai looked surprised and asked, So Professor Yumina will be the one in charge of us? That's right, she replied, treating herself to a cup of tea as she spoke. This information left Lai stunned. One of the Academy's 9 official professors is going to be in charge of us, he thought to himself. After setting down her teacup, Yumina formally introduced herself. I haven't properly introduced myself, have I? I am Yumina, a professor in the Combat Magic Department, and I've been assigned as the homeroom teacher for this class, Class 11. Let's work hard together for the next 5 years, Lai asked in surprise. I thought usually only teaching assistants were in charge of lower-level students. Yumina nodded. That's correct. However, this year you all are a special batch of students, so I will be taking on this role. At this, she marveled to herself. It's truly so special that I wonder how only people like you were chosen. Thinking of this, as if remembering something, she turned with a serious expression and warned, Be wary of the obstruction and malice from the regular students. Hearing these words, Yu was a bit surprised at first, but he quickly grasped the hidden meaning behind her statement. The obstacles and malice the professor mentioned were not just limited to academic competition, but also included physical violence and conflicts between students. If these issues went beyond the scope of competition protected by school rules, even the professors could not intervene. To thrive in the race against other students, you must be strong enough to overcome all obstacles and malice. If not, from now on, the 4 of you will operate as a team. You are special students, one of a kind. Furthermore, you will be teammates conquering the tower's peak together from now until graduation. Alright, that's enough for now. The Academy has prepared a small gift for you. The rules and details will be explained after you receive the item. As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers and a brilliant item instantly appeared before the group, leaving them astonished. It was a pendant. Is this for student identification? It just looks like a normal necklace. You can use it for identification and to access all of the school's facilities. At the same time, it also allows you to teleport within the Union campus. To test the teleportation feature, they mumbled the chant. Teleportation is Professor Yumina is so beautiful. The moment the phrase was uttered, the 3 of them were thrown outside. Professor Yumina is so beautiful, Lu shouted with wide eyes, and then they were teleported back to their original position. And regarding this chant, the 3 of them could only remain silent, not knowing what to say about Professor Yumina. Good grief, the group sighed. We need this identification pendant to enter the tower, so whether we like it or not, we have to keep it safe, Lai said while quickly tucking the pendant into his pocket. Across from them, the pink-haired Ruo wondered. But why was only Yu held back? Who knows? Lai replied with a shrug. Maybe he sensed that terrifying entity. Hozo voiced her thoughts. As she spoke, she recalled Professor Yumina's phone conversation with someone. Right now? No. We have prepared a tea party. Unfortunately, among all the students, he was the only one who could look directly at the headmaster. Scene changed to the headmaster's office. Yu was sitting as quiet as a lamb. What is this? I have to meet the headmaster privately on the very first day. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Yu thought in confusion. Seeing his anxious expression, the headmaster spoke up. Look directly at me. My true body is not here at the moment. The voice came from a doll placed on the desk. Hearing this, Yu finally dared to look at the doll and asked, The headmaster? No, I am the chairman. Just call me teacher, he instructed. Yes, teacher, Yu quickly replied. Then, the chairman got straight to the point. I should explain why I called you here. Normally, I do not interfere in a student's development, whether they are strong or weak. Whether they survive or die in the tower, I do not care. My only goal is to witness with my own eyes the one who climbs to the top of the tower. Everything else is meaningless. Hearing this declaration, Yu became silent. In truth, the tower is the legacy of my ancestors. The Ban clan was destined to reclaim it with all its power and glory. I'm willing to risk my life to reclaim the entire tower. But facing the headmaster, facing these other students, what does the tower mean? Why do they have to come to this dimension to conquer it? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Yu decided to ask, Sir, what exactly is this tower? Hearing the question, the principal was silent for a few seconds, seemingly surprised by his student's curiosity. Then, he slowly replied, The tower is the path to the gods, and also a great trial. The gods? Are they the same gods that everyone always talks about? This is getting more and more complicated, Yu muttered to himself, confused about what to think. Meanwhile, the principal continued. Normally, I don't interfere when students face difficulties, but this time is an exception, because I see great potential in you, the greatest potential I have ever seen. I will make arrangements to help you prepare for your journey to conquer the tower. As soon as he finished speaking, the arm of the small doll on the table gently lifted, shooting out a strange beam of light, which merged into Yu's identification necklace. What is this? Yu exclaimed in surprise. The principal quickly explained. I have expanded your exploration privileges beyond the Academy's boundaries. Now, you can freely travel to any dungeon. Use your free time to hone your skills before you begin to conquer the tower. Outside the Academy? Yu asked again, still full of doubt. That's right, now you should go, Yu. Remember, improve your skills before climbing the tower. If you perform exceptionally, I will unlock the next privilege for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and immediately, a portal appeared beneath Yu's feet, pulling him inside. The next privilege? Yu exclaimed in astonishment. That's right. It's the right to explore the tower independently. I look forward to our next meeting. As soon as the words were spoken, Yu was pushed out of the room and fell right into the arms of teacher Yuma, who was waiting behind him. Did the meeting with the principal go well? Yuma asked with a bright smile. Yu looked up, but his view was blocked by two giant hills. Embarrassed, he hastily backed away and stood up. The principal often dismisses his guests like that. Strange, isn't it? Yuma shrugged and smiled, while Yu didn't dare to look directly at her. Yes, he replied shyly. He's been looking forward to meeting you from the very beginning, Yu. After calming down, Yu recounted his conversation with the principal and his promises, leaving Yuma utterly astonished. Oh my gosh, allowing a student to leave the academy, that's an incredibly huge privilege, Yuma exclaimed. Is it that big of a deal? He said I need to quickly improve my lacking skills, Yu asked again, still full of questions. It's super huge. You can freely explore dungeons outside the tower and even travel to other cities. This means you'll have far more experience and preparation than anyone else. No student has ever received this privilege before, Yuma explained, making Yu realize just how favored he was. Haha, so that's it. I thought he believed I was so weak that I needed remedial classes. Thank heavens, Yu chuckled softly. Yuma continued, her voice tinged with a bit of jealousy. You are so lucky, Yu. I'm so jealous. Normally, we teachers are too busy to go out at this time. Is that so? Yu asked again. That's right. Because Union is an academy. Everything is student-centered, so it's quite inconvenient for us teachers. With this privilege, you can explore dungeons, travel to cities, and even go shopping. You can also eat whatever snacks you want. I'm so jealous. The more she spoke, the closer her face got to Yu with a very strange expression, making the young man break out in a sweat. Covered in sweat, Yumina finally revealed her true purpose. There's this really beautiful city you should visit. It's called Ronica, and the spring temple there is truly. Not waiting for his teacher to finish, he quickly cut her off, afraid she was going to eat him alive. Professor, how about I buy a gift for you? Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a location outside the academy. Yu was now on his way to complete the task Yumina had assigned, remembering her instructions about the honeymoon wine, brewed by monks, famous for its sweet aroma, thick foam, and enchanting aftertaste. Buy me one, no, 2 bottles, okay? The wine-loving teacher said, her eyes twinkling like headlights as she entrusted this great responsibility to the newly enrolled student. Yu could only sigh to himself. A professor sending a student to buy alcohol. This world was truly full of surprises. But luckily, he already had an item inventory. As he said this, he opened his bag to check with a satisfied expression, then suddenly discovered an item inside. Ah, this is the thing my grandfather gave me before I enrolled. Yu stared intently at the item. Bag his grandfather had prepared, its rarity unknown. Turning back time to before enrollment day, as Yu was getting ready to leave, his grandfather approached him carrying the bag. Are you ready, Yu? Yes, I'm pretty much set. Did you sleep well? Yu replied. And upon hearing his grandson, the old man set the bag on the ground with a heavy thud. Open it and take as much as you want. What is it? Yu asked curiously. Just open it and you'll find out. His grandfather laughed knowingly. The moment he opened the bag, a golden light flashed, nearly blinding Yu. Whoa, it's all pure gold. Can I really take some? Yu asked in astonishment. Haha, don't worry. This is the family fortune left by our ancestors, for the purpose of finding the Tower of Babel. It's all yours now. Use it however you wish, his grandfather said happily. Yu was so moved he started to cry. Thank you, grandfather. This will help a lot. But it seems a bit hard to carry, doesn't it? He stammered. Why would it be hard? The old man retorted. Just looking at it. It looks heavy, Yu complained. You silly boy, the old man shouted, annoyed. Back in the present, after opening his inventory, Yu tossed all his personal items into the bag. Having an item storage is so convenient. Grandpa said gold is valuable everywhere, so I'll just take a few bars. All right. I'm all set. Time to step into this new world, Yu said, as he looked at the modern city before him and started to walk into the city. He was astonished by the level of development here. Oh, even though this is another dimension, the urban landscape is quite similar, isn't it? While he was lost in thought, Yu suddenly saw people riding flying vehicles in the sky and immediately shut his mouth. Ah, no, it's very different, after all. What is that? It's flying. How is that possible? He thought excitedly. But his unfamiliar appearance had already attracted the attention of some guards. Hey, you there. Where are you from? Yu turned around. But before he could explain, the 2 guards recognized his uniform and instantly changed their attitude. Oh my goodness, are you a student from Union Academy? Hello? We are the border guards of the west side of Ronica City. They stood at attention and saluted. Yu felt embarrassed by their intense welcome. Just because I'm a Union student? He scratched his head and said, "Hello, I'm Ban Yuan, a first-year student at Union Academy." Afterward, both of them turned to him with faces full of curiosity. "But still, how did you manage to get here?" "Ban Yuan, did you get permission from the principal?" "Already? That's right," he said. "I was free to explore." Yu replied with a nod. "I understand. It's thanks to the principal and the teachers that our city is as peaceful as it is today. We are forever grateful to them," the two said with a smile, causing Yu to start reassessing the true power of this academy. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask us." And for Yu, a boy who was still unaware, how could he possibly pass up this opportunity? Immediately, he pointed to the vehicle flying in the sky and asked, "I want to buy that, how much is it?" Time flew by, and now our Yu was cruising around on his brand new flying vehicle over the grassy field. "Oh my god, this is amazing," Yu shouted loudly. Flashing back 1 hour earlier, upon hearing Yu's question, the two guards broke into a sweat as they informed him, "Ah, if you're talking about that one, you're talking about the Ha flying motorcycle. The base model alone is 250,000 ronia, which is pretty expensive." Hearing this, Yu's face went blank as he asked, "How much is 250,000 ronia?" So it was called a Ha flying motorcycle. At that moment, he also conveniently pulled a pure gold ingot from his inventory and asked, "Can I trade this for it?" Seeing the young man casually pull out such a valuable item, the guard's eyes bulged in disbelief. This is gold. Where did you get a gold ingot this big? Is this thing real?" "Oh, my grandfather gave it to me," Yu said with a smile. Back in the present, he himself was still a bit shocked. A single gold ingot was worth 75 million ronia. He had to thank his grandfather for insisting he take it. "Gold is useful anywhere. You idiot, make sure you take it," the old man had yelled angrily. "But it's heavy and a pain," Yu had complained. It's true that having too much money can be a burden for a young man. Over here, as if feeling the rush of wind blowing straight against him, the little snake Y materialized, prompting Yu to excitedly show off to his companion. "Oh, Y, it's you. What do you think?" Just like you, the concept of spirit and demon has brought this flying motorcycle to life. Its name is Lilith, so from now on, you two should get along. Lilith was created when you bestowed upon it the concept of spirit and demon, turning it into a living being with a will of its own, just like Y. As for Y, upon hearing its master's words, the little snake flicked its tongue, making it unclear whether it was annoyed or pleased. Paying no mind to this reaction, Yu hadn't forgotten the task that Professor Yumina had given him. "All right, I bought the wine for Professor Yumina and created a little sibling for Y. Everything I needed to do is done, so it's time to head back. Let's go back to the academy," Yu said with a bright smile. However, a short while later, our hero was uncomfortably sprawled across a table, his head spinning as if he were anemic. "Oh god, my head," our protagonist groaned like a puppy crying for milk. Just then, Lai walked over, placed a glass of water in front of him in frustration, and shook her head. "I'm very disappointed in you. Yu, I can't believe that right after our get-together, you went out without a word and came back completely wasted." Lai gave you a judgmental look, causing him to stammer an apology. "Professor Yumina forced me. I couldn't refuse." As he spoke, you recalled the image of the professor grabbing him by the collar, determined not to let him leave. "Bottoms up, drink. Another round." Until his face was as red as a sunset. "This is the first time I've ever had alcohol in my life," Yu said, quickly grabbing the glass of water and chugging it down. Meanwhile, Doko coolly noticed the flower-shaped pin on Yu's chest and asked, "So is that pin what you got in exchange for becoming the class representative after being the professor's drinking buddy?" Yu leaned back and replied, "Class representative? If you mean class president, then that's right." At that moment, Doko startled them both by declaring, "If we have to choose a representative for the four of us, it has to be me. Because I'm the strongest one here. You agree, don't you?" She stared. Yulai immediately objected, saying, "That's a bit strange, Jiho. Even though we're equal teammates, I have to make this clear. Your arrogant attitude isn't beneficial for our future of climbing the tower, and I also don't agree that you're the strongest." Yulai shouted, pointing straight at Jiho's face. Jiho just scoffed and shook her head. "Haha, did you just say, we're equal? How ridiculous. Just yesterday, you were the one who asked the professor if you could climb the tower alone. Where's the equality in that?" She shrugged, making Yulai blush with embarrassment. That's... Yulai stammered, at a loss for words. Yoon and Ruo looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Oh, that's right, you did say that," Yulai said awkwardly. "No, I was just asking out of curiosity. It's not that I don't want to be with everyone." Meanwhile, Yoon slumped over the table, thinking, "Man, I thought I could avoid this kind of division right from the start of class. So I was planning to suggest we all make a plan together, but our group is already in disarray. I'm not interested in being the class president either, but now I understand why the professor chose me. Yulai lacks soft skills but has high pride, while Jiho is tyrannical. Even though she's strong, she'll just make others resentful. Ruo is too passive, not suitable for leadership. Haha, what a special group of students." With that thought, Yoon spoke up. "Wait a minute. Everyone calm down and listen to me. The class president doesn't need to be the strongest person. No, they shouldn't be the strongest, he proposed. Jiho narrowed her eyes and asked, why? Because if the strongest person is the class president, they'll just decide everything on their own, whereas a class president needs to unite the class. They can't do that. The president must be someone who can find fair solutions for everyone. Therefore, I think an easygoing person like me should be the class president. Easygoing? You? Jiho almost burst out laughing. Fine, the professor does have the right to appoint the class president, so I'll go with whatever you say for now, Jiho said with a smile. Seeing that the most dangerous person had agreed, Yoon breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in his heart gradually fading away. Thanks, Jiho continued, her tone both serious and sincere. From the very beginning, the only person I truly wanted to keep here was you. Well, even though I don't like it, to get what I want, I guess I have to accept this extra baggage. As she spoke, she glanced at Yulai and Ruo, her gaze cold and meaningful. That's all. See you later. After saying that, the white-haired girl coldly walked away, leaving behind Yulai, who was trembling with rage. What? Extra baggage? Yulai gritted his teeth, his voice filled with indignation. Seeing this, Yoon quickly tried to calm him down. Calm down, Yulai. After temporarily placating Yulai, Yoon felt completely exhausted. My god, this morning really feels more like a battlefield than a school. Anything related to pride is hard to resolve. Let's just take it slow. Yoon, our protagonist, told himself, trying to regain his composure. But before he could rest for even a few seconds, Ruo stood up, her voice full of excitement. Hey Yoon, did you not bring that cute snake from before? I want to try touching it. The girl's eyes lit up with curiosity. Oh my god, why is this place full of landmines? Yoon sighed internally. It feels like I'm being besieged by unexpected situations. The scene changes to a fighting arena. A rector, a man with magma blood, suddenly stood up and shouted, Professor, I really want to know just how good the students who passed the special exam are. His shout caused everyone to turn and look at Yoon's group, their eyes filled with interest and appraisal. The referee, dressed in a prisoner's uniform, nodded and said, For the first class, we'll warm up with a sparring match. What do you all think? Hearing this, the first-year students immediately grew excited, clamoring for a chance to participate. Professor, let me fight them? Back off, I'll go first. Hey you, are you going to take that pin off or not? The provocative and angry shouts made both Yuan and Lai fall silent, as Lai looked at Yuan with worry. So Union Academy bases its classes on the students' abilities. No wonder Class 1 is the special class. They seem to really hate our Class 11. Yu awkwardly replied, well, it might be because what I'm wearing is a bit provocative. While the crowd was still arguing, Hector stared intently at Yuan's badge, a fire of anger rising within him. How dare that weakling? Wearing the pin given by the goddess of flowers, Professor Yumina, and daring to wear it right in front of him, was simply unacceptable. The more he thought about it, the more Hector couldn't hold back, and he yelled, Professor, please let me test that guy's strength for myself. Let me fight him. The professor agreed immediately. All right then, step up Yuan. You will fight Hector. Yuan felt like he was being pushed into an awkward situation with no way out. Meanwhile, Professor Yumina was quietly observing Yuan's first class. After seeing that it was a joint class between Class 1 and Class 11, she began to feel that something was wrong. What is this? Why are my class's students scheduled with the special class for their very first session, and for comprehensive combat training at that? In the very first period, no less. How can a specially admitted student from a subspace possibly fight against a high-level student? They must have thought so, which is why they arranged the schedule like this. I don't know who's playing tricks, but I can feel their malicious intent. Yumina thought to herself, her heart filled with worry for her student. Back to Yuan, he was no fool, enough to rush into a fight with the huge magma man standing opposite him, so he quickly raised his hand to refuse. Excuse me, Professor, but my combat skills are still very weak. I don't think I'll learn anything from this match. The professor in the prison uniform casually replied, Huh? Is that so? Then that's a 3-point deduction. This statement left you stunned, not understanding what was happening. Just step up, you. Stop making excuses, the professor said, adjusting his glasses with an arrogant look. At that moment, you suddenly realized that it seemed this guy was deliberately targeting him. Why? Why did the professor want to force him to fight? Did he want to humiliate me in front of everyone? The more he thought, the darker his expression became. I'm not making excuses. It's the truth. I was admitted through special admission for my unique abilities, not my combat skills. If the professor is curious about the abilities of a specially admitted student, please find another way to evaluate them instead of forcing us into combat. Yu argued persuasively. However, seeing Yu repeatedly refuse, the professor in the prison uniform gritted his teeth and shouted, Are you trying to teach a professor how to do his job? Hearing this, Yu no longer bothered with pleasantries and retorted immediately. Whether you're a professor or a student, if there's something you don't know, you should learn it. Besides, aren't I the class representative? Another 5-point deduction, the professor yelled, making Yuan sigh. Haha, so you want to play it this way? Yu thought to himself and quickly made a proposal. How about this, sir? I'll use this week to prepare. And I'll fight next week. Just give me 1 week. I'll enter the tower once, and when I come out, my preparations will be nearly complete. Yu's confident declaration made the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly freeze, and several pairs of eyes turned towards him, as if looking at a madman. What did he just say? A match next week? Prepare? What is he talking about? His abilities were clearly at rock bottom, so how could he possibly fight against the special class after just 1 week? As for the guy, the professor in the prison uniform bit his lip in anger. Now he's ignoring me and scheduling things himself. Fine then. Do as you please. Seeing him grit his teeth, Yuan's face filled with contempt. So what if I ignore you? You're not even an official professor. He muttered something that even startled Lai, who was standing behind him, and after suppressing his anger, the professor announced, Class Y and Hector, next Tuesday, you two will have an official sparring match. The match will be public, and the entire academy will be able to watch it live. Everyone be sure to tune in. He smirked, as if looking forward to seeing Yuan humiliated next week. So, he doesn't just want to humiliate me, he wants to make a huge spectacle of it? Yuan frowned in thought, before the professor turned to address the entire class. Yuan, since you requested time to prepare, make sure you show us what you've got. If you can't, Yuan, annoyed, cut him off. Of course. Hey Hector, right? We have an official match next week. I'm really looking forward to it, he said with a bright smile. Hector immediately spat in his direction, his contempt obvious. Humph, you weakling. Yuan felt embarrassed, not understanding why he was acting so cheerful towards this lava man. I wasn't expecting a polite response anyway, because what I wanted to gauge wasn't his attitude. Hector's stats appeared clearly in Yuan's eyes. Hector, his stats were B, C, with vitality at 250, physique at 300, and magic at 120. Looking at these numbers, Yuan was even more certain that his decision to postpone the match until next week was absolutely correct. As expected of a special class student, his vitality and physique stats are astonishing. His vitality is 5 times mine, and his physique is 10 times mine. But even so, compared to them, he's still nothing at all, Yuan thought as he glanced at Lai and Ruo. If I want to climb the tower with them, I have to surpass Hector's level. Yuan thought to himself, then said with a laugh, Haha, why the long faces? Are you too worried about me? Ignoring Yuan's words, Dakhaz coldly began to warm up from behind. What's this? No one dares to step up. Unlike the class president, fighting is my specialty. Aren't you all curious about the skills of a special admission student? Does anyone dare to come up here? If it's a sparring match, I'm always ready, Dakhaz said confidently. Her stats were even breaking out of the hexagonal frame. Turning back to the group of extras, after hearing Dakhaz's provocation, the entire group froze for a few seconds. Even the professor in the prison uniform was at a loss for words. The reason was simple. Even someone as weak as Yuan could recognize the terrifying power of Dakhaz. The silence is deafening, but it's understandable. Even my myriad poison eye is having trouble fully reading Dakhaz's power. There's no way the first-year students can't feel her overwhelming aura, Yuan thought to himself. Back with Dakhaz, after seeing that no one dared to step forward, she said with boredom, What's wrong? If you lack confidence, shall I pick someone? She pointed directly at Hector. Hector, you're not the type to only pick on the weak, are you? Come on, I'll beat you to a pulp. Faced with this, Hector was startled, probably realizing that Dakhaz's power far surpassed his own. Hector must be terrified right now. His original target was me, but now he's been challenged by someone completely unexpected. Everyone here can sense it. If he accepts Dakhaz's challenge just to save face, he's done for. He'll be severely injured, making it difficult to recover within a week. Although this doesn't affect me, it shouldn't happen like this. With that thought, Yuan decided to speak up. Wait, Dakhaz. Sorry, but Hector has a match with me next week. If you want to fight him, you'll have to wait your turn. Dowa turned to Yu and asked, Are you sure? Of course, thank you for your concern, but this time I will use my own strength to prove I'm worthy, Yu confidently declared. If he wanted to increase the test's difficulty, Dowa had no reason to stop him. Ho ho, I thought you were just a slippery snake, but it seems you've got some backbone after all. Fine, I'll let you do it your way. Besides you, does anyone else dare to step up? She asked once more. But the crowd remained silent. No one dared to face Dowa directly. Is there no one? The white-haired girl asked again after seeing the students remain quiet as mice. Dowa sighed in disappointment. You were all barking so loudly earlier, but now that you're facing someone truly strong, you just hide in your shells like turtles. Hearing her words, the first-year students gritted their teeth, but no matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to stand up until a blonde-haired guy spoke out. Who are you calling a turtle hiding in its shell? It's true that the weak and stupid often gather in groups, acting all tough, and trying to protect their own by barking loudly. Are you putting on a comedy show, or what? When he heard someone dare to challenge Dowa with words, Yu immediately paid attention to him. What is this? This guy might be in the special class too, but his level seems to be on a completely different level. Yu frowned in thought. From his perspective, this blonde guy seemed to be emitting an unusual aura, making those around him too afraid to get close. Besides that, noticing Yu's doubtful expression, Lai spoke up to explain, That's Optima, the ruler of the Centus dimension. Huh? Centus Optima? What's that? Yu asked blankly. His naive question even surprised Lai. You don't know? Besides the Union, there are 10 other high-level dimensions. Optima comes from the family that rules Centus, one of those dimensions. After hearing this, Yu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. So he's the descendant of one of the most powerful families in these dimensions. At that moment, under the crowd's gaze, Optima began to step down into the arena. Professor, he commanded coldly, and the professor immediately understood, quickly performing some action. Ah, all right, he said while hastily taking out a device. An electronic device that made you curious. What's that? It's probably a recording device. They're likely planning to record it publicly, Lai speculated. And what happens after they record it? Yu asked curiously. They said they'll share everything on the internet, but I'm not sure what that is. Lai shook his head. It seemed Lai came from a dimension lacking modern technology, so he didn't quite understand. However, with his own advanced civilization, Yu immediately grasped the professor's intention. So that's it. It's the same here, huh? Seeing that Yu seemed to understand, Lai turned and asked, Yu, do you know what the internet is? While connecting to the Union Net, Yu explained, it's basically an internal network set up by companies or educational institutions to exchange information. After hearing that, Lai was even more astonished. Is your dimension so low level that you don't even know about the Union, yet you know about this? In my dimension, this is a common development. But where is this school's internet? Yu said while continuously swiping on his phone, and Ruto had to run over and show him. Here, there's a live stream channel for the class we're in. Thanks, Ruto. You're really good at finding things. Yu quickly tapped on the live stream channel, and immediately, the image of Dowa and Optima appeared on the screen. What is this? This is a live stream? The professor is trying to humiliate us, but things probably won't go his way, Yu muttered. On the dueling ground, both Dowa and Optima were emitting an intense aura after staring each other down for a moment. Optima spoke, make your move. Dako Joe gave a confident smile. The weaker one gets to go first, so be my guest, she said, holding out her hand to provoke him. Weaker, huh? Let's see how long that arrogance lasts. Kneel, Optima said as he extended his hand forward, simultaneously activating some kind of ability aimed directly at Dako Joe. From everyone's perspective, a mysterious wave could be seen emanating from Optima's palm. As Optima's ability reached Yuan's group, Dako Joe immediately felt an immense pressure weighing down on her body. What is this? It's completely different from the power of language that I possess. It's like water flowing downhill, like how I can't live without air. This is a law of nature. Everything in this space is forcing me to kneel before him, as if it were a matter of course. Is he perhaps distorting the laws of nature? Dako Joe speculated. Lai, who was standing nearby, turned to Yuan and asked, Did you just figure out the principle behind that ability? Yeah, Yuan replied. But before he could explain, Ruo clung to him trembling, her terrified gaze fixed forward. Meanwhile, when Optima's ability reached Dako Joe, it was as futile as a mantis trying to stop a cart, producing no effect whatsoever. From her palm, a dark blue energy began to pour out. With just a wave of her hand, she easily nullified that pressure, leaving the whole group wide-eyed and speechless. Even Yuan couldn't believe his eyes. No way, she just countered with more pressure, and extinguished the opponent's power? Yuan thought to himself. The golden-haired Optima watched as Dako Joe shattered his technique, his eyes flashing with interest. Ha ha, you do have some skill. Dako Joe shook her head, her voice filled with mockery. Your ability is as ridiculous as the horns on your head. If this is all you've got, I'm really disappointed. Not at all, Optima replied, swinging his arm as if to unleash a technique. But the motion did not escape Dako Joe's eyes. Instantly, she put power into her legs, dashed forward, and kicked him right in the stomach, interrupting Optima's attack. Did you think I would just stand there and let you hit me a second time? Are your attacks stronger at close range? Dako Joe taunted. Optima defended with an energy shield, but being forced onto the defensive bruised his ego. TSK, I can't believe I have to use 2 hands for a fight like this, he said with annoyance. Well, you're all brawn and no brains anyway. Dako Joe's voice suddenly appeared right beside his ear, startling Optima into swinging an arm behind him. You arrogant brat, he yelled, failing to realize he was the most arrogant one of all. Dako Joe dodged Optima's attack, using her left hand to swat his arm aside while her right hand grabbed his collar. She delivered a knee strike, aiming right for Optima's chin. As expected, your movements are incredibly clumsy. Don't tell me you still need someone to spoon-feed you, Dako Joe mocked. But her attack was blocked by another shield from Optima. However, being dominated made Optima's blood boil. This damn wench! He gritted his teeth, gathering power in his fist and unleashing a lightning-fast punch. But Dako Joe simply jumped to the side, easily dodging it. Lai watched in astonishment as Dako Joe toyed with Optima like a cat with a mouse. It was unbelievable. Optima, the ruler of Centus, was being completely dominated by Dako Joe. Seeing this, Yuan, who was quietly observing them both, stated his own theory. It seems that guy Optima is used to defeating opponents by suppressing their movements, such as by distorting the laws of nature. However, that method seems to have no effect on Dako Joe, and that's precisely what has put him in this current situation, under the watchful eyes. Before the crowd, the blonde-haired guy was being beaten to a pulp by Hozo with no chance to fight back. Each of her attacks was precise and powerful, from a barrage of punches to the face to a high kick straight to the chin. If it weren't for his energy shield, he probably would have collapsed long ago. Cutting back to Yuan, our commentator continued his analysis. Although he possesses superior strength and physique, it's clear he doesn't train regularly. This remark made Lai marvel at Yuan's observation skills. He can tell that? Hozo could go head-to-head with Optima, and yet Yuan could see through both of their abilities. Clearly, they are all special recruits from the subspace. But what is going on? Back to the battle. Optima now didn't even have a chance to counterattack. Hozo's punches flew continuously at a terrifying speed. "Ugh, how dare you be so insolent to me," the fool exclaimed, completely unaware of the situation. Immediately, Hozo's fist smashed right into his face, which the energy shield couldn't even block. "Did you come here just to run your mouth? Or is your tongue too long and you want me to shorten it?" Hozo said coldly. As for Optima, the anger from being constantly overwhelmed was driving him mad. Above his head appeared a symbol of diamond shapes arranged in a circle, accompanied by an eruption of terrifying power. He slammed both hands on the ground, causing the arena floor to crack into many pieces. "I'll never forgive you. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Optima screamed like a madman. Seeing him scream like that, Hozo simply replied gently, "Death is not something a child like you should talk about so easily." She began to gather mana around her arm, preparing to charge in and teach the blonde-haired guy a lesson. Optima was just as fierce, shouting, "Die!" and pushing his hands forward. Just as the two opponents were about to clash, Professor Yumina's voice rang out. "That's enough." With just a single clap, she stopped all actions from the two of them. The arena was now filled with flowers, leaving both Hozo and Optima stunned. Yumina gently said, "Our academy does not encourage students to engage in death matches. Save that strength for climbing the tower, do you two understand?" Then, she snapped her fingers to dismiss her skill, causing the flower garden to slowly disappear. In the stands, Yuan thought, "What is this? An illusion? But I can still smell the strong scent of flowers." As for Optima, when he saw Yumina appear, he knew he couldn't continue the fight. He clicked his tongue, turned, and walked away, unaware that the professor's intervention had just saved his life. If not, Hozo would have taught him what it means to be pushing up daisies. Turning back to Hozo, paying no mind to the attitude of that loser, she turned to speak to Yumina. "You're really strong." In response, the female professor just smiled. Seeing this, Hozo also sighed and returned to her spot. "Yeah, welcome back," Yuan said. Hearing his words, the white-haired girl also turned to ask for Lai's opinion. "What do you think? It was amazing. Just watching was exciting enough." However, before our protagonist could finish his sentence, Ruo suddenly rushed over and clung tightly to his back from behind. This action made the whole group curious. "Ruo, what's wrong? Are you still scared of Hozo?" he asked with a frown, seeing his friend trembling uncontrollably. "Haha, so cute. It's okay, come on out," Yuan said with a smile, while Ruo stubbornly clung to his back, refusing to let go. Elsewhere, Yua's annoyed voice was heard. A voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "You will be punished, Professor Farron, for allowing a sparring match on the very first day of class. Not only did you permit a sparring match, but you also turned a blind eye when things went too far. You know this is a serious mistake, don't you?" I'm sorry, Professor," Farron stammered. "This isn't something an apology can fix, so you'd better prepare yourself." Yuma replied arrogantly, then she approached Yuan. "Oh, and for a class president, character is the most important thing. Yuan, why are you wearing your pin upside down like this?" As she spoke, the beautiful teacher gently adjusted the pin on our protagonist's chest. It was an incredibly intimate gesture, driving the students behind them crazy with envy. However, seemingly oblivious to their gazes, Yuma left immediately after adjusting Yuan's badge. "Well then, I'll be going. Have a good day, everyone." Watching her retreating figure, Yuan could only laugh awkwardly. "Haha, our professor came to stop the fight, but she only ended up causing more resentment." After he said that, even without looking back, you could feel countless malicious glares from the Class 1 students aimed at him. "Why does it have to be that weakling? I won't let him get away with this," someone gritted out. Time passed quickly, and news of the duel between Doc Hozo and Optima spread among all the freshmen. "Hey, have you heard? The new girl from the secondary dimension actually fought evenly with Optima. Not just evenly, she totally overwhelmed him." "A secondary dimension? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? What in the world is happening?" Curious comments began to appear one by one. And of course, our protagonist, Yu, could also see these comments. However, he wasn't happy at all about his newfound fame. "It seems like the whole world is talking about us," Yu said worriedly. Across from him, steam was practically coming out of his friend Lai's ears as he failed to comprehend the high-tech device. Turning to Doc Hozo, after she finished reading the comments, her unique eyes narrowed slightly. "That's strange. Is that guy really the #1 prospect? No way. There's at least one person in that class who is much stronger than him." Doc Hozo recalled the sight of a girl dressed like a mage, huddled by herself in a corner of the class, before she turned to ask the protagonist a question. "I thought you would have noticed too?" she asked. Yuan simply shrugged in reply with a faint smile. "Ha ha ha, That's because I was too focused on your match. Meanwhile, Lai had slumped over the table, seemingly exhausted. But hey you, they're mentioning your name all over the community page, right? What does Master of Provocation mean? Lai asked. Yu sighed and explained. Well, they don't dare to mess with the person who challenged the #1 prospect, so they're criticizing me instead. That's not the only topic of discussion, is it? Doc Hozo chimed in, glancing to the side. Come to think of it, we usually sit so far apart. Huh? He exclaimed in surprise, noticing Ruo sitting at another table, trembling all over. The mood at the meal seemed to turn somber. It appeared that Ruo either sensed something from Doc Hozo or was simply too afraid to come near. I wonder what it's like when they share a room. Perhaps he's still tense from what happened before. Maybe I should help him feel more at ease? Everyone needs a little sweetness in their life. Yuan thought, then quickly pulled a jar of jam from his inventory. This is fairy jam, created using my synthesis ability, extracted from a concentrate of tens of thousands of different fruits. It has a special effect that, while minor, helps promote the overall growth of all stats. Look at this, Yu said, catching everyone's attention. The two of them looked into the jar curiously, and Yu chuckled. Ha ha, surprising, isn't it? Give me your bread, he said as he opened the jar's lid. And a sweet fragrance immediately wafted out. Ruo suddenly turned around, her eyes wide as she stared in their direction. Yu spread the jam on the bread and pushed the plate toward Lai and DC Hozo. Here, try it. Although they were a bit skeptical at first, both of them took a taste. From the very first bite, they experienced an explosion of flavor. This is so delicious. What is this? They both said, stunned. Yu smiled in satisfaction. Haha, pretty good, right? Lai stammered. Good? Just good? Yu. This isn't just a little good. It's. DC Hozo nodded. I've tasted all kinds of delicacies in the Central Plains, but this is truly on a whole different level. Yu was a bit flustered by their reactions and turned to invite Ruo. Come over here, and eat with us. The pink-haired girl was drooling from the aroma. She gulped and hurriedly pulled her chair closer. Make one for me, please? She mumbled. Of course, Yu replied cheerfully. Upon tasting it, Ruo practically melted from the flavor, the deliciousness of the fruit. The best fruit flavor in the entire world, she said, satisfied. Lai asked Yu, did you create this using your ability? DC Hozo looked on, craving more. Can I have some more? Yu smiled cheerfully. Of course. Here, eat as much as you want. DC Hozo licked her fingertips. It feels like I'm eating something incredibly precious. Yu replied. Not really. It's not expensive. Friends should share with each other. You know. Consider it a token of my gratitude for your earlier kindness. DC Hozo chuckled softly. Even so. That's a bit much. Alright, I've made my decision. To repay you for this divine elixir of yours, I will personally teach you martial arts, DC Hozo said, leaning her face right in front of the main character, making him blush. After the meal, DC Hozo led you to a house, in an ancient Eastern style. As long as there's enough space to move around, it's fine. I didn't expect there to be a place this peaceful, she said, eagerly admiring her surroundings. Meanwhile, our protagonist quickly realized the reason for the training room's layout. This room reflects your psychological environment, doesn't it? As expected. Of Yu's class, he exclaimed, then turned to ask. But we left right after eating. What exactly are you going to teach me? Without answering his question, DC Hozo picked up a wooden sword and muttered, This length is perfect. Don't move. Around, she said while brandishing the sword, which made Yu a bit nervous. First, let's start with this, she said, getting into a thrusting stance, holding the sword horizontally across her chest, her right hand gripping the hilt firmly while her left hand rested lightly on the pommel. Then, DC Hozo used her left hand to powerfully push the sword toward Yu. She stopped just as the blade was about to touch his face, creating a blast of wind pressure that slammed into Yu's face. This is a thrust, DC Hozo explained concisely. Pressure that slammed into Yu's face. This is a thrust, DC Hozo explained concisely, a decisive, an unhesitating movement, a human attack that feels almost magical. In that brief moment, Yu discovered a new concept, to pierce, piercing through. But why piercing? She's just demonstrating sword techniques, right? Yu thought in confusion, his expression vacant. DC Hozo called out, Hey Yu, are you listening to me? Yu snapped out of it. Ah, sorry. Then pay close attention. The thrust doesn't just take one form, you can perform it with anything. I've just shown you the fundamental meaning and the core of the thrust, how many times to thrust, where to thrust from, what target to aim for, and with what kind of intensity to thrust. As she spoke, DC Hozo executed several moves, concluding with a thrust. Straight towards him, she stopped and continued to explain. Although there are countless applications, the fundamental core remains unchanged. Don't forget that. Although he knew Dako Hyuk wouldn't hurt him, every time he saw the sword tip flying towards him, Yuan still felt a bit startled. The fundamental core, Dako Hyuk had refined a single concept to its absolute limit compared to combining multiple concepts, which gave it a much more powerful feeling. Perhaps that was why she had mastered the thrusting technique after all. After finishing her lesson, Dako Hyuk handed the sword to Yuan and asked, Do you want to give it a try? Yeah, Yuan replied, rolling up his sleeves a bit and adding, I'm a bit clumsy, so please bear with me. Dako Hyuk laughed. Haha, if you did it perfectly from the start, then all my years of training would become meaningless. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong gust of wind from Yuan's thrust created a perfectly sharp strike, which made her face fill with astonishment. What the heck? Could he have grasped the concept after just one observation? She wondered in confusion. As for Yuan, even though he had unleashed a pretty high-quality strike, his expression was still not quite satisfied. Not right. It's still not right. Yuan mumbled and reminded himself. Focus. I can't imitate it perfectly. Until now I've only focused on combining concepts. I used to think they could only become stronger through combination or supplementation, but that's not all. My strength can be pushed to a new level by honing what I already have. Let's see. There are many Chinese characters that mean thrust, so why choose the one for pierce? To her, a thrust means to pierce through the target, because it's a fatal blow. As he thought of this, Yuan seemed to have an epiphany. He focused all his mental energy and unleashed a powerful thrust, a strike so fast it broke the sound barrier, creating a massive explosion in the air. Right after delivering the strike, Yuan himself felt a powerful backlash hit him. He collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Dako Hyuk, who was watching, saw Yuan practicing too hastily and stopped him. Stop. You don't need to push yourself so hard right from the start. If you remember what you just saw, try to apply it in a larger space and use it against the opponent you want to take down. I got it, Yuan replied, panting from exhaustion. At that very moment, as if to congratulate him for mastering a new technique, countless notifications appeared around him. You have comprehended and experienced the concept of piercing. You have comprehended and experienced the concept of martial arts. Looking at these notifications, Yuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Haha, I just swung my sword a few times and my stats already increased? Suddenly, a special notification caught his attention. Additional ability update successful. Observed and understood the concept of teleportation. The depth of the myriad poison eye has increased to 110, martial arts to 36, swordsmanship to 20, and piercing thrust to 16. Looking at these numbers, Yuan felt a sense of panic. My stats really skyrocketed. The piercing thrust concept I just learned is already at 16 points, and swordsmanship? It didn't increase no matter how many goblins I killed, but now it jumped to 20. My overall combat technique has doubled. Does this even make sense? The more he thought, the more confused Yuan became. Meanwhile, Dako Hyuk also looked at him with an astonished gaze. I can't believe I'm the one at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that right from the start you could transcend the form of the weapon and grasp the essence of the technique? Dako Hyuk said with a slightly annoyed tone. How did you achieve that so quickly? Not really, I just watched and copied you. Yu replied, scratching his head. His words only made Du-horo even more annoyed. Really? If you could understand and imitate it just by watching, then who would still need to go through such grueling training? Du-horo snapped. Seeing her anger, Yu quickly tried to praise her. Maybe it's true. But what if it's because you're a great teacher? I'm not exaggerating. From the very first time I saw your movements, I deeply felt the meaning behind them. I was truly amazed that someone could reach such a level, and I was so completely captivated by that depth that I lost all track of time. Hearing you say this, the face of Du-horo gradually turned red. Geez, this guy, we haven't known each other for long and he can already say such things so easily. She sighed inwardly and turned to leave. Back to Yu, he didn't forget to repay Du-horo for her help. After all, today's lesson was really helpful. From now on, just let me handle the mana potions for you. Du-horo said. That's nowhere near enough compared to what I just taught you. She continued in a complaining tone. What? Really? Then what should I do now? Yu asked in a panic. In response, Du-horo suddenly broke into a smile that Yu had never seen before. Haha, it's fine. I'll get back what I lost today with interest later on. Just you wait. Well, now it's time for class. So let's get going, Du-horo said cheerfully. Oh yeah, that's right. Yu replied naively and waited until Du-horo teleported away. Once he was alone, Yu muttered something only he could hear. I never knew she could make an expression like that. The scene changes to a hallway inside Union Academy. At this time, two people, Lai and Ruo, were casually walking down the hallway. However, a group of students from another class seemed to recognize Ruo's identity and immediately moved to block her path. Hey little lady, where are you from? The sudden question made Ruo's face freeze slightly. From behind, Lai saw this group trying to harass Ruo and immediately rushed forward, standing in front of the pink-haired girl. This action made the blue-haired guy raise an eyebrow and turn to look at him. What's this? He asked, annoyed. Lai replied in a cold voice. She's my classmate. What do you want? And for some reason, after hearing this, the blue-haired guy started to feel a surge of anger. Huh? What kind of low-class bug dares to interfere? Get lost, he yelled. At the same time, Yu and Du-horo had just teleported to this location. Phew, hope we're not late. Yu spoke up, attracting the attention of the whole group. We're just in time for the start, Du-horo added. Meanwhile, Yu noticed his friends up ahead and asked in surprise, Oh, what are you two doing? Not going to class? On the other side, the blue-haired guy clicked his tongue in annoyance when he saw that they knew each other while not forgetting to bark out a few familiar threats. "Shh, you better watch your back, you bastard." After saying that, the three lackeys turned and left. Yu, who had just arrived, didn't understand what was happening, while Ruo stammered, "Thank you. What's with those guys? What happened?" Yu asked in confusion as he watched their retreating backs. Time passes, and the scene shifts to inside a lecture hall. At this moment, a bald professor is explaining the history of the school. Therefore, the history of Union didn't begin when the chairman founded the academy, but rather when the tower appeared in the primordial space. Blah blah. In another corner, the same lackeys from before were pointing a camera at Ruo, whispering, "Ooh, nice. Perfect for the collection," the bald guy said in a despicable tone, while the red-haired guy in the middle also glanced at her, with a disdainful gaze. "What's the use of an insect like her climbing the tower?" Hearing this, the blue-haired guy smirked and said, "There's another job that's more suitable." "Suitable?" someone asked. "If you come to my house to be a maid, you'll be pampered every single day," he said with a suggestive tone. "What a psycho." "Haha, in that case, I'll be the first to bid." They all burst into laughter. They didn't even try to hide these words, causing Ruo to tremble on the verge of tears. Naturally, Yuan and Lai, who were sitting above, heard everything, and their faces darkened. Sigh, no matter the scale, people are the same everywhere. But seriously, what's wrong with that professor? It's this noisy, yet he seems completely unconcerned. Is he ignoring it, or can he not hear them? Yuan wondered to himself. Meanwhile, Lai could no longer just stand by and watch the situation, so he stood up and called out, "Professor." Hearing his name, the professor stopped his lecture, turned around and asked, "Ah, were you calling for me?" Realizing the situation, Lai decided to state his thoughts directly. "Sir, the other students are being too loud, and I can't concentrate on the lecture. Could you please do something to address this situation?" Hearing this, the blue-skinned professor mumbled for a moment before saying, "Ah, right. Did you all hear that? No talking during class. Please focus on my lecture." Now, where were we? The Renaissance of the Union. He hastily gave the order and immediately returned to his lecture, leaving both Lai and Yuan wide-eyed with astonishment. "That's it?" they thought to themselves. On the other side, the three unruly students saw that Lai's complaint had no effect and immediately started taunting him. "Look at that model student over there, acting all righteous because he's good-looking. Ah, right. Is he the reason I couldn't get her number earlier? Are you two a couple or something?" "No, we're not." "Then why is he getting all worked up? That girl has a pretty great figure, wouldn't you say?" "Haha, totally. Agreed. Haha." Their insulting remarks brought tears to Ruo's eyes. While Lai was so furious, he snapped the pen in his hand. However, before Lai could explode, Yuan patted his shoulder and reassured him. "Just calm down." Lai glanced at Yuan and asked, "Are you telling me to just take this, even after hearing what they said about our classmate?" Yuan remained calm and replied, "If not, what are you planning to do? Start a fight? A pointless act like that won't solve anything, and causing a scene in class will only make matters worse. Just calm down and watch this." Saying that, Yuan pulled out his phone and showed Lai a video recording of the Union History class, Class 01, which was on Unitube. Lai asked in surprise, "What are you getting at?" Yuan smiled slyly and said, "There are many ways to solve a problem. When dealing with clowns who only talk trash, the best method is to give them a taste of their own medicine." Hearing this, Lai seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Wait, Yoon, don't tell me." Without answering, Yoon immediately did something on his phone. "Haha, go ahead and keep laughing, you idiots. All the filthy words they're spewing during class are being broadcast live right now." At that moment, from a high-angle camera shot, the three unruly students were still casually making contemptuous comments. "What's the point of an insect like her climbing to the top of the tower? If you come to my house to be a maid, you'll be pampered every single day. What a psycho." This camera angle was provided by a small snake, holding a camera in its mouth from up high. Immediately after these words were broadcast, the online community immediately flooded the stream with criticism. "What the heck? Calling her an insect? Where are these guys? What class is that? They must be the freshmen from class 7. Are you guys crazy? Where's the professor? This year's freshmen are insane." The continuous stream of comments made you grin from ear to ear. Oh, the reaction is explosive. Very quickly, the unruly students realized they had become the center of attention online. Hey, what the hell is this? A damn live stream. Who's filming? Find the camera, quick," they yelled and frantically searched everywhere. Just then, the green-haired guy quickly spotted the small snake holding the camera from above. "Over there," he said to his two cronies standing beside him. However, before the group could grab the little snake, it quickly vanished right before their eyes, leaving all three of them fuming with rage. But there was one thing they didn't realize. Their undisciplined actions, buzzing around the classroom like flies, had reached the limit of the bald professor's patience. "Students, your attitude toward learning is truly disappointing. You were the ones making a scene just now, weren't you? State your names in class and get out now," the professor ordered coldly. The imposing aura emanating from him made even the red-haired guy shrink back. "That's not it, Professor. Someone posted a video of us online," he hastily explained. But the professor just replied coldly, "I don't care. and before the group could say another word, he kicked them out of the room. "I told you to get out," he roared. Then he turned to warn the remaining students. "I'm giving them an F for the entire school year. And for the rest of you sitting here, don't disturb others anymore, just focus on the lesson." Back to you, seeing the professor so annoyed, he silently praised him in his mind. Wow, even an adjunct professor isn't someone to be trifled with, huh? Still, just getting an F after badmouthing Ruo like that is still too lenient, Yu mumbled, and Lai nodded in agreement. That's right, but their student lives are pretty much over. As for Ruo, seeing the two of them stand up for her, the pink-haired girl gave a satisfied smile and said, "It's all right. This is enough. I'm fine now, thank you both for helping me." Looking at her cute face, Yu felt a little embarrassed and turned away. "No, I didn't do anything. In terms of strength, I'm no match for you guys. That was just my way of dealing with things that happened to work out. You don't need to thank me," he replied modestly. "Even so, since you're the class president, I feel more at ease, Yu," Lai said with a smile. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the combat arena. At this point, those three scumbags had sought out Lai for revenge. "Hey you, the pretty boy over there," they shouted. Lai turned his head and coldly asked, "What now? Is there a problem? What do you guys want this time?" The three of them looked like they wanted to eat him alive at any moment. The green-haired guy growled, "Explain what happened yesterday, you insect." The red-haired one also gritted his teeth. "Because of that damn live stream yesterday, my grades are ruined. My friends are also being targeted by the upperclassmen, and my classmates are avoiding me. Do you have any idea?" Ignoring these words, Yu turned to observe the professor who was casually sitting to the side, watching to see how he would react. And just as he predicted, the man was just watching with interest, showing no intention of intervening. Look at that. 3 students wielding sharp weapons are confronting their peer, but the professor has no intention of stopping them. It seems that both the professors and students here don't respect people from the secondary space, Yu thought to himself. I guess that makes sense. Who pays attention to the condition of chickens and pigs? Meanwhile, Ruo quickly hid behind him. Back to the confrontation, the two guys with the blue and red-haired guys gripped their weapons, growling threateningly. "What did you just say, you bastard?" "Hey, say that again," they shouted, their voices full of challenge as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Lai let out a low growl, and the sword in his hand suddenly emitted a ferocious aura, startling the entire group. Everyone was shocked. He was that strong, and this was the first time they had ever seen his power. The other 3 guys cowered in fear, their faces pale, realizing they had messed with the wrong person. While Lai was furious, unleashing his power and about to beat the crap out of them. Fortunately, Doc Hojo quickly stepped forward and gave Lai a painful flick on the forehead, stopping him from doing anything stupid. "You idiot! Doc Hojo, is that you?" Lai said while rubbing his forehead, his eyes tearing up from the pain. But before he could question her, Doc Hojo spoke first. "You're being too loud. Just because you're being is influenced by a sword, you're acting all high and mighty?" As she spoke, she flicked Lai's forehead again. It seemed Lai understood Doc Hojo's intention and immediately put the sword away. As soon as the sword vanished, Yu felt the strange energy dissipate as well, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the blue-skinned professor leaning on a cane looked annoyed. Tsk, a lowly creature. From a secondary dimension, how arrogant. Tsk, he muttered before turning and walking away. His pathetic, posturing behavior left Yuan and Ruo speechless. That was a close call, wasn't it? Yuan glanced at her pink-haired friend. Meanwhile, Doc Hojo was still lecturing Lai. "You just got your hands on a useful item and you're already shouting up a storm. Is that your true nature? Or what?" As expected, Lai is the biggest ticking time bomb, Yu thought to himself. When the group sat down to eat, Yu didn't start right away but played with the food in front of him, before turning to Lai and saying, "You know, I've been thinking a lot, and at this rate, we probably won't be treated decently at this academy." "What are you talking about?" Lai asked, startled. Yuan's eyes widened in frustration. "Huh? What about me? Didn't I try to get along with the professor? I even signed up for an official sparring match because I was provoked. How are you and I the same?" Hearing this, Lai's voice grew weak. Yeah, about that. After seeing your reaction last time, I wanted to improve the situation a bit." Yeah, and you ended up creating an even bigger problem," Yu cut in. "I don't get you, letting the main culprits off the hook, and then trying to challenge the professor." I'm sorry," Lai said, his eyes welling up with tears. In truth, Yu was more concerned about Lai's attitude when using the sword. Normally, Lai wouldn't act so rashly. It was as if someone had flipped a switch in him. It was definitely because of that sword. To ensure there were no more troubles, Yu frowned, and asked Lai, "Be honest with me. You could control that power from earlier, right?" Lai slammed the table and asserted, "Of course. If I couldn't, how would I have passed the entrance exam? I was just angry about the professor's lies earlier." "Oh, so it was because of the lies? Well, lying is a terrible thing, isn't it?" Yu smirked, his voice filled with doubt, causing Lai to tremble involuntarily. "Trust me, I promise what happened today will never happen again," Lai declared, patting his chest. Doc Hojo didn't miss the chance to chime in. It's a good thing it didn't cause any major trouble. The sight of you being controlled by a divine sword, this was quite a spectacle. You should be scolded more often. That's enough, Yuan advised, seeing that Lai had lost all his spirit. He was slumped over the table in despair. Doc Hojo turned to Yuan and said, "By the way, Yuan, I'm starting to understand the professor's advice from a few days ago. If things keep going like this, our school life will only get more chaotic. If you have any thoughts about our future, speak up now. I want to hear your opinion as the class president." Hearing Dohuro ask the question, our protagonist couldn't help but be surprised. My opinion? After these past few days of school, I've realized what the real problem is. It's the notion that some people are born strong or that their background determines their nobility, the excessive contempt for those from lower realms, and the archaic system that takes it all for granted. What can outsiders like us do in a place where such things are considered the norm? Thinking this, Yuan felt his mind become muddled and turned to ask everyone, "Hey, what do we need to do to gain the public's sympathy? In other words, to achieve that sympathy, what do we need to do?" Hearing this, the group, though a bit confused, still offered their answers. "Communication," Lai said. "Probably strength," Dohuro replied. Yuan quickly cut in after hearing them. No, it's something you all already have, and that's your looks." He said this while carefully observing the beautiful group, after which Yuan briefly laid out his plan. "So you're planning to create a channel to broadcast our daily lives?" one of them asked in astonishment, and our protagonist nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, on Earth where I'm from, that's a common way to win people over. We'll build an image and broadcast it to the public. When that image becomes ingrained in people's minds, it naturally creates a sense of closeness, right? That can develop into respect and even admiration," Yuan said as he adjusted the camera angle and backdrop and turned to Lai. He seemed to understand the plan but still had a question. "But Yuan, if this is to gain respect and admiration, why do we have to have a mock fight?" "It's not a mock fight, it's a real one," Yuan reminded him seriously. Right then, Dohuro charged in with a barrage of attacks. Lai wasn't taking it too seriously yet, thinking, but to be told to fight seriously out of nowhere. He muttered to himself, throwing a right hook at the same time. However, the punch was instantly dodged by Dohuro, who dodged it. "Yuan, you don't have to worry, because in a fight, all it takes is getting hit a few times to start taking it seriously," Dohuro said while grabbing Lai's collar and executing a shoulder throw. The impact was so powerful it created a small crater in the floor, leaving Lai's head spinning. Dohuro taunted, "Oh my, is that all you've got? I knew it. Last time you were just being controlled by that artifact anyway. What's the point of pulling out that sword? Even if you did, you're probably not skilled enough to fight me," Dohuro said scornfully, causing Lai to grit his teeth in anger. Unable to stand the humiliation, Lai yelled and rushed into another brawl with Dohuro. Seeing the two of them fighting so fiercely, Yuan praised them excitedly. "That's it, Lai, you're doing great." He said this while looking for the best angle to film from. Seeing how excited Yuan was, Ruo asked with some concern, "Hey Yuan, will this really make our school life here easier? I still don't really get it." Yuan chuckled, not quite sure how to explain it. "Well, things won't change overnight, but I guarantee it'll have an effect." He continued, giving an example. "Just think, if the guys who always mess with us knew how incredible you guys are, they wouldn't dare to bother us again. Makes sense, right?" Ruo nodded in understanding. "See? Look at them. They're treating the floor like it's made of tofu," our protagonist said with a laugh, looking at the shattered floor beneath their fists. "Anyway, we won't know the outcome until we post it, so don't worry too much, Ruo. Because a beauty like yours is too elegant for such worries. Don't you know that beautiful people become even more beautiful when they smile? That one's for you. Ruo, you have a face that would be loved anywhere. It's a shame to keep frowning like that, isn't it? So, just put your worries aside and enjoy this moment." You advised, and as if mesmerized, Ruo immediately broke into a smile. Ruo's mind gradually calmed down, and for some reason, a smile suddenly appeared on her lips. It was magical. Every time she heard you speak, she believed that everything would turn out just like that. Back to the battle. Although Lai tried his best, he was basically getting beaten to a pulp by Dako's zone. "Where do you think you're going? I'm just getting warmed up," the swordswoman said while cracking her knuckles. In the meantime, a tearful Lai turned to Yuan for help. "Oh my god, Yuan, save me. She's not even human anymore." She believed that everything would turn out just like that. Back to the battle. Although Lai tried his best, "I can't eat this. It tastes like soap," Ruo said tearfully. But for the greater good of building the YouTube channel, Yu winked and advised her, "It's okay, Ruo. You'll get used to it after eating it." "But why do we have to film this?" Ruo whined. Time went on, and at the class president's suggestion, the 11th grade students began uploading videos recording their daily lives to the channel, The Whole Group's Rebellion, and just as Yu had predicted, they received an explosive reaction, especially the video of the battle between Lai and Dako Zone. Just looking at the level of destruction they caused was enough to leave everyone stunned. Wow, for real? Aren't they from a subspace? They're new students. Before they could watch more, a video of the group of 4 playing some kind of game appeared. "What's that?" someone wondered. "It's called the boss game. a traditional game of a master negotiator. You move pieces on a board according to the game's rules, using square stones and paper. What? This is a game? That subspace is really something else. See, the rules are so simple, so why can't he understand them? Haha. Someone laughed, seeing Lai lose so quickly. The next scene showed Professor Yumina, and as soon as she appeared, the simp army flooded the comments. Wow, Professor Yumina is always like an angel. The next scene was Ruo crying over her bowl of vegetable noodles. The viewers started teasing her. Haha, so cute. Adorable. Ruo, are you from heaven? On to the next video. Is the next video a live stream? Really? Awesome. Wait, the broadcast date is tomorrow? That's right, early tomorrow morning. Hold on, isn't tomorrow the tower climbing day? Someone exclaimed. As they looked, they saw this was a previously scheduled broadcast. Back with Yu's group, at this moment, even he didn't expect the video he posted to receive such an enthusiastic response. No, I can't believe it. Why are there so many people? Ruo wondered. As for Yu, he didn't care much. He only focused on the results. Our channel gained 100 subscribers in just one day. We're so popular, Yu happily announced. Meanwhile, Lai looked annoyed, unable to hide his frustration. Why is the video of me getting beaten up the most popular one? Lai lamented. At the same time, the beautiful and refined Professor Yumina noticed the group's excitement, so she approached and praised them. This is wonderful. Union is a place full of wonders. Here, where everything seems to have become normalized, no student has ever thought of creating content. But you all have cleverly created your own channel, weaving your way into that world. Haha. Creating entertainment content and connecting with people. I never would have thought of that either. Hearing her say that, Yu immediately flew over to brag. Our first combat video is very famous. Hey, take it down, Lai said tearfully. Just drop it. The professor clapped once and continued. All right now, today we will enter the tower. You all know this already, right? Are you ready? Hearing this, the whole group nodded, confidently. Meanwhile, the main character turned to observe the group and was suddenly startled. Wait a minute, I just noticed. Am I the only one wearing a uniform? Why is everyone dressed up like this? In response to his question, the whole group turned to look at Yuan with strange looks. Since we'll have to fight constantly in the tower, we just chose comfortable clothes that are easy to move in. That's right. If I have to fight, this outfit makes me feel the safest. Ruo nodded in agreement. I see, Yuan whispered. Is the outfit you're wearing okay? Lai asked back. Hearing this, Yuan pondered thoughtfully. I get it, because I lived in a peaceful place. I don't have clothes specifically for combat, but I chose this life. If I have to participate in a life or death battle, thinking this, he adjusted his tie and said confidently, this is enough for me. Turning back to the professor, seeing the group was ready, she nodded. Hey, so you're all ready, let's go. After speaking, she snapped her fingers, creating a magic circle beneath the group's feet. A flash of light appeared, and they were teleported in front of the Tower of Babel. Here, countless other students were waiting to go inside. Seeing them appear, the crowd quickly recognized who they were. Huh? Aren't those people? From the rebels? Seriously, they came too? A brown-haired guy exclaimed. Meanwhile, Ruo looked around blankly, like a lost child. Wait, this is the entrance to the tower. The tower opens at dawn, but you have to line up. According to class rank, we're in the 52nd group, Yuan explained. This made Ruo turn a bit pale. Are we the first-year class to enter? Ah, well, you can just think of it as your skill level being high, she said with a shrug. While they were waiting, Lai noticed the three goons who used to mess with him standing nearby. Oh, it's those guys? I feel like the way they're looking at us is different from before, right? The swordsman wondered, seeing the group look away shyly, not daring to look straight at them. Faced with this reaction, Yuan felt extremely satisfied. Well, they did subscribe to our channel, after all. Over here, the swordswoman Ho-Jan spoke up, but there are still some murderous glares. She said this while looking towards Hector, who was staring daggers at Yuan. Hey, friend Yuan, she reminded him, but not much needed to be said. Yuan already understood. I know, let's go. After speaking, he led the group forward. Inside. As he walked, he thought, today is the tower climb, and next Tuesday will be the battle with Hector. There are only 4 days left. In that time, he will reach a level that Hector can't possibly touch. Before the group officially began the tower climb, Professor Illumina gave some final instructions. Well, lastly, for safety's sake, I hope you all will finish the expedition early and, in return, before the weekend. But it's best to let those directly participating decide, right? How long do you think this expedition will take? Hearing the question, Yuan turned to the others and said, we're all on the same page anyway. So let me be the one to speak? Yeah, okay, got it. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Yuan turned to Illumina, his voice full of determination. We will return as promised, in 3 days and 2 nights. As he spoke, he took out a mini robot to prepare for the live broadcast. Seeing that the group had a plan, and in place, Illumina could only wish them luck. Well then, please be careful. After saying goodbye to their professor, the group of 4 and the The robot stepped into the gate. Yuan thought to himself, "Ancestors, please watch over me." Flashing back in time to when Yuan's group asked Illumina about filming in that crummy tower. "You're talking about recording inside the tower, right?" Illumina asked for confirmation, and Yuan nodded. "That's right, I'll record what's happening inside, and this robot will handle the filming." He pointed to a teardrop-shaped robot, flying around him, an automated creation by Yan, just like Evie and Lilith before. Illumina mentioned that filming teams used to go in to study strategies, so she reminded him, "Do you think this is meaningful? The tower's structure changes every second, you know." Yuan was confused. Really, it seemed he had no idea about this. The knight, Lai, who was checking information on a screen, nodded in confirmation. "That's right, Yuan. If you'd read the guide, it says the tower's structure is constantly changing, and outside machinery breaks down very quickly." Yuan was surprised. "What does that mean?" Illumina explained in detail. "Each floor of the tower is a room, and when you defeat a monster or overcome a trap, the space shifts to the next room. This phenomenon is called a shift. The more you experience it, the deeper you'll advance into the tower." Yuan asked curiously. "So the rooms are always moving when they shift, huh?" Illumina nodded. "Exactly. Once you've passed through, you can't return to the previous room." Lai asked worriedly, "Do the monsters and traps change, too?" Illumina replied, "Of course, with each shift, the monsters get stronger and the traps become more dangerous." Dako John, after sipping his tea, posed a serious question. "What if someone dies while climbing the tower?" Yuan and Lai were startled, realizing things weren't as simple as they thought. "That's right. What if we die in battle? We almost forgot that important detail." They both worried. Illumina carefully answered, "That is the key question. Contrary to your worries, in most areas of the tower, challengers do not die, even if they are killed." Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, what a relief. The two of them both breathed a sigh of relief knowing they wouldn't lose their lives in the tower. Turning back to Illumina, she continued to explain. "To be precise, if you die, you will be sent back to the tower's entrance." "Huh? Does that mean we have to start over from the first floor?" Yuan asked in amazement. "Not at all. Your student identification devices will record your shift history, so when you return, you can continue from the point where you were eliminated. Therefore, the student identification device is extremely important when climbing the tower. Absolutely do not forget it. Remember that well." As she spoke, she pointed to a necklace in her hand, which displayed the words teleportation. None. No return. Back to the two young men. After hearing their teacher's explanation, they felt like they were in a game. "Haha, this is just like an RPG with a mid-game save function. If I can revive after dying, I can challenge it as many times as I want," Lai said confidently. Meanwhile, only Dako John was paying close attention to the teacher's words. "Wait a minute. You just said that in most times areas of the tower, challengers don't die, right? Does that mean there are still areas or situations that are life-threatening? The tower doesn't guarantee absolute safety?" Hearing this question, the whole group turned to look at Illumina, awaiting her answer. "Is that true?" "Ah, you're very perceptive, Dako John." "Yes, that's right. I will now explain some special situations where even you could perish." The teacher's voice turned serious. But the rest of the story was hidden by the author. Scene change. Back to the group. They are now enthusiastically fighting a swarm of toxic green slimes inside the tower. These monsters are called glitz, famous for their ability to tear apart equipment and steal the weapons of adventurers. However, to Yuan's group, they were nothing more than a pile of mud. With just one swing of his sword, Lai easily took down 3 slimes, while Dako John flicked her fingers, shooting out magic bullets that blew their bodies apart in midair. While the two were fiercely fighting, Yoon was experimenting with a wall-mounted lamp, but it seemed to be unsuccessful. As I thought, it's not working. I can clearly sense the concept of fire, but I can't seem to separate it. I was able to do it in other dungeons, but why can't I do it in the tower? Figuring out the reason will help unlock my abilities." As Yoon frowned in thought, Dako John noticed him pondering over the lamp and called out to him. "Hey Yoon." "Sorry, I was a bit distracted," Yoon said, startled. "You said you needed time to think, so have you figured anything out?" she continued. Yoon shook his head. "I was trying to see if I could separate fire, but it seems I can't. Is that so? That's a shame. If you could, we could have taken advantage of the tower's terrain," Dako John said with regret. "Hey now, could you not jump to such scary conclusions about my abilities?" Yoon replied awkwardly. While the two were talking, a green slime slowly approached. As it crept near Dako John's heel, it suddenly lunged, spreading out in midair as if to swallow her whole. But before it could even touch her, a supersonic chain shot out, blasting the critter's body into a jelly-like liquid. This attack, of course, came from Yoon. Seeing him use such a strange and unique weapon, Dako John exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, so that's what that automatic item looks like in combat?" "Yeah, that's right," Yoon nodded, then waved his hand to direct Y to attack. Thanks to its independent soul, Yoon didn't need to give many commands. We automatically flew around and eliminated all the critters at a dizzying speed. Even Dako-John had to admit, not bad, that's pretty fast. Yoon replied with a strained smile. Actually, I have something stronger, but it's a bit noisy. Hearing this, Dako-John glanced towards Wuzhou and asked, can it compare to people like her? At that moment, under their watchful eyes, Wuzhou became incredibly ferocious as her hand transformed into a beastly form. With just one swipe, she created a large hole in the floor, sending dust and debris flying. It's ridiculous. The basic rule of combat is to hide and stay out of the enemy's sight, yet she's fighting and screaming in a place like this. Dako-John shook her head in exasperation at Wuzhou's style. Meanwhile, Yoon was also a bit stunned. Haha, Wuzhou's fighting style is based entirely on instinct, isn't it? Gah! Lion Wuzhou yelled, causing Dako-John, standing behind them, to grind her teeth. So noisy. Does she have to scream every time she swings her sword? She muttered in complaint. Time passed quickly, and the group finished clearing the hallway. It seems this room only has critters. Monsters of this level are nothing to us, right? Lai said calmly. But just then, isn't it? Gah! Lion Wuzhou yelled, causing Dako-John, standing behind them, to grind her teeth. So noisy. Yet she's fighting and screaming in a place like this. Dako-John shook her head in exasperation at Wuzhou's style. It seems this room only has critters. Monsters of this level are nothing to us, right? Lai said calmly. But just then, Yoon began using his myriad poison eye to observe and quickly detected a strange energy emanating from the stone tablet up ahead. Hey Wuzhou, smash that stone tablet. Following his command, Wuzhou let out a loud roar and charged forward, punching the tablet hard, causing the monster to be destroyed before it could even fully form. The punch was so powerful it made the entire hallway shake. Oh my, we destroyed the A high-level monster before it even appeared? And it dropped an enhanced magic core this easily? Lai said in a daze, having been preparing for a major battle, and didn't notice Yuchu quickly retrieving the magic core that had just dropped. But as soon as she touched the core, her pink hair turned a fiery red, and at the same time, Yu noticed something appear above her head. The words, Furnace Core. Hey Yuchu, your hair is getting darker, Yu pointed out, while also noting the words above her head. Does Furnace Core mean a furnace in the heart? It's a concept of burning emotions as fuel for power, just like a berserker. I see. Will her hair color change completely? Now that I think about it, things are becoming clearer, Yu thought to himself. As if sensing his confusion, Yuchu anxiously tugged on Yu's sleeve and asked, hey, did I look scary just now? Yu replied with a fake smile and said, not at all. You were actually very reliable. But what if it gets worse? Yuchu stammered. Dako-Jun cut her off. I already said it's fine. What are you still worried about? If you're afraid of losing control, don't worry. I'll just kill you to prevent any damage, she said in a firm tone, making Yuchu's eyes well up with tears. The other two panicked and yelled, don't, Dako-Jun. If just one person dies, we'll have to start exploring all over again from the first room. The main character quickly raised his hand to stop her, but Dako-Jun calmly stated her point of view. If things continue like this, perhaps only the three of us will be able to ascend. At this point, she paused, shook her head, and continued in a more decisive tone. No, I think it would be better if only the two of us ascend. Hearing this, Lai suddenly felt left out, with tears streaming down his face. Hey, wait a minute. What about me? He shouted in frustration, feeling like he was being excluded. Yu wondered to himself, why is he getting so angry all of a sudden? Then he turned to look at Yuchu, who was still worried about her condition. Yu gently touched her shoulder to comfort her. Listen, I'll think this through carefully. I understand why you're worried, and as the team captain, I will find a solution. Yu's warm smile made Yuchu's face light up. She grabbed his hand and said, Thank you, Yu. Faced with her reaction, Yu blushed, scratched his head, and said, It's nothing. That's what a captain is for. However, Lai and Dako-Jun felt left out and looked at Yu with annoyed expressions. So you're just like other guys. The moment you see a pretty face, your eyes light up, Dako-Jun said contemptuously. Yu quickly retorted, That's a misunderstanding. I'm perfectly normal in front of you. Lai chimed in with a reminder, Hey, aren't you all letting your guard down a bit too much? After clearing the floor, they used a teleportation spell to descend to the next floor. Lai calmly announced, Teleportation complete. We're in the second room. He crouched down, picked up a few weeds from the ground, and added, Other than moss and weeds, I don't see how this room is any different from the last one. Meanwhile, Yu was still focused on the magic core they had collected on the first floor, the one from the high-level monster that Yuchu had given him. As he thought about it, the core's stats appeared before his eyes. Life 8, Demonic 11, Melting 12, Acid 5, Resistance 1. Looking at these numbers, Yu was disappointed. What is this? This dungeon is a real waste of time. The number of concepts gathered in one room is only on par with a single goblin cave. Acid and melting are decomposition attributes for breaking down materials, probably because we defeated a chlorite. I'll absorb the melting concept into my sword, and as for the acid, of course that's for you. He tossed the acid orb to his little snake, EV, but the orb seemed too big for it. It stared wide-eyed, unable to swallow it. Dako-Jun looked on curiously. She snuck over and asked, This kid is getting strong awfully fast, huh? Her sudden voice startled Yuan. Hey, don't you just sneak up on me and speak like that? Dako-John complained. If you trained your senses a bit, you wouldn't get startled so easily. While the two were arguing, Lai reminded them, you guys are unbelievable, the monster's in the second room are about to appear. Can you be a little more serious? Just then, a series of magic circles appeared in front of them as if preparing to summon monsters. Before Lai could finish her sentence, Dako-John fired a magic bullet, dissipating the black smoke in front of them. So much for being serious. This second room doesn't seem any different than the first one, huh? A lion doesn't get bitten to death by ants, no matter how careless, right? She shrugged, appearing unconcerned. At that moment, on the second floor, a black smoke entity in human form appeared. It was an evil spirit, a wicked creature that preys on the mana within humans. Lai immediately objected to the idea of facing them head-on. If we're this careless, we'll be in big trouble soon. I suggest we let Ban Yuan handle the combat duty in the second room. What do you all think? A girl spoke up with the suggestion, startling Lai. However, everyone knew how weak Yu was, so they immediately refused. What are you talking about? That's too dangerous. Dako-John, still smiling brightly, chimed in. I think that's a pretty good idea. Next week we have to face a fierce match. He needs to improve his abilities quickly, right? As she spoke, she glanced at Yu as if teasing him. At these words, Yu could only laugh wryly. Ha. Ha. You're really something. Alright, let me try handling this myself. With that, he started warming up by rotating his arms, looking quite excited for the upcoming battle. Lai couldn't help but worry, advising, Yuan, it's dangerous. But Yuan didn't listen. He was determined to improve himself. It's okay, just as Dako-John said, I need to get stronger quickly. It'd be a waste for you guys to expend your energy here. You two will help me improve the fastest, right? Yeah, if you says so, then I'll trust you. Vucho nodded in agreement. Alright, but if anything dangerous happens, I'm jumping in immediately, Lai added. Thanks a lot. Yu smiled and then turned to Dako-John. Listen, you just save your stamina. I trust that later you'll help me with all you've got, right? Dako-John flashed a confident smile. I can at least promise you won't die from overexertion right now. Hearing her guarantee, Yuan felt more at ease. Alright then, let's do this. He shouted and immediately, Yu transformed, summoning an AK-47 and unleashing a rain of bullets on the horde of monsters. They were annihilated before they could even take a step. Lai and Vucho witnessed this scene and almost fainted from shock. What is that? Is that a unique weapon from Yu's world? The speed of extermination is incredible. If only our soldiers were equipped with this, Lai wished to herself. Dako-John also silently observed and assessed. Is that Qigong? No, it shoots iron bullets. It could deal with a second-rate assassin, perhaps even reaching the first-rate threshold. Very useful in the martial world, however, an attack method that only follows a straight line at a long range is fine, but in a confined space like this, it's easy for things to go wrong. For example, if an enemy attacks his blind spot, the moment she finished her thought, an evil spirit hiding in a corner lunged at Yuan from behind. Lai and Vucho screamed in panic. Yuan. But Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He pulled a longsword from his inventory and with a single slash, cut it in half. The evil spirit in two before it could get a sneak attack in. Ha, you scared me. Yu sighed in relief, as did Lai and Vucho. Phew. What was that? Yu, what's with that sword? Lai asked. Yu replied, this is my longsword with the stats, Magic Sword 12, Slayer 19, Blood Toxin 9, and Melt 12. You didn't know I was this good with a sword? Hearing that, the other two immediately showered him with praise. While the group was standing around chatting, a horde of evil spirits suddenly swarmed them from behind like a flood, seizing the opportunity to attack. Back to Yu, upon hearing everyone's praise, he didn't act arrogant but simply replied humbly, it's nothing really. Compared to Lai and Dako-John, I'm still a long way off. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his sword, preparing to deal with the remaining ones. Dako-John observed Yu's attitude, merely nodding, satisfied with the seamless combination of sword and gun. Our protagonist wasn't the least bit worried about the risk of being ambushed by the evil spirits. Before long, the second floor was almost completely cleared, with only a single, lonely evil spirit standing silently, looking somewhat ashamed. Yu calmly remarked, I don't see any more evil spirits. This must be the last one. After we finish it off, we'll keep moving. Let's rest for a bit now. After saying that, he ordered his little snake to turn into chains, tightly binding the evil spirit to prevent it from escaping. The other members of the group also took this time to rest. Dako-John then bent down to examine the bodily remains of the evil spirits. She commented, the blade melted and decomposed them. He used the ability he obtained from the previous room. Based on what happened and his swordsmanship just now, it was clear he had never been on a battlefield. So how did he improve so quickly? She wondered to herself. Meanwhile, Lai and Vucho wouldn't stop praising Yu. To think of a way to coordinate teleportation like this, Yu is truly brilliant. Only experienced students could come up with a method like this. Haha, really? Yu scratched his head shyly, praised for such a small thing. Dako-John also didn't hesitate to admit, good job, That final slash was excellent. Huh, really? Well, thanks, Yu replied cheerfully. However, she shook her head and remarked, aside from you being too focused on the speed of execution, it was still much better than an idiot who just swings his sword wildly. As she spoke, she stroked her chin, mocking Lai, which made the knight angry. What? Why am I the idiot? I was fighting my hardest just now too. Doko-John feigned innocence. Did I say anyone was an idiot now? How did you know? Slashing into the darkness while screaming. If that's not an idiot, then what is? She retorted, while Lai still argued back stubbornly. That's how I was taught to use a sword, whether it's in the dark or not. Turning back to Yu, he didn't pay any mind to their argument, and casually took a can of soda from his inventory, laughing, haha, you guys are really one of a kind indeed. Even though it's a break, you're not tired at all? His voice trailed off as he realized the other three were staring wide-eyed at him with a strange look. Doko-John's face darkened as she demanded, Hey you, what are you hogging for yourself? Vucho also looked at him with a craving expression. I heard a fizz sound just now, and then a sweet scent wafted over. Yu quickly pointed to the can in his hand and explained. This? They sell this outside, Lai said in a cold voice. That's because you get to go outside, but we don't, Yu. Calm down. I'm sorry for drinking it alone. I wanted to share it with you, but I don't have much. Besides, this is only effective when you're exhausted. It's useless for you to drink it now. With that, he quickly tossed the can into his inventory. In reality, Yu was just bluffing, but Doc Ho-John's group believed him completely. What if you get exhausted? I'll take on the third room, the swordswoman said as she started warming up, and seeing this, Yu immediately wondered, didn't you say I should handle it myself to improve? Why the sudden change of heart? Hearing this, Doc Ho-John's cheeks puffed up, and she ignored him. I've never tried that drink before. I can't just let you drink it all by yourself. Hey, that drink was originally Yu's. Lai reminded Doc Ho-John with a sideways glance. Putting that aside, after they finished resting, Yu finished off the unfortunate evil spirit to prevent it from being mentally tortured by the group any further. As soon as it perished, beneath the group's feet appeared a teleportation circle, taking them to the next floor. The teleportation is starting, Lai announced. While waiting, Yu took the opportunity to check his grinding results from the previous floor. This was his current status window. Vitality, 129. Physique, 72.8. Soul, 350. Mana, 101. Martial arts, 60. 2. Swordsmanship, 36. Dongshuyen, 26. Leadership, 7. Piloting, 15. Resistance, 2. All poison eyes, 115. All hearing ears, 105. All speaking divine lips, 107. Compared to when I first joined the academy, my stats have increased significantly. Amazing indeed. This level is already at the academy's average, and I've only swung my sword a few times. Even my swordsmanship and the piercing skill I recently learned have improved. With this kind of efficiency, I should focus on developing my swordsmanship. The match coming up on Tuesday seems like it will depend on how much I can develop my martial arts skills. My physique and erectors are separated by more than 200 strength points. Honestly, it's very difficult to catch up to him in just 1 week, no matter how hard I try, but when I learned martial arts from Doc Ho-John, I understood that acquiring skills is important, but nurturing and developing them is just as crucial. As for developing my martial arts, if Doc Ho-John could teach me more, Yu looked towards the swordswoman with an expectant look, but immediately chided himself. What am I thinking? No matter how strong Doc Ho-John is, depending on her is not good at all, it would make our relationship unbalanced. Think carefully, I still have time. He rubbed his forehead. At that moment, the teleportation magic activated, sending them to the 3rd floor. While Yu was lost in thought, a terrified scream from Lai caught his attention. Hey Yu, what are you doing? Snap out of it. Hearing the scream, Yu was startled and realized that all 3 of them were in freefall. Looking at the distance between himself and the ground, his face turned pale. What is this? Why am I freefalling? Oh my god, did the ground just disappear? Yu thought in a daze, while Vucho screamed her lungs out, using her hands to cover her skirt. Yu looked down and spotted a spike trap waiting to impale them. Without hesitation, he commanded his little snake, and it transformed into a chain, wrapping tightly around Vucho, saving her from death in the nick of time. Up above, Yu held onto the chain with one hand, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. Thank you, Yu. Vucho quickly said, as Yu observed his surroundings, thinking, what the heck? What kind of teleportation is this? Why is this room so big? And there's even a trap right at the landing spot. Could this place be? An image of a certain place came to Yu's mind. Before Yu could speak, the voice of the swordswoman rang out. Hey Yu, get moving! Hearing the warning, Yu quickly turned his head towards the source of the sound, and what astonished him was that Vucho was standing firmly on the ceiling, as if she were standing on the ground. How did you get up there? Yu exclaimed in amazement. However, Vucho didn't explain and just warned him. If you just stand there, you're going to die. What? He still didn't understand what she meant. Just then, small windows on both walls suddenly flew open, and countless spears and lances shot out, straight towards him, putting him in a dangerous situation. Damn it, I can't just leave Vicky Cho behind. Thinking this, Yuan used all his strength to swing his right arm, pulling the chain and Vicky Cho's entire body into the air, while simultaneously summoning his flying motor cycle, Lilith, to avoid falling. With his quick reflexes, Yuan successfully got them both out of danger. Afterwards, he quickly retracted the chain and caught Vicky Cho in a princess carry. Gotcha. Are you okay? Sorry for being a bit rough, but it was really dangerous back there. I had no other choice. Hearing that, Vicky Cho's face flushed red as she stammered, I'm okay. Then hold on tight, Vicky Cho. It seemed there were still many dangers within this space, Yuan said as he glanced around and immediately spotted another volley of spears about to shoot out from the pillars in another corner. Night Lai was also facing countless flying axes. However, these simple attacks couldn't trouble him. With just a few sword swings, Lai easily shattered all the axe blades, while 2 pairs of wings sprouting from his back allowed him to hover in the air. Still, Lai wondered, what's going on? Professor Illumina said traps only appear from the 20th floor onwards, but we're only on the 3rd floor. Isn't this difficulty level a bit strange? And Yuan, what is that thing you brought out now? Lai said as he looked towards Yuan, who was steering the flying bike to dodge the spears. Back with Yuan, he gritted his teeth and thought, this is insane. Traps are constantly being triggered from all sides. This structure. What in the world is it? Meanwhile, Vicky Cho seemed to be enjoying the thrill ride. Perhaps feeling a bit too comfortable. She recalled Yuan's words. Hold on tight, Vicky Cho. With that thought, she happily wrapped her arms around Yuan's waist and pressed her ample assets against his back, making Yuan's face turn beet red. Whoa, what are you suddenly doing? My back is getting hot, he thought to himself. Just then, an arrow flew and struck the bike's tail, causing Lilith to cry out in pain and swerve in shape. That was close, Yuan shouted, just before a golden blade swept past and shattered the pursuing spears. Lai appeared and asked, you were flying just fine. Why did you suddenly swerve like that, Yuan? Yuan braked hard and asked Lai in amazement. Huh, Lai. What's with those wings? Before I answer that, I have a question of my own. What is that thing you're riding? Is this also something from your world? Lai asked curiously. This is a flying motorcycle. You've never seen one before? Yuan replied, a bit surprised. A flying motorcycle? What's that? Lai looked dumbfounded, his eyes filled with confusion. Seeing Lai's reaction, Yuan immediately understood that he had no idea what this was. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Yuan glanced around and asked, oh, by the way, where's Hojan? Hearing the question, Lai, who was startled, realizing he had forgotten about the swordswoman. Yeah, now that you mention it, I haven't seen her at all. Do you think she got caught in a trap? Lai asked worriedly. Yuan immediately shook his head in denial. No way, she wouldn't get caught that easily. She must be somewhere observing the situation. As the two continued to move, Lai asked again, so what should we do now? How do we disable all these traps? Yuan thought for a moment, then replied, according to the guidebook, the way to survive is to and hold out for a certain amount of time. I'm not sure exactly how long or how the mechanism works, but for now, you head over to that side, Lai. I'll try to analyze them. Lai nodded and quickly flew in the direction Yuan pointed. Meanwhile, Yuan focused on observing the windows that were shooting out javelins, trying to analyze the trap's activation patterns. They all are targeting Lai. It seems they prioritize attacking moving targets. I shouldn't have been so hasty. I was so foolish. Yuan blamed himself. Just then, Vucho called out, Yuan, over there. Yuan turned around and pulled out the arrow stuck in the back of his vehicle. Tisk, this could have hurt Lilith. I need to tell everyone to stop moving around erratically. But if we stop, how will we get through this room? While he was racking his brain for a way to escape the room without triggering the traps, Yuan suddenly saw the arrow in his hand dissolve into a stream of light. Wait, what's happening? Did I just absorb something? It seems I was able to read a concept. Why is this happening all of a sudden? I couldn't read anything in the previous room, so why can I do it now? There has to be a reason. Yuan frowned in thought but quickly shook his head in denial. No, maybe it's just a coincidence. I have to test it to find out. He then touched a nearby sword, and sure enough, it also dissolved in his hand. Unbelievable. Yuan stared in amazement at the two characters floating above his palm and wondered, the concept I obtained is behead, not sword? Last time, the concept was also different from what it appeared to be on the outside. Before he could figure out the reason, Vucho cried out in alarm. Hey, Yuan over there! Yuan quickly turned and saw Lai being swept away by a wave of water. Lai, you idiot, Yuan yelled. Right now, Lai was using all his strength to keep from being swept away. Damn it, I let my guard down. I thought only the weapons were dangerous. I never expected water to gush out of a trap. There's definitely something in this water. I'm going numb and my vision is starting to blur. At this rate, I won't be able to handle the next trap at all. Seeing the multitude of spears flying towards him, Lai panicked, unable to block them all. I'm screwed. In the distance, seeming to notice his knight friend's predicament, Yuan quickly revved his motorcycle and sped off to the rescue. Watching the back of the main character leaving, Vucho remembered what he had just said. Sorry, Vucho, I'm about to take a gamble, so I can't get you involved. Just wait here for a moment, she whispered. Go get him, Yuan. Back with Yuan. He reached out his hand while driving to touch the water gushing from the trap. Right after, he received new concepts. From this concept, you have obtained more than 10 points for acid and wave. Just as expected, like before, even though I touched water, the concept I obtained wasn't water but wave. Now I understand the reason the concept I absorbed earlier was behead and not sword. Elsewhere, unlike the others struggling to dodge the traps, the swordswoman Dako-Jan moved freely across the pillars without any difficulty at all. However, her eyes fixated on Yuan as he sped toward Lai, looking like he was up to something. Yuan, what are you planning to do? She asked, frowning. Back with Yuan, he reviewed what he had learned while riding. The state of the matter upon its appearance determines the concept I can obtain. Earlier, those hidden weapons were aimed at the neck, so the concept was behead, not sword. With this thought, seemingly having figured out how to handle the traps, Yuan yelled to Lai, "Let me handle this." With that, he hit the gas, deliberately charging to meet the weapons head-on. As he accelerated, he prayed silently, "May the depths of the myriad venomi expand, allowing me to see through their essence, or even more, to read the intent of these hidden weapons from the traps." Activating the myriad venomi, Yuan could see the concepts of all the weapons below him. Night Lai didn't understand his intentions, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What? He's charging straight into the traps? Ignoring Lai, Yuan already had a plan. I figured I don't need to absorb them all. Just mixing and destroying their form is enough, in the palm of his hand. A sphere of concept gathered, attracting all surrounding concepts, causing the weapons to slowly dissolve. Seeing this, Yu knew he had succeeded. All right, he shouted. When he stopped, Lai rushed over and asked, Hey Yu, are you okay? Ah, yeah, Lai, I'm glad you're still safe. Ha ha, we were almost goners, Yu said with a laugh. So what was that just now? Lai asked. Yu pulled out the sphere of concept and explained, Beats me. It seems like everything combined into this mass, I've harvested something amazing. Lai was impressed. Looks like you just awakened a new ability? Facing a trap head-on like that is pretty beastly. The words had barely left his mouth when countless whistling sounds of flying spears came from afar. Without Yu or Lai needing to act, Doko-Jan and Wuzhou dashed forward and knocked all the weapons aside. After she was done, Doko-Jan coldly warned, If you guys don't drop that careless habit, you'll run into serious trouble sooner or later. Ha, thanks you two. I was almost a goner there. Yu sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Doko-Jan glanced at Lai and smirked. Look at you, almost seriously injured and you're still so careless? What did you say? Lai retorted, gritting his teeth. After the group finished clearing the traps, a teleportation circle suddenly appeared at their feet, signaling that they had completed this challenging floor. Oh, it seems that was the last trap. We're about to be teleported again, Wuzhou said worriedly, while Lai and Doko-Jion were still arguing non-stop. What's with your attitude? Don't you think you're being a bit harsh on someone who just escaped death? Lai questioned. Doko-Jion didn't back down, replying with a sarcastic tone. Well, who told you to let such a weak trap attack you? Appearing at just the right moment to act all high and mighty, you planned that from the start, didn't you? Lai gritted his teeth but only received a faint smile from her. You're still asking that now? Back to you. Witnessing the two arguing endlessly, he didn't bother to intervene. Haha, these two are hilarious. Anyway, whenever we're in danger, we all jump in to save each other, so what's there to argue about? But this also proves our team is working really well, doesn't it? Yu thought to himself. However, Doko-Jion quickly shattered his illusion. Of course I waited for the crucial moment. Once you're in my debt, I'll be sure to collect with interest. The whole group stared at her, dumbfounded, while Yu hoped that feeling of camaraderie from before wasn't just an illusion. The scene changes to the 4th floor, with the group standing in the middle of a ruined architectural space. Yu turned to survey the surroundings and spoke up. The ceiling is lower here. At least we won't be attacked from the air like last time. That's great. As he spoke, he pointed behind him, and the little snake Yi in its AK-47 form immediately opened fire, aiming straight at a spider not far away. However, when it was hit, the spider only let out a few panicked screeches, while the bullets just created a few sparks. Yu's joy was short-lived. Lai quickly identified the monster and warned, It's a tower spider. They're a unique type of monster that appears on any floor of the tower, whether low-level or high-level. Yu gulped. They're completely unharmed? They even deflected Yi's attack. Lai stood in front of Yu and explained, The abilities of tower spiders are random, regardless of the floor. It seems your weapon isn't strong enough, Yu. We'll handle this room. Doko-Jan, it seems this time she has to. I'm counting on you. The female swordsman nodded. Got it. Back to Yan. Seeing his weapon was useless, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. TSK, I can't believe a monster this strong has already appeared. Doko-Jan sighed and held out her hand to stop the group. All right then. Everyone stand back, including you, Yan. Watch closely. This is what you wanted. Ki blast, she shouted, and from her palm, a blast of energy shot straight towards the swarm of tower spiders. With just one attack, she completely wiped them out. Yu gave a wry smile. Whoa, that's a real ki blast, way stronger than my bullets. Most of the spiders were already defeated. Beside them, Dako-Jan, after a quick glance, handed over the task of dealing with the rest to him. "Ha ha, you won't find another leader as merciful as me, right?" she said arrogantly. When a golden opportunity like this fell into his lap, Yu had no reason to refuse. Immediately, he drew the longsword from his inventory, while turning to instruct his two teammates behind him. "Lai, you cover the rear, and Vucho, you watch the ceiling for any surprises." "Roger," the two responded in unison, nodding in agreement. Returning to Yu, now well protected by his teammates, he calmly advanced towards the crippled spiders to farm experience. How interesting, Yu thought to himself. Dako-Jan isn't my leader, so why is she being so considerate? Honestly, I can't help but feel grateful. While thinking, Yu gripped his sword and charged straight at an immobilized spider. He thought the slash would grant him experience, but it didn't. The moment the blade touched the spider's body, a metallic sound rang out. Yu's entire body shuddered from the recoil. It turned out that slashing the spider was like hitting a block of iron. "It's no use, it's too hard." Yu gritted his teeth, a look of helplessness on his face. Below, the tower spider seemed agitated, its eyes glowing like headlights. It lunged at Yu, as if seeking revenge. Yu quickly took a step back. There's always a way, though. With that, he built up momentum and lunged, powerfully thrusting his sword through the spider's head. It had apparently revealed a weak spot, and Yu didn't miss the opportunity. "He did it!" Vucho cheered, while Lai breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Back to Yu. Despite having defeated a tower spider, he didn't seem happy. But if slashing is ineffective, then it's useless. I can't keep thrusting and pulling out my sword against so many of them. Perhaps the tower spiders are still too much for me, Yu thought. Suddenly, he remembered something, telling himself, "Ha ha, I'm such an idiot. I have that amazing thing from the previous room, why didn't I think of it? Now is the perfect time." With that, he took out the concept orb of severing with 20 accumulated points and attached it to the longsword. Instantly, the sword began to glow like forged steel. "Let's see how compatible it is with my sword." A notification appeared before Yu, item evolved. Due to excellent compatibility, Executioner's Severing Longsword. 30 magic power, 30 lethality, 19 blood poison, 9 melting, 12. On the other side, after a short rest, the remaining tower spiders had recovered from the impact of Dako-Jan's ki blast. Sensing the killing intent from Yu, they all charged at once, apparently trying to swarm and overwhelm him. Yu confidently gripped his sword, slowly drawing it back to prepare his attack. "Now then, let's try this out." With that, he swung the sword powerfully forward. With a single slash, he easily cut through the bodies of 3 tower spiders, the same creatures he couldn't even damage before. Behind him, Lai's group stared in amazement, wondering what got into Yu to make him so powerful all of a sudden. Lai asked in confusion, while Dako-Jan watched intently, seemingly trying to figure out what trick he had used. Returning to Yu, his face now showed a bit of confusion. "Wait, even though the slash was clean, something feels off. It feels so awkward. I think I swung the sword harder than necessary. Let's try again. I have to get it right this time." After that, Yu continued to swing his sword, slashing at a few more spiders to confirm his feeling. Lai and Vucho noticed that the swarm of spiders was still large, and didn't hesitate to rush in to help. "There are too many of them. Let us give you a hand," Lai said, nodding in agreement as they charged into battle. Dako-Jan had already noticed something strange. He definitely did something with that sword. In just a brief moment, he took down an enemy he couldn't defeat before. How can one person possess such intuitive and overwhelming power? Moreover, he's developing his skills without relying on his existing abilities. Normally, when someone gets a stronger weapon, they swing it uncontrollably, but he doesn't have that weakness. Even if it's not immediate, one day he will surely grasp the essence of the slash. Although there's no reason to interfere in this process, it would be a waste to just let it be. After overcoming the 3 calamities, I prided myself on being the greatest prodigy in the martial arts world, but now, I'm watching a talent that makes my own past seem insignificant. No way, this man must belong to me. As she thought this, a dangerous glint flashed in Dako-Jan's eyes. Meanwhile, our protagonist was still engrossed in the fight, completely unaware that he had become the target of the young woman. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to pause his swing. "Hey you, what's wrong?" Lai asked. "Oh, it's nothing, I just felt a chill down my spine. Thought a high-level monster was about to appear," Yu said, not noticing that the expression on Dako-Jan's face behind him had darkened. He turned to her and said, "Dako-Jan, why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to keep shooting your blasts?" "Huh? You're doing just fine. What do you need me for?" she replied irritably. Yu smirked slyly. "Is that so? Then I guess I don't need to give you a drink, since I'm doing just fine." "What?" Dako-Jan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Whew, we finally cleared this room." Lai sighed in relief. Yu then took out 2 cans of soda, teasing the swordswoman. "I guess I'll have to share these with Lai and Vucho. You just want to keep the soda for yourself, don't you?" Dako-Jan said as she chased after him. Suddenly, Lai received a message. Huh? A message from the outside? Not just Lai, but Dako-Jan and Vucho also received a similar message. A message from the outside? Why now? Did everyone get one? Lai read through the message, his eyes filling with worry. The message ordered everyone to leave the tower immediately. What? Why so suddenly? This is a direct message from the headmaster. Does that mean it applies to the whole school? I don't want to go. This wasn't even a warm-up for me. I haven't even had my soda yet. Unless there's a good explanation, I won't accept this. Doko-Jan grumbled in frustration. Before she could say more, Vu-Cho suddenly shouted, "They're here!" The group whipped around, startled, to find that in front of them several spatial gates had opened, from which countless tower spiders were swarming out. Ah, so that's it. This must be the reason they're calling us out, Lai said, recalling something from a previous briefing. This is what we were warned about, isn't it? Doko-Jan nodded, her expression thoughtful. Haha, no wonder the difficulty felt so strange, Yu chuckled. The swordswoman Doko-Jan checked the identification necklace and shook her head helplessly. The identification collar has stopped working. It seems we're really trapped in this room. So this is what the professor warned about when she mentioned a phenomenon where even students could die. An irregular space, Lai said in a tense voice as a wave of tower spiders swarmed towards them, flashing back to the meeting with Professor Illumina, when she mentioned a situation where even students could face life-threatening danger. When freshmen climb the tower, there's a chance that invading space pirates will appear. Hearing this, Yu turned and asked, "What are space pirates?" "I'll explain later. The problem is that their unusual invasion will create an irregular phenomenon. It's an unpredictable event that doesn't happen in normal expeditions. Normally, you can't die, but once an irregular phenomenon occurs, everything changes completely. All the rules in the tower will be distorted, and safe zones will also become dangerous, and the number of cloned monsters will become uncontrollable. The difficulty of the rooms will skyrocket abnormally. You could call it hell mode. In addition, a series of other problems occur simultaneously." Hearing this, all three of their faces turned deathly pale. Just imagining being caught in that situation was enough to scare them to death. Back to Professor Illumina, she said. "As you can see, the tower does not guarantee absolute safety, so you must remember this well. If you're unlucky enough to get stuck in an irregular phenomenon, remember that it is a real life or death situation." Returning to the present, after realizing the situation, the group immediately decided it was foolish to confront the seemingly endless wave of monsters. Yu immediately started up his ship, carrying Vu-Cho with him as they fled, while the other two also sped up as much as they could. However, the spiders stuck close to them, not letting up. "We don't know how long these spiders will keep appearing, so trying to hold out in this confined space is too risky." Yu frowned and said, "We can assume it's infinite," Doko-Jan muttered. Just as the spiders began to pour out from the hallway, Doko-Jan unleashed a palm blast, firing a stream of internal energy that sent them flying. At the same time, Lai also continuously swung his sword, sending out blades of sword aura that pierced through the spiders' bodies, shouting as he slashed, "Doko-Jan, don't stop, just worry about yourself first." Doko-Jan complained as the two of them joined forces to stop the wave of monsters. However, Yu was worried about their energy consumption. Doko-Jan had already killed dozens on the way here, and so had Lai. Their stamina was being drained, and Vu-Cho's hair had become darker. He couldn't even speak anymore. If his hair completely transformed, would something terrible happen? "These spiders are too tough. What should we do?" Yu thought in a panic. During a short break, Doko-Jan turned to Yu and said, "Your beast friend seems to have lost his mind. Who would have thought this would happen? I can't last much longer either. It'll be very, very dangerous if I don't get some rest." As she spoke, she rotated her wrist, which seemed to be aching from using her palm blast too much. Without hesitation, Yu took a can of soda from his inventory and gave it to her. "Oh my, this is..." Doko-Jan asked hesitantly. "Just drink it. I'll hold them off. You take a break and drink up." At his gallant words, Doko-Jan's face flushed slightly as she took the can. "Haha, can you really do it?" "Of course, watch this, let's go," Yu said as he pulled a grenade from somewhere, pulled the pin, and threw it right into the middle of the spiders ahead. It exploded violently, sending the severed limbs of the tower spiders flying everywhere. "What was that? What is this power?" Lai exclaimed in astonishment. "How about that? Pretty cool, right? I put a lot of effort into making it." "Get some rest, Lai," Yu said with a smile, then continued to pilot his flying motorcycle to rush in and absorb experience. As he went, Yu took the opportunity to absorb concepts from the spiders' bodies and thought. Vu-Cho still looks full of energy, but she's a bit unpredictable right now. The monsters are increasing in number. I don't know how much time we have left. Letting Lai and Doko-Jan rest is the best option, and in the meantime, I have to take down as many monsters as possible. I need to buy time for them to recover, Yu thought to himself, before being drawn to a notification that appeared before him. Executioner's longsword's blood venom has increased by 15. You have understood and grasped a bit of the concept of severing. The depth of severing has reached level 2. The moment the notification appeared, the sword in Yu's hand was suddenly enveloped in a sinister red aura. Is the sword turning red? Yu frowned, looking at the blade. Even though I don't know what concept blood venom is based on, I'll know once I try it. With that, he gripped the sword tightly and swung. Immediately after the attack, Yu noticed a difference. Wait, the sword's trail is expanding. If sever strengthens the slash, Then blood venom expands the range and attack distance. By draining my own blood, I can't use it often. Each swing is like donating blood. You thought in horror about this treacherous sword. From behind, Lai saw the sword transform and asked, "Did you get something interesting again? What's with that sword aura?" You didn't answer, asking instead, "Vucho, where is she?" Lai glanced to the side and shook his head. "She's slaughtering the spiders over there. We shouldn't approach her right now." You looked towards Vucho, where she was roaring like a beast and punching to pieces every spider that dared to get close. He sighed and advised the two of them not to join in yet. "Just get some more rest. There's no need you, I've rested enough thanks to you. You should look around, the spider swarm has thinned out considerably," Lai said softly, startling you, who looked around and realized the number of monsters had indeed decreased significantly. "Now that you mention it, I'm just noticing," Doko-John also said, looking around. "The momentum has died down. Usually, when monsters stop attacking, it means the battle is about to end or something stronger is about to appear." Just then, Vucho, who was in a battle frenzy, also noticed something strange and stopped, turning towards a spatial gate that was forming. From within, a giant spider crawled out. Staring at the monster's building-sized body, Lai said pensively, "It's too late." Yu's eyes widened, not understanding what the heck was happening. Didn't they say giant monsters like this only appear after the nth floor? Beside Yu, the swordswoman saw his naive expression and couldn't help but let out a complaint. "Aren't you tired of constantly whining about this unusual situation? I've heard it so much my ears are about to bleed." However, there wasn't just one giant spider here, which made them even more terrified. Facing the giant spider, he finally realized, in its level of danger, "Man, I was so confident talking big earlier, but what do I do now? The previous spiders just needed to be cut down and hit with blood venom, but against something this big, I don't know if my attacks will even be effective." The more he thought, the more Yu lost his confidence. At that moment, the swordswoman stepped forward and said, "Weren't you just telling me and Doko-John to rest? Why are you so certain we can't win? You still refuse to ask for my help. Is that pride, or just stubbornness?" She whispered softly into Yu's ear, making his face flush slightly. "Pink, huh?" Yu asked unconsciously. "You like this kind, don't you? It's quite unique, but not bad. Now pay the price for that sweetness. The price might be a little high, but don't think of it as a debt." As she spoke, Doko-John slowly drew her sword. This was the first time Yu had seen her use a weapon. A sword? She can fight barehanded, so why? Is she intentionally showing me something? Yu thought to himself. As if reading his mind, Doko-John turned back to explain, "I just don't want to get my hands dirty. Don't overthink it." Hearing that Yu blushed beet red. "Ah, sorry," he mumbled. His embarrassed expression made Doko-John chuckle. "You're only missing one more thing. I'll show you just once, and for you just one slash of this sword will be enough to get an answer." After saying that, she began to radiate an intense aura and warned in a serious tone, "Hey Yan, watch closely." She slowly brought her sword back and the air around her became more tense than ever. Just then, Yu heard a noise from Lai's direction. "Hey Vucho, you idiot, don't hunt me, go hunt the monster," Lai said with difficulty while trying to use his sword to block Vucho. "You've lost your mind and are attacking your own teammate." While the two were arguing, the giant spider behind them quickly seized the opportunity, shooting a huge strand of silk straight at them both. Vucho reacted in time, jumping to one side to dodge. But Lai wasn't so lucky, and was pinned to the wall by the silk. Seeing the spider dare to interfere in his fight, Vucho immediately growled threateningly at it. This scene made the protagonist break out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Oh man, what a complete mess." Just then Doko-John's reminder rang out, "Hey Yan, what are you looking at? Where are your eyes wandering? Focus on me." Yu quickly turned back and explained, "I am watching, but the spider is over there." Doko-John calmly replied, "I already told you it's fine. There's only one spider left there now." With that, she quickly swung her sword to attack. With just a single slash, she cut the spider in half before it could even react. Yu watched Doko-John's movement with an astonished gaze, an arm swinging up from below, a simple motion that carried utter destruction. Just from that one action, I saw death itself splitting the world apart, he thought. After witnessing this ultimate skill, Yu's mind felt overloaded with information, making him feel dizzy. Around him, a series of system notifications appeared. High-level skill has been instantly comprehended. Control over authority has been enhanced. The depth of the myriad poison eye, the myriad listening ear, and the myriad tongues god has increased by 5 points. Successfully comprehended a part of an extremely powerful and complex martial arts concept. Depth of the soul is 390. Depth of martial arts is 97. Depth of swordsmanship is 52. You have observed the essence of the slash depth has reached 15. You didn't have time to examine the notifications closely. His head ached as if it would split in two. Unbelievable. Just by briefly observing her martial arts, my stats skyrocketed. That power is like when I broke Optimus's energy field. That must be an upgraded version of the deadly slash she's shown before. How can a person channel such an intense will into a sword? The concept of death I discovered was so clear and vivid that it sent shivers down my spine. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but tremble at the thought of having to face that attack. Seeing you dazed after the slash, Doko-John called out, "Hey Yan, were you watching carefully? Don't expect to see it a second time." With that, she leaned her face close to Yan, making him flinch and step back. "Why are you avoiding me?" she asked. You're standing too close, Yuan stammered. Then Dako-John casually tossed him the core of the elite spider they had just defeated. Huh? Isn't this the core from the elite spider just now? Yuan stared in amazement at the stats of the three-bodied life core. Stamina 11, Demonic 12, Carapace 15, Spiderweb 10, Resistance 1. He was a bit hesitant. Dako-John was the one who defeated it. So, is it really okay for me to take this core? He turned to look at the swordswoman with an indescribable expression, as if she had guessed Yuan's thoughts. Dako-John smirked teasingly. Hey now, it's a reward, don't be shy, just take it. Hearing this, Yuan turned away in embarrassment. As the two were interacting and the atmosphere grew flirtatious, the knight Lai, stuck to the side, witnessed the scene. In this public display of affection before his eyes, he couldn't stand it any longer and had to shout, Hey, you two, stop flirting and come help me. Vucho has gone berserk over here. As he spoke, Lai glanced fearfully at Vucho in the distance, who was currently going all out, beating the elite spider to a literal pulp. Damn, it looks like Lai is completely useless. I'll be defeated in just an instant. There's only one person who can stop her, and who could that be but Dako-John, Yuan said as he turned to look at the strongest member of the team. However, when he saw her standing there with her arms crossed, as if this had nothing to do with her, Yuan also broke out in a cold sweat. Don't look at me like that. I've already done my part in this battle, the swordswoman replied coldly. But since he couldn't handle Vucho himself, Yuan had to try and persuade her. I know you don't like it, but this is an irregular situation. If one of us dies, who knows what will happen? Just as he finished speaking, sudden lie, the elite spider's legs began to move, as if it wasn't defeated yet. As expected. Fine. Alright, I'll go play with that beast, Dako-John said as she started to warm up, making Yuan overjoyed. Oh, that's more like it, he exclaimed happily. However, Dako-John also set a condition. In return, you have to finish off the thing at your feet. Come on, beast, don't just stay up there, get down here. As she spoke, she fired a blast of energy straight at Vucho's face to get her attention. Let's have some real fun. Provoked, Vucho gnashed her teeth and growled like a wild animal before charging straight toward Dako-John. Her landing was so powerful it shattered the ground, but Dako-John easily dodged, continuing to taunt Vucho to draw her in. Over here, beast, she laughed. Just like that, Vucho continued to charge and attack mindlessly. After a missed punch, Dako-John swiftly grabbed Vucho's wrist and slammed her body hard into the ground. Oh dear, not over there. I said over here. Haha, all you know is how to charge at stronger opponents, blindly. Get up, beast. Still full of energy, huh? I'm going to play with you until you have a little sanity left. Go ahead and run wild, huh? Dako-John taunted, making Vucho even more enraged. Seeing this, Yuan got goosebumps. Good heavens, it really looks like she's just playing with her. While keeping Vucho in check, Dako-John also called out to remind Yuan. Hey, this is no time to be slacking off. Bang! Hearing that, Yuan drew his sword and turned to face the elite spider. I know what you mean, but isn't this task a little too difficult? He stammered, he said. Even though Vucho had wounded the spider, it was still a tough opponent. If you observe my attacks carefully, then you can do it. Dako-John gave Yuan a look full of confidence, causing him to just laugh awkwardly. Haha, based on. What makes you say that? With that, the spider immediately launched an attack, slamming one of its legs straight at him. Yun's body was hit and thrown into the distance. Hey, is Yun alright? Lai asked worriedly. What the hell was that? Yun suddenly exclaimed in surprise. In that moment, he felt as if the spider was looking down on him. It's barely hanging on, yet it thinks it can deal with me? Fine, let's see you try, Yun shouted with determination. Immediately, magic circles appeared around the spider, and from within them, chains shot out, tightly binding its legs. Is he tying up the spider's legs? Lai exclaimed in amazement as he witnessed the scene before him. Meanwhile, Yun quickly took advantage of the spider's restricted movement, rushing forward to attack. I'll use these to lock it down, then add more damage with blood poison and attack at close range. It's decided. Soon after, Yun swung his sword fiercely, slashing straight into the spider's face, causing it to immediately roar in pain from the deep wound on its face. Take this, he shouted excitedly. However, Lai, who was trapped on the side, frowned worriedly. What should I do? Yun, it looks like the situation isn't good. In the distance, Dako-John, who was dodging attacks, also mumbled, Too shallow. If you want to kill it, you have to cut off its head. What are you doing, Yun? Back to Yun. He now also realized that his attack only enraged the spider further without causing much damage. Was the slash too short? Why? Could it be that blood poison wasn't activated properly? On second thought, it's understandable. I've never used two abilities consecutively before. Just as he thought this, the spider put all its strength into its legs, causing the chains to shatter into pieces. Immediately, its legs slammed down towards Yun, creating a huge explosion. Damn it! Yun cursed inwardly. In the distance, Lai screamed with worry, while Dako-John was momentarily stunned. When the dust settled, Yun's figure reappeared. Luckily, he had managed to use his sword to block the attack in time. However, Even though he blocked it, the direct impact made his whole body feel like it was about to fall apart. Huff, huff. I almost couldn't block that. When it hit the blade, I changed the angle. If I had taken that hit head on, my sword and arm would have definitely broken. But how did I sense that? In that moment, a fleeting second felt like an eternity. Perhaps it's because I saw Dako-jan's swordsmanship, Yoon thought to himself. At the same time, his ability increased slightly. In the process of fighting the enemy, he had perceived and grasped the concept of flow. The depth of his flow increased to level 5. Yoon used his sword to prop himself up, confirming his thoughts. So that's it. That sword strike influenced me. Haha, amazing. I never expected you could awaken a martial aspect that I didn't even know I possessed. Although I can't perfectly replicate your swordsmanship, I think I know what I have to do now. Thinking this, a fighting spirit surged within Yoon's heart, and he stood confidently before the elite spider. All right, spider. Let's try that again. Bring it on. As he spoke, he stared straight into its multiple eyes with a very serious expression. And to retaliate for this provocation, the elite spider began to strike with its 4 front legs. Miraculously, Yoon swung the sword in his hand with great skill, as if he were a machine, blocking every relentless attack from the massive enemy. Witnessing the fierce confrontation between the two, Lai watched from the sidelines, and quickly noticed something remarkable, a technique called parrying. It's a way to block or repel an attack from an opponent. If done well, it not only stops the blow but also helps avoid serious injuries, and can even open up opportunities for a counterattack. However, this technique isn't so simple on a real battlefield. Most people die before they can learn it, or they choose a different fighting style. After all, you only have one life to live. That's usually how it goes. But how could you display that technique so skillfully in this situation? Didn't he say he had never held a sword before? The more she thought about it, the more curious she became about Yu's incredible rate of progress. Back to our main character, Yu at this moment seemed to have split into 3, moving in 3 directions to parry the attacks coming from all 4 sides of the massive enemy. During the onslaught, his eyes were wide, focused on the opponent, waiting for an opening, and as soon as the giant spider swung its leg to attack again, Yu knew his chance had come. This is it, the frontal attack. Block it, and the one from the right, deflect it. As he thought this, Yu swung his sword, knocking aside the leg coming toward him. Immediately after, the spider swung another leg at him from the side. Facing this attack, Yu quickly placed the sword on his shoulder, letting the leg slide along the blade and lunge in another direction. Having done that, he breathed a sigh of relief. All right, little by little, things are becoming clearer. Let's keep going. Meanwhile, the battle between Dako-jan and Wucho was completely one-sided, literally. The beast girl was being toyed with by Dako-jan like a cat playing with a mouse. Growing bored of this game, Dako-jan simply tripped Wucho with her foot, causing her to lose her balance and fall flat on her face. Ignoring the timid girl, Dako-jan turned her attention to the fight. Have you? Unbelievable. I thought you would learn something from observing the sword strike, but you've shown me something I never expected. There is a martial art in the Central Plains based on the nature of flow, but very few people study it. Deflecting an opponent's force is a technique that requires seizing the moment in an instant, within just 1/100,000th of a second. Because the risk is too high, and it requires too much effort, most people choose easier techniques. For someone, like me, who has always pursued overwhelming martial arts, you've opened up a whole new perspective. I never thought something I once considered a trivial skill not worth learning could be so profound and impressive. At this thought, the swordswoman's face flushed slightly, before Wucho's scream snapped her out of it. Thanks, Beast Girl, for reminding me of my own shame. Hey, let me go, she yelled again. Not responding to this request, Dako-jan continued to think, but just deflecting attacks isn't enough to end the fight. To win, you have to see the bigger picture. If you've come this far, then show me you. If you've mastered the art of flow to redirect the opponent's power, then surely you can use that power to counterattack. Back to you, he also realized this, so he continued to observe intently, looking for an opportunity. Then, just as the elite spider lunged its leg toward Yu once more, he proactively rushed forward to meet the blow. Right. At this moment, Yu used the enemy's piercing force, executing a spinning motion that combined 2 severing slash skills. Thinking, he parried the spider's leg with his sword, simultaneously using the momentum to add more power to his slash. He combined 2 more traits, Poison Blood and Cleave, into the attack, swinging the sword straight towards the spider's face, instantly creating a large gash on it. The spider roared in pain as if it were being burned. From behind, Dako-jan witnessed this, clenching her fists in excitement. That's it, that's the way. Well done, she cheered inwardly. Back with Yoon, after seeing the spider collapse, he slumped to the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. To acknowledge his combat efforts, the system quickly displayed a notification, temporarily synthesizing the origin of the concept to create a more powerful one. The conceptual depth of poison, air, and language has increased by 5 points. Looking at the notification, Yoon couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, did I do that? It increased by that much? He wondered. However, before he could check his status again, he heard Lai and Dako-John calling out to him. Hey Yoon. Lai asked for help. Can you handle this for me? While he was still trapped in the spiderwebs. Meanwhile, Yucho was still frantically attacking Dako-John. And this thing too, Dako-John added as a reminder. Yoon could only manage a wry smile. Everyone's asking me for help just because I beat one elite monster? Hey, you're the all-powerful genius here. Lai's eyes were welling up with tears. I'm sorry, I'm trapped, and I can't use my magic. Dako-John nodded in agreement. This monster has incredible strength and durability. I wish I were trapped like that idiot. She lamented. Dako-John's words suddenly gave Yoon an idea. That sounds good, he muttered. Immediately, he put his plan into action, analyzing the concept of the spider silk binding Lai and feeding it to Yan. I just need a monster-catching net. He absorbed the concept from the spider silk and fed it to the little snake, Yan. You have acquired the concept of spider web. The conceptual depth of Yan is 25, which is greater than the level 16 spider web. After absorbing the concept, Yan's body transformed into a cage made of chains. Yoon threw the chain net towards Yucho, catching her completely off guard. As a result, her entire body was bound by the chains, and the more she struggled, the tighter they became. Yoon smirked. Haha, go ahead and struggle all you want, Yucho. It's more durable, and it can also drain your mana. The more you struggle, the tighter it will wrap around you. Meanwhile, the chains began to wrap around Yucho's body in a strange way, making both Lai and Yoon blush. Lai quickly covered Yoon's eyes and warned. You shouldn't look at that. Yoon gritted his teeth in frustration. Then what about you? I'm fine, Lai replied awkwardly. Dako-John observed their surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Phew, thank goodness this room hasn't been transformed yet. That chain seems useful. Just then, Yoon's ID card began to beep with warnings again, making him feel a sense of urgency. As he urged the group, my ID card is beeping again. Let's get out of here quickly. Hearing that, Dako-John nodded in agreement. Right, we should leave immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, before the group could even move, suddenly, a red orb of energy appeared behind them. From within the orb, a strange voice echoed. You, the ones, who have passed the test. Ahead, Yoon's group was startled and on guard, and the protagonist immediately turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and demanded, Who's speaking? In response, the orb of energy gradually transformed, revealing the form of the woman. She reached out to the group and offered, I will grant you your reward now. I will give you the chance to form a contract with the overseer of the Myriad Eyes. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the outside of the tower. At this moment, Professor Illumina was still anxiously waiting for her students, as they had not yet emerged from the tower. But she didn't have to wait long, as Yoon's group was teleported outside by a teleportation formation. Is anyone hurt? Yoon asked. Where are we? Lai asked curiously. This is where we entered from, Doo-Ho-John replied. Seeing her students return, Illumina rushed over with a worried expression, asking, Are you all okay? Is anyone injured or suffering from any after effects? Looking at her face, which was on the verge of tears, Yoon smiled reassuringly. We're fine, Professor, we're all right. Please calm down. Hearing this, Illumina's heart still couldn't settle, even though the emergency evacuation notice malfunctioned. She was still very worried when no one came out. But thankfully, you're all safe. So what happened in there? Can you tell me? Illumina's question startled the group, and Yoon scratched his head, stammering, Well, about that. Let's go to a room and talk about it first. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a secluded area. Now, the main character finally had a chance to ask about the incident in the tower. So, what happened here? We got pulled into a very strange place after the fourth room transformed, not long after we went in. During that time, what on earth happened out here? Hearing Yoon's question, Illumina replied sadly. Actually, a student was murdered by an intruder from the outside. The academy is trying to handle it, but that student's teammates are very distraught. That might have been the cause of the earlier anomalies. We've talked about the intruders before, haven't we? Illumina's previous words flashed through Yoon's mind. The dimensional robbers will target the freshmen, murder them, and steal their certification cards. They can't be revived and will be trapped there forever. Thinking about this, Yoon broke into a cold sweat and asked tentatively, So have we found that intruder yet? Illumina shook her head. They've escaped. The students who were there couldn't stop them. Hearing this, Doo-Ho-John, standing to the side, offered his speculation. It seems like this test was a setup. Even if they aren't students of this place, there are still beings who want to climb the tower with them. Freshmen who have just entered the tower are easy prey, so they murder the freshmen who've passed the entrance exam, aiming to ruin the reputation of the Tower Climbing Academy and infiltrate it using the stolen certification cards. Then, from the Academy's perspective, confronting the intruders becomes a mandatory test, placing a great responsibility on the students' shoulders, right? As he spoke, Doo-Ho-John shot a teasing glance towards Illumina. What he said seemed to be completely accurate, leaving Illumina unable to offer any rebuttal as she looked at Doo-Ho-John. Seeing Illumina's flustered expression, unsure of how to explain, he sighed and then smirked. Truly, this place is quite a strange place. Intruders can just brazenly break into the tower, a place within the Academy's territory, and yet the Academy can't stop them from slaughtering its own students. This puts the reputation of the greatest academy of all time into serious question. Behind them, Yuan's group also fell silent, seemingly deep in thought, leaving only the professor. Illumina disagreed with this viewpoint. You've misunderstood. Dean John, protecting the students is the responsibility of the Academy, but once they enter the tower, they must fend for themselves. Moreover, the tower allowing invaders to enter is unchangeable. It is the will of the tower. After saying this, Illumina slightly bowed her head as if she dared not face the students before her. The female swordsman heard this and gritted her teeth in frustration. The will of the tower? If that's the case, then I don't need to be here anymore. She immediately used her necklace to teleport elsewhere, leaving Illumina no time to stop her. Beside her, the main character spoke up to explain. Please understand her, Professor. Some unfortunate things happened in the tower. Turning to Illumina, she now realized that since their return, Yu's group seemed to be in a strange mood, and she asked, Yu, tell me, what exactly happened in there? In response to this question, the main character was a bit contemplative, but then recounted the entire incident. Right before we returned, we met a guardian of the stars. Upon hearing this, Illumina's face turned frantic. The omnipotent protectors, also known as observers, absorb countless dimensions, and when they find someone they favor, they form a contract through that person. They are transcendent beings, with great influence over dimensions. They bestow power, magic, authority, transcendent skills, artifacts, and much more to make others obey them, but in return, they also demand a great deal. Even so, there are still those who refuse such things. But on second thought, in a world where power is immensely valuable, nothing is more profitable than what they bestow. The Guardians of the Stars are indeed incredibly attractive partners. Returning to Illumina, after a few seconds of composure, she asked curiously, A Guardian of the Stars has appeared in this world? Yu nodded in confirmation. That's right, the observer of all beings, told me so in a very strange tone. That entity promised to grant me power. In exchange, I would have to fulfill its requests. As he said this, the main character's face showed some confusion, but Illumina didn't seem to notice. Instead, she looked at Yu with a radiant expression and congratulated him. That's wonderful. To be offered a contract with a Guardian of the Stars so soon after entering the tower is an unprecedented event in the Academy's history. Obtaining a contract with a Guardian of the Stars this early proves that your talent has been recognized. She spoke excitedly, not realizing that the more she talked, the gloomier Lion Vucho's faces became. Meanwhile, the main character found it hard to believe that he was so highly regarded. Is that really true? Yu asked again, his eyes full of doubt. Professor Illumina nodded repeatedly, her expression serious. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? He continued to question, though being highly praised didn't make him happy, but only made him more confused. Professor, how does the Academy react to these contracts and the Guardians of the Stars? He asked, directly. Illumina initially seemed curious, but immediately replied, Of course, they maintain a neutral stance, but if a real opportunity arises, they will encourage you to seize it. Yu nodded, understanding the professor's point, so the Academy encourages them to accept this contract, he said to clarify. Illumina explained further, That's right, among the dimensions, the tower is the place that attracts the attention of the Guardians of the Stars. No one is better suited to climb the tower than those who have contracts with the stars. Hearing this, Yu felt even more suspicion rising within him. It was hard to believe that a place like the Academy had any defensive measures against intruders. Even if they seemed friendly, there was too little information about them to be sure. It's so confusing, he thought to himself, before Illumina's question interrupted his thoughts. So Yuan, what exactly did the Star Watcher ask of you? Illumina asked, her eyes full of curiosity. Yuan replied, his face gradually turning serious. That entity demanded I assassinate it, promising to form a pact with 2 members of the group if one of us killed the other first. Illumina fell silent, her expression filled with worry. Yuan continued, that was the demand of the Star Watcher. It said that only those who craved power were worthy of its blessing. It wanted us to kill each other to prove it. He recalled the moment the Star Watcher made that cruel demand. Slit your comrade's throat and offer it to me. I will make you my most trusted servant until you reach the top of the tower and receive what you desire. My love will never leave you. Now, do it. Its cold voice echoed, accompanied by a gesture inviting them to slaughter one another. Yuan found the demand ridiculous, killing friends just to gain power. It was insane. Do you think I'd actually do it? He thought to himself, casting a suspicious glance at Doko-John. If he went berserk, no one in the group could stop him. And sure enough, Doko-John didn't disappoint. He took a few steps forward, his eyes cold as he stared directly at the Star Watcher. Leave me alone, he said, unleashing his power menacingly. Returning to the present, Illumina was bewildered by his story. So that's what happened? That boy must have used all his strength, didn't he? She asked. Yuan nodded. Yes. He forced the Star Watcher to back down, but to treat our lives like toys was truly terrifying. He paused for a moment before asking, So does this mean we can't enter the tower for the rest of the week? It seems too dangerous now. Illumina replied. They will be monitoring the tower until the end of next week to prevent any intrusions. Yuan began to recalculate his plans. He needed to get stronger to face Erector. But now, climbing the tower had become impossible. The duel with Erector was on Tuesday, but now he couldn't climb the tower, he thought to himself, feeling the pressure weighing on his shoulders. This is a really bad situation, Yuan thought to himself, feeling flustered. How am I supposed to make use of the remaining time now? While struggling with this, he suddenly remembered something and turned to his professor. Professor, I was planning to report what happened in the tower along with the audio recording we have. Would that be all right, Professor? Illumina pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's fine, but if possible, I'd love to hear your account over a meal together. However, it seems that's not possible right now. As she spoke, she glanced over at Vucho, who was sitting quietly in a corner. Seeing everyone's mood, Yuan could only shake his head. Yes, everyone seems exhausted. Turning back to Professor Illumina, she gently comforted her students. I understand. Yuan, Vucho, you all did very well. I'll make sure something like this never happens again starting next week. I hope you don't develop too negative a view of the academy. For today, just get plenty of rest. Hearing these words, Lai's mood seemed to lighten. He turned and said, Yes, ma'am, if you'll excuse me. Have a great weekend. After saying that, both Lai and Vucho used their pendants to teleport away. Just as Yuan was about to do the same, Illumina suddenly called him back, asking him to wait a moment. I have a question, and I'll get straight to the point. That being called the spectator of all beings not only promised to make a pact with 2 of the 4 of you but also specifically named you and Dako John, right? Her accurate speculation startled you, and he nodded bitterly while recalling the moment the spectator of all beings called his and Dako John's names. You two can definitely reach the top of the tower together. That's right, absolutely. But only if you get rid of these burdens. The spectator of all beings said while pointing towards Lai and Wucho with a wary look. Hearing that, both of them were stunned, but ignoring their reactions, the spectator of all beings continued. Now then, my beloved children, go and deal with those burdens. I promise that you two will climb the tower side by side, and you two will be left with only the purest, most condensed potential to defeat everyone. Take the power that I have, it is what this world revolves around. Returning to the present, Yu went back to his room and found Lai curled up in a chair, looking as if he were lost in his own world. He's finally back. Isn't he going to wash up or anything? Yu mumbled before speaking up. That's quite an impression. Even Wu Cho couldn't cheer up. Are you comfortable sitting like that? It looks really uncomfortable. Lai turned to look at Yu with a cold gaze. Yu, are you mocking me for sitting abnormally? Yu quickly explained. Not at all, I didn't mean that. Lai lowered his head, his voice tinged with shame. Sorry. I actually want to dig a hole and bury myself in it. Feel free to curse me out. I didn't mean that, Yu replied, flustered. But for some reason, his words made Lai laugh scornfully. Really, I'm not even worth the breath it would take for you to curse at me. The more Yu listened, the more he felt that Lai's mind wasn't in a good place. Why is he reacting like this? He's usually so arrogant, Yu wondered. Suddenly, Lai said coldly. Hey Yu, I actually kind of hate you. Yu didn't flinch and replied nonchalantly. Haha, so what? I hate you too? You know, we finally have something in common. That's what Yu thought to himself, but he didn't dare say it out loud. I really want to say that, but I have to hold back. I have to endure it, because it's rude to call a fool a fool. Yu clenched his fists in anger. After a few seconds of steeling himself, he sat down next to Lai and said, Hey Lai, if you have something to say, just say it. No matter what you complain about, I'll listen to all of it. As he spoke, he glanced over, staring at the night in front of him. Only after hearing these words from our protagonist did Lai gradually open up and begin to share his story. Me too. In my world, I was considered one of the most outstanding geniuses. It's no exaggeration. My family, my subordinates, everyone admired and praised my talent. They entrusted me with the Holy Sword, not out of flattery, but because of the faith everyone placed in me. I formed a pact with the Holy Sword and came to this academy with everyone's expectations. But what is this? What the hell am I doing? Why did he treat me like a useless burden? As he said these words, Lai's mental state seemed to become unstable, prompting Yu to quickly try and comfort him. Hey Lai, don't pay any mind to the words of that sacred being or whatever, they're not worth your time. Before Yu could finish, Lai cut him off. Whether it's a sacred being or not, you call it whatever because you're the chosen one. But I'm different. I'm just an outsider between the two who were chosen. First of all, they are transcendent, powerful, and knowledgeable divine beings. He knows far more than humans. With an offer like that, how could you and Dako John refuse it so easily? Lai questioned Yoon loudly, causing him to fall silent for a few seconds. Then Yoon slowly explained, because it's clearly meaningless. There are many ways to become strong without having to sacrifice anyone. Neither you nor I came here to follow those kinds of things, right? Yoon asked back. However, these words didn't seem to be enough to convince Knight K. Lai still recoiled and shook his head. You say that because you're an outstanding genius. As for me, if that's what it takes to be chosen, I would probably hesitate and sacrifice everything. I can't refuse as firmly as you and Dako-John. I would make that choice. The truth is, I feel resentful, scared, and unable to forgive myself for saying these words. Lai's face became indescribable. Time passed quickly, and it's unclear how the two ended their conversation. But now Yoon had finished his shower and returned to see Lai lying on the bed. As if sensing Yoon's gaze, Lai spoke up. Yoon, I'm sorry for whining like that earlier. It's not your fault. I was the one who brought up those unpleasant stories. I'm really sorry, Lai said with a remorseful voice. Hearing this, Yoon smiled lightly and brushed it off. We're friends. I'm always ready to listen to you anytime. I'm stepping out for a bit. If you want the hot chocolate, go ahead and drink it. Usually, unpleasant things will disappear after having something sweet. With that, Yoon placed a cup of hot chocolate on the table. Lai replied softly, Thank you. Back to Yoon. After closing the door and walking into the hallway, he thought to himself, he's changed a lot since we first met. Next time, I need to be more careful with my words. At that moment, Dako-John was walking down the hall and spotted Yoon. She cheerfully ran over. Oh, you're back? At least I don't have to go inside. What a relief. Hearing Dako-John's voice, Yoon was startled and shouted, Why? Are you here? This is the men's dormitory. His eyes widened. Seeing this, Dako-John quickly put a finger to her lips. Shh. If no one sees, it's not a crime. Don't you know that? With that, she gave a mischievous smile and pulled Yoon's shirt, leading him away before he could complain. The scene changes to a wooden bench outside. Yoon asked, So you came here because the cafe, it was too crowded? Ignoring Yoon's previous question, Dako-John changed the subject to ask about Lai's condition. I was curious, so I came here. So, how's your burden? Is he doing okay? In response to this question, the main character's voice was a bit annoyed. Seriously, what do you mean by burden? Why do you keep saying that? Hearing this, Dako-John cleared her throat. Am I wrong? He only knows how to use his strength blindly, a pitiful, talentless guy who can't adapt, right? Lai isn't talentless, he's very skilled at swordsmanship and has many other abilities. Yoon spoke up to defend his roommate. However, Dako-John had seen through the nature of the knight's abilities. The problem is that all of those things are, thanks to the sword, you know that too. His immense physical strength, sharp combat intuition, special abilities, all of it comes from that sword. Without it, he's nothing but a good for nothing. He can't even grasp the situation. He's always anxious at critical moments, getting himself captured, becoming a complete failure. The swordswoman listed each of Lai's weaknesses, making Yoon just rub his forehead in frustration and stop her. All right, I get it. Stop. If I keep listening to you, it'll probably take a lifetime. Hearing this, Dako-John paused her list, her voice becoming more serious. In a situation, that's how serious it is. If he loses all his courage and spirit, it's all over. There's no need for us to travel together anymore. After all, the monster was already very weak. If he had just remained silent, she wouldn't have said anything more, but that was enough for him to understand her meaning. However, he still wondered if Dako-John was criticizing or worrying about Lai. With this in mind, he turned to ask her, So what about you? You acted very strangely when you met the god, and you were grumpy in front of the professor too. Are you okay? Yu's voice, full of concern, made the swordswoman's face flush, and she felt a bit flustered. Are you worried about me? Why don't you use your ability to check? Dako-John stammered. Yu sighed. I don't need to use my ability. It's written all over your face already. I just wanted to ask if you're okay. After saying that, he took a cup of hot chocolate from his inventory and handed it to her. Dako-John accepted the cup, feeling a little pleased. Right, he's comforting me, isn't he? She took a sip and nodded in approval. It's sweeter than I thought. Hot chocolate is supposed to be sweet, Yu replied nonchalantly. Dako-John's mood seemed to improve, and she began to share, Thanks for worrying about me, but it's not that serious. I was just irritated at the time. Yu asked curiously, What made you so irritated? Well, I'm not really sure myself. Do you think that I, the observer with 10,000 eyes, and that thing think alike? Is that what you believe? Her words startled Yu. What? Dako-John continued to explain. Essentially, it's the same thing. If those two can't be of any help, I was thinking of eliminating them. The more Yu listened, the more he felt something was off about her story. And he quickly asked again, What nonsense are you talking about? Dako-John's expression turned cold. That's why I feel irritated. If I were more ruthless, I would have only brought along those with potential. If I were truly determined, even without directly killing them, I could have indirectly caused their deaths through my indifference. Perhaps I was wrong to agree with that method, Dako-John said in a bitter tone. Meanwhile, our protagonist just silently took a gentle sip of his hot chocolate before asking again. Is that so? That's right, Dako-John replied calmly. So that means you're just being silly, right? Yu's teasing tone made the swordswoman's face flush red with anger, and she turned her face away, muttering to herself, I share my innermost thoughts, and this is the reaction I get, huh? Then, she turned back and asked again, Do you really think those two have talent? Yu looked straight into Dako-John's eyes with a look full of confidence. Of course. No matter how great the artifact is, if they didn't have talent, they couldn't have come this far. Lai has a natural gift for the sword, but he's too dependent on the holy sword, making it hard for him to keep up with the variables in a fight. As for Vucho, she possesses an extraordinary physique and potential but is held back by her own mentality. If they can compensate for each other and overcome their weaknesses, their talent will far exceed anything we can imagine. Yu smiled as he gave his assessment. Yu's words made the white-haired girl fall into deep thought. Although she didn't completely trust the two of them yet, she decided to put her faith in Yu. Alright, I'll believe you. If they train hard, the results will prove everything. Hearing that, Yu's eyes sparkled with joy. So you're willing to help them? Like you said, if they overcome their difficulties and grow, I'll admit you were right, but if the results aren't what I expect, you'll have to take responsibility for it, she said while looking straight at Yu, making him a little flustered. Before Yu could react, Doko-John continued, You have made me put my judgment aside and spend time on those idiots. Think it over, I'll see you then. Remember to bring those two brats tomorrow morning. With that, she left quickly, leaving Yu standing there speechless. Time flew by, and the next morning, the training began. Lai and Doko-John were sparring hand to hand, their blows cutting through the air, echoing all around. The outcome was as expected. Lai was completely overwhelmed, and his punches couldn't even touch Doko-John, while she sent him flying toward Yu with a single strike. Hey Yu! Lai called out weakly, as if he were leaving his last will and testament. What is it? I'm here. Yu rushed over. Lai looked at him with a resentful glare. You said you were going to teach me something, so why am I the only one getting hit? Well, because of this, Yu stammered, unable to find a proper explanation. Before he could make an excuse, Doko-John stepped forward, stomped her foot on the ground, and yelled, How foolish! This is body conditioning, and this method is perfectly normal. You're not the type who can learn just by watching once like you, so stop complaining and get back up. Lai tremblingly reached for his sword, sobbing, My sword, give me my sword. No way. Until you learn how to fight without it, you're not getting it back. This is just like back in the tower. Doko-John refused bluntly, her words making the young knight Lai's eyes go wide in disbelief. But I'm a swordsman. Taking away a swordsman's sword, how does that make any sense at all? Doko-John shot him a look as if he were a complete idiot. If you lose your sword, is that how you're going to die? Lai immediately shot back. No, I would never lose it. His slipperiness made Doko-John even angrier. So, you want your sword back to fight me? I guarantee you'll lose it in 3 seconds. Her powerful declaration left Lai speechless, only able to mutter to himself in despair. But without my sword, Sensing the situation, Yu spoke up to encourage Lai. This is a training regimen to help you grow, something Doko-John and I agreed on. Trust us this time and train without your sword. It's all for your own good. Yu's sincere words seemed to reach Lai's heart, causing him to slowly regain his determination. If Yu has a plan, there must be a reason for it. I get it. I'll trust you and give it a try this time. All right, let's go again, Lai said enthusiastically. But before he could finish, Doko-John charged in, unleashing a spinning kick from above that sent Lai flying like a rag doll. You left an opening again. What are you doing? Your stance is terrible. Aren't you going to block? Don't just rely on your sight to attack. Feel it with all your senses. If you understand, then focus. Are your combat instincts really this bad without your holy sword? Doko-John yelled as she unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks so fast that Lai could only raise his arms to defend himself. From the sidelines, Yu watched closely and realized the problem. Everything Doko-John said was absolutely right. Right now, Lai's stats were gradually decreasing over time. Normally, he's a monster who can easily handle an erector, but for some reason, he's fighting without his sword. He has the potential to improve by leaps and bounds. If this change is caused by the sword, then his condition is even worse than I thought. At this, Yu's brows furrowed deeply. Meanwhile, Doko-John continued her tirade. You're getting weaker. Is your true self the holy sword? Are you just a sword? I'm not, Lai yelled. What do you mean by that? Are you completely useless without a sword? Doko-John questioned. That's not true. Lai answered through gritted teeth. If you really don't think that, then stop searching for a sword you don't even have and face me. Doko-John yelled with wide eyes. Her words seemed to awaken something within Lai, as his entire body suddenly began to glow with a brilliant light. Immediately, Lai yelled and threw a punch with lightning speed, causing Doko-John to flinch and quickly tilt her head to dodge. The punch was so powerful, it created a gust of wind that blew everything behind him away, but what was even more shocking was that Lai's appearance had completely changed, with long silky hair and a new feminine physique, complete with a massive chest. This new form left both Yuan and Vucho speechless. Doko-John looked at Lai thoughtfully, and was about to speak when suddenly Lai's body began to transform again as rays of light suddenly covered her body. They were quickly absorbed into a cross-shaped mark in the middle of her chest, and this unexpected event caused Lai to feel a sharp pain and collapse to the ground. Seeing that, Yuan hurriedly ran over to check on the situation. However, Doko-John quickly put out a hand to stop him. Calm down, he's fine, but this isn't something that can be easily resolved, she said with slightly narrowed eyes, looking serious. Shortly after, Lai gradually returned to his normal state. Doko-John, coldly, and you were right, I don't think I can go on like this anymore, Dako John then suggested. In that case, let's have a rematch with me. First of all, I apologize for misjudging you. Lai scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, No, you don't need to apologize. I'm the one who was helped. His voice was a bit cheerful, but that joy lasted for less than 3 seconds. Before Dako, John continued, I used to think you were just a clueless fool, but you're actually a fool carrying a bomb on your back. I just hope that bomb doesn't explode inside the tower. After speaking, she let out a weary sigh. Lai could only yell, I really don't like you. Meanwhile, Vucho stood to the side watching the scene between Lai and Dako John, and she also got a little excited, suggesting to Yuan, Hey Yuan, we should do that too. As she spoke, she, inspired by Lai and Inspector John, she also got a little excited and suggested to Yuan, we should do that too. He noticed something strange. What was that just now? Holy Spirit and demonic spirit. How can two opposing forces like that coexist in one body? That seems to be the cause of the outburst. Does Lai know about this? Well, I'll tell him about it after we get back to the dorms. Yuan thought to himself, then turned to Vucho. Sorry Vucho, you've been calling me for a while, haven't you? I was lost in thought. Vucho replied awkwardly. It's okay. More importantly, maybe we could spar too. Yuan recalled her crazed expression and couldn't help but hesitate. Is that a good idea? Vucho quickly explained. I mean, it's not good, but you have a way to restrain me, so I want to control my power. I want to be useful too. The pleading tone in her voice made it impossible for Yuan to refuse. All right. He nodded and started walking towards the weapon rack. As he walked, he thought, Vucho today is unusually proactive. Could it be because yesterday's events were too shocking? Then, he tossed Vucho a wooden sword and began to explain. You're being unusually proactive. Is it because yesterday's event was too shocking? Then, he threw Vucho one wooden sword and began to explain. I think we should set our own pace. No need to be as loud as them. Let's slowly increase the intensity, okay? Vucho nodded. I understand. Yu raised his sword. All right, shall we begin? Vucho replied. Yes, I'll do my best too. Just then, Yu suddenly realized, wait a minute, thinking about it, isn't this my dream school life? The youth I envisioned wasn't about chaotic battles, but about boys and girls encouraging each other and honing their skills together. This is it. Haha, I'm so lucky. Thanks to Vucho, my dream has come true. He thought happily to himself, so much so that the tip of his nose turned a little red. Vucho asked worriedly, So, shall I start? Yu replied softly, All right, bring it on. Immediately after, the pink-haired girl's demeanor changed completely, shifting into a frenzied state that scared Yu senseless. After just 5 short minutes, Yu had to hastily command Y, the little snake, to turn into a chain to restrain Vucho. Y, hold on tight, don't let go, no matter what happens, Yu exclaimed in a panic. It all happened quickly, as the chain gradually absorbed the mana from Vucho's body, allowing her consciousness to slowly return. Are you awake now? Yu asked, his eyes welling up with tears. Seeing Yu's expression, Vucho realized things hadn't gone smoothly, and she covered her mouth and asked worriedly, Yu, are you okay? Are you hurt? How many times has this happened? Yu, looking completely drained, answered, I lost count, but it must have been more than 10 times. It's okay, my limbs are still intact. Hearing this, Vucho could only cry and blame herself. I'm so sorry, it's because of me that you have to suffer like this, Yu. The corners of her eyes were wet with tears, and looking truly pitiful. Yu couldn't bear it, and reached out to pat her head comfortingly. It's really okay. I promised I would help you, and I was prepared for things like this, so don't be sad anymore. Yu's warm voice made Vucho's face blush. However, that sweet moment didn't last long, as Dako John's shout rang out, startling them both as if they'd been caught red-handed. Haha, while I'm over here training my butt off, you're flirting with a beast? Dako, John said, dragging a limp body behind her towards them. Yu quickly retorted, What flirting? Can't you see I almost died just now? Dako John looked unconvinced, whispering sweet nothings to an innocent beast. Her voice was full of discontent, and Vucho quickly explained, That's not it. Yu was just worried about me. Dako John glanced at Vucho with a suspicious look. Is that so? Does the beast have some ulterior motive? Her words made Vucho blush in embarrassment. Then, Dako stopped teasing and switched to a serious tone. It's rude to your opponent to be distracted during training, beast. You should get rid of those thoughts. Meanwhile, Yu sat quietly thinking about Vucho. She used to be so positive, but now she's become so timid. She's too soft on Dako John. But thinking about it, isn't she trying her best? Yu decided to do something to lift the pink-haired girl's spirits. He spoke up. All right. I asked the professors if I could bring one of you with me when I leave the floating island. I just got approval. Dako John flipped her hair, fantasizing. That's great. It's so stuffy here anyway. Yu ignored her and looked straight at Vucho. So Vucho, from now on, let's go out together. Let's go on a date, okay? His words startled the other two. Time passed, and as planned, Yu and Vucho were on a date together in a clothing store. Dako John's questioning voice came through the communication screen. No, I already told you before I left. Yu explained wearily. We're not staying overnight. We're just going out for a little while. I'll be back. Back before tonight. Hearing that, John seemed a bit relieved and replied, All right, have you been living in another world for so long that you really think it's normal for men and women to go out so carelessly at night? In another corner, Lai couldn't hold it in. His tears, his voice choked up. Hey Yoon, is that all? If you go out with someone other than me, your roommate. Before Lai could finish, Yoon immediately cut him off. Are you my mom or something? Just then, Woo-cho stepped out from the fitting room, her face blushing with embarrassment. Sorry, I just tried on the outfit you suggested. Does it look okay? It feels like I'm showing off my body. A little. Despite her embarrassment, the outfit accentuated her beauty so much that Yoon couldn't help but cover his mouth and then give her a thumbs up in praise. It's really beautiful. On the other end of the line, Lai and John were practically losing their minds watching this. Lai screamed, Just you wait until you get back. I want to go out too. Ignoring that, Yoon and Woo-cho began their stroll together. It was Woo-cho's first time off campus, and she was extremely excited. Wow, this is amazing. I never knew there was such a big city right outside the academy, she said as she looked all around, filled with curiosity. Yoon smiled gently and nodded. Amazing, isn't it? I've only been to the city outskirts 2 times myself. Let's walk around for a bit. There are stores and a shopping area over there. Yeah, okay. Woo-cho agreed and hurriedly followed Yoon. However, she soon realized she was being swallowed by the crowd. At this rate, I'll lose sight of Yoon, she thought, and hastily reached out her hand. Fortunately, Yoon realized what was happening and quickly grabbed her wrist, his voice apologetic. Oh gosh, are you all right? I'm sorry. I forgot this was your first time in a place like this. It's okay, I'm fine, Woo-cho said, shaking her head. Seeing this, Yoon gently took her small hand and suggested, There are a lot of people in the shopping area, so let's hold hands from now on. After saying that, he turned his face away, as if to hide his own blushing face. Woo-cho also nodded softly. Okay. The two spent the entire day happily exploring the city, from trying street food, visiting a teddy bear shop, to strolling through a park, all of which made Woo-cho's mood better than ever before. At the end of the day, they stopped at an outdoor food stall. Yoon asked with concern, Are you really okay with this dish? The ingredients at this place are all monster meat. It seemed that way, but his concern was needless because Woo-cho was eating it with great relish. This is why I love it. It's amazing, so delicious, she said with a look of pure satisfaction, making Yoon nod in agreement. Wow, it's tastier than I expected. Woo-cho kept enjoying her meal, even humming a happy tune. I can't believe I get to eat such delicious meat after coming to the city. It's all thanks to Yoon. But suddenly, her mood sank, causing Yoon to notice right away. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Woo-cho answered sadly. No, it's not that. It's just, I realized I was getting too carried away. This is the first time Yoon has taken me to the city in a long time. You even gave me nice clothes and treated me to a delicious meal, but I haven't done anything for you. I wonder if it's okay for me to be enjoying myself so much? I don't even know if what I'm doing is really helping me control my abilities. As she spoke, her voice grew more and more bewildered. Hearing this, Yoon became thoughtful for a moment. Then, he slowly raised his hand, drawing a concept into his palm and said, Can you take a look at this for a moment? The feeling that you're feeling right now is manifesting in my hand. Woo-cho stared, her eyes filled with confusion. Then she shook her head. I don't. Anything. Yeah, let's just say there is. Yu replied awkwardly, then continued to explain. Until recently, my ability could only display anger, but it's different now. Even though we've only spent a short time together, I've been able to recognize these emotions. If we become closer, I'm sure we can find a way to solve your problem. Woo-cho lowered her head, her face tinged with sadness, and quietly mumbled, My problem, you already know about it, right? Yes. But now all your worries are gone, Woo-cho. Yu said as he crushed the orb representing sadness in his palm, then declared, I promise you, I will solve every single problem. So, just enjoy today without any worries. Yu's firm words seemed to have soothed Woo-cho's mood. She replied softly, Okay, then thought to herself, It's amazing. What you said is like magic. Turning back to Yu, he scratched his head in embarrassment as if realizing he had been too confident. Maybe I went a little overboard. Next time we hang out, I won't call it a date anymore. Woo-cho quickly interrupted. No, it's not overboard at all. On the contrary, I want to get closer to you. I want to understand you more, just like Doko-John. She might seem a bit scary to everyone, but she really likes you a lot. Yu shook his head in denial. She doesn't like me. She just wants to possess me like a sharp blade or a weapon. Woo-cho burst out laughing. Yu, do you really think so? Yu looked bewildered. What's so funny? Woo-cho replied gently. No, I just feel more at ease. I used to think you were an all-powerful mage, but maybe I was very wrong. So, I feel like I can try harder. Come on, if you're done eating, let's go. You've bought me so many gifts and clothes, so to thank you, I'll pick out a super cool street outfit for you. Yu smiled and nodded. Alright, don't worry about the money. Let's just have fun. Woo-cho smiled. Haha, going out with someone as talented as you feels so luxurious. In another development, during a meeting of the Academy's professors, the atmosphere grew tense. The small robot on Professor Illumina's shoulder seemed worried. "I'm fine," she quietly signaled for it to be quiet. "It's just a little awkward, but it'll be fine." In the meeting room, a shout rang out. How did information about the tower spread so widely? Who would accept a ranking like the tower climbing leaderboard? How dare they do this? A female professor spoke up. "The information is spreading too fast. There's no way to stop it." "That's right, because there's no infighting involved." Someone else countered, but immediately, another professor slammed his hand on the table, his voice full of indignation. "From the very beginning, we were wrong to let people from the lower world act so thoughtlessly like this." Amidst the tense atmosphere of the meeting, a loud shout silenced everyone. "That's enough, Professor Illumina. No matter how you feel, your students' autonomous actions have crossed the line. This is a clear violation of the Academy's regulations, isn't it? Are you aware of your responsibility for letting him do whatever he wants?" The professor with purple hair glared, his voice full of criticism. Going back in time a bit, before the professors' meeting took place, Illumina had watched the video recorded by Yu's group. She felt her head spin. Oh my god, he actually recorded the entire process inside the tower. Initially, he just said he would climb the tower and record his journey. I didn't object, but I also never expected it to be so successful. Obviously, electronic devices and artifacts are all unable to function inside the tower, as they would be overloaded by the energy flow from the tower. That's a given in this world, but he managed to overcome it and brought back unimaginable results. He probably has no idea about this. Not only did he bring back footage from inside the tower, but he also created a tool that could operate within it. It's truly unbelievable, and the idea went even further. Illumina thought to herself, recalling her conversation with Yu when he proposed the idea. "What? You're planning to post that footage on your channel?" Illumina asked in surprise as Yu answered frankly, "Yes, I think it will attract a lot of attention. Rebel, that's what we call our group, will help improve our image with the other students at the Academy." Illumina didn't stop him, but meanwhile Yu sat quietly thinking about Vu Cho. She used to be so cheerful, but now she's become timid, and she's way too soft on Dokojo. But on second thought, it's not like she's head over heels for him. Yu decided to do something to lift the pink-haired girl's spirits, and he spoke up. "Alright, I've asked the professors if I could bring one of you with me when leaving the floating island. I just got their approval." Dokojo smoothed her hair smugly. "That's great, it's so stuffy here anyway." Yu ignored her and looked straight at Vu Cho. "So Vu Cho, let's go out from now on, okay? Let's go on a date, okay?" His words startled the other two as time passed. As planned, Yu and Vu Cho were on a date in a clothing store when Dokojo's questioning voice came through the communication screen. "No, I told you before I left," Yu explained exasperatedly. "It's not an overnight stay, we're just going out for a bit. I'll be back before evening." Hearing that, Dokojo seemed less worried and replied, "All right. Have you lived in another world for so long that you actually think men and women can just go out so carelessly at night?" In another corner, Lai couldn't hold back her tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Hey Yu, is that all? You're going out with someone other than me? Your roommate?" Before Lai could finish, Yu immediately cut her off. "Are you my mom or something to be this worried?" Just then, Vu Cho stepped out of the fitting room, her face flushed with shyness. "Sorry, I just tried on the outfit you suggested. Does it look okay? It feels like I'm showing off my body." Although it was a bit embarrassing, the outfit highlighted her beauty so much that Yu couldn't help but cover his mouth and give a thumbs up in approval. "It's really beautiful." On the other end of the line, Lai and Dokojo were practically going crazy watching this. Lai shouted, "Just you wait until you get back. I want to go out too." Setting that aside, Yu and Vu Cho started to walk around together. This was Vu Cho's first time leaving the school grounds, and she was incredibly excited. "Wow, this is amazing. I never expected there to be such a big city outside the academy," she said, her eyes darting around curiously. Yu smiled lightly and nodded. "It's amazing, right? Though I've only been to the city outskirts 2 times myself. Let's walk around for a bit. There are shops and a shopping district over there." "Yeah, okay." Vu Cho agreed and hurriedly followed Yu. However, she quickly realized she was getting lost in the crowd. "At this rate, I'm going to lose Yu," she thought to herself, and she hurriedly reached her hand forward. Luckily, Yu also noticed the problem and quickly grabbed her wrist, his voice apologetic. "Oh my, are you okay? Sorry, I forgot this is your first time in a place like this." "It's okay, I'm fine." Vu Cho shook her head. Seeing this, Yu gently took her small hand and suggested, "There are a lot of people in the shopping district, so let's hold hands from now on." After saying that, he turned his face away, as if to hide his own blushing face. Vu Cho also nodded gently. "Okay." Both. The two spent the whole day happily exploring the city, from enjoying street food to visiting a stuffed animal shop and strolling through the park. All of this made Vu Cho feel better than ever, and at the end of the day, they stopped at an outdoor eatery. Yu asked worriedly, "Are you really okay with this dish? The ingredients at this restaurant are all made from monster meat." It seemed so, but his worry was unnecessary because Vu Cho was enjoying it heartily. "That's what I like about it." "This is absolutely delicious," she said with a satisfied expression, making Yu nod in agreement. "Wow, it's better than I thought." Vu Cho continued to enjoy the meal, even humming a happy tune. "I can't believe I'm getting to eat meat like this. It's all thanks to you that I could after coming to the city." But suddenly her mood dropped. which Yu immediately noticed. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Wu Cho replied sadly. No, it's not that. It's just that I realized I was getting too excited. This is the first time you've brought me to the city in a while. You even gave me beautiful clothes and treated me to a delicious meal. But I haven't been able to do anything for you. I wonder if it's okay for me to enjoy myself this much, not even knowing if what I'm doing is actually helping me control my ability? The more she spoke, the more distraught her voice became. Hearing those words, Yu pondered for a moment. Then he slowly raised his hand, gathering a concept into his palm and said, Can you look here for a second? The emotion you're feeling right now is visible in my hand. Wu Cho stared, her eyes full of confusion, then shook her head. I don't see anything. Let's just say it's there. Yu replied awkwardly and continued to explain. Until recently, my ability could only manifest anger, but now it's different. Even though we've only spent a short time together, I've become able to recognize these emotions. If we get closer, I'm sure we'll find a way to solve your problem. Wu Cho lowered her head, her face tinged with sadness, and murmured softly, My problem. You already knew, didn't you? Yes, but now all your worries are gone, Wu Cho. Yu said as he crushed the orb representing her sadness in his palm. Then he affirmed, I promise you, I will solve all your troubles, so just enjoy today without any worries at all. Yu's firm words seemed to soothe Wu Cho's mood. She replied softly, Okay, and thought to herself, that's amazing. What Yu says is like magic. Back to Yu, he scratched his head shyly as if realizing he had been too confident. Maybe I went a little overboard. Next time we go out, I won't call it a date anymore. Wu Cho quickly interrupted. No, it's not overboard at all. In fact, I want to get closer to you. I want to understand you more, just like Dako-John. She seems a bit scary to everyone, but she really likes you. Yu shook his head in denial. She doesn't like me. She just wants to possess me like a sharp blade or a weapon. Wu Cho burst out laughing. Ha ha, Yu, do you really think so? Yu looked bewildered. What's so funny? Wu Cho replied gently. No, I just feel more at ease. I used to think you were an all-powerful mage, but maybe I was very wrong. So I feel like I can try harder. Come on, if you're done eating, let's go. You bought so many gifts and clothes for me, to say thank you. At this point, he turned to Professor Illumina and asked, Tell me, Professor Illumina, shouldn't you share some more information from the footage so the other professors can understand better? Immediately, all eyes in the room turned to the female professor, filled with curiosity. Is there something else, Professor Illumina? Is there more info? Undisclosed information? Faced with this sudden turn in the conversation, Illumina's expression grew bewildered. She was at a loss for words. What? What was that? Xiao looked at her confused expression, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise, then explained, Perhaps Professor Illumina isn't aware of this. Then let me tell you, Ban Yu and his classmates are the only ones among the tower climbers to be chosen by the Guardians. This piece of information that was just revealed made all the professors in the room lose their composure. Professor Thalia even stood up abruptly from her chair and asked again, Oh, the one who climbed the tower for the first time yesterday, he was chosen by a constellation? Before Xiao could answer, Professor Illumina quickly interjected, Vice Chairman, connecting with a constellation is a student's personal achievement. If you speak so carelessly here, but Xiao quickly cut her off and retorted, then answer me truthfully. This is a question from me in my capacity as Vice Chairman. Did Ban Yu and the other students sign a contract with a constellation? Faced with this, since this was a question from a superior to a subordinate, Illumina was forced to answer whether she wanted to or not. No, neither Ban Yu nor the other students signed a contract with a constellation. Back to Xiao. After hearing the answer, his face became pensive, as if he was thinking about something. So they refused? As expected, they're not ordinary. It must have been very difficult for them to express their intentions under pressure from the constellations. Thinking this, he clapped his hands together and decided, in that case, very well, I will allow Ban Yu and all the grade 11 students to attend my special lecture. This decision of his once again caused the group of professors in the room to disagree. What? Wait a minute, Vice Chairman. Didn't you just say that none of them signed a contract with a constellation? So why does he get to take advanced chemistry? Hearing this, Xiao seemed a bit weary as he explained to the foolish professors around him. Professors, the important thing isn't whether they signed a contract with a constellation or not, but that they were chosen by a constellation. Being chosen by a constellation is already proof of their superiority. Since they refused the contract, other constellations will surely take notice of them. So aren't they precisely the students who should attend my lecture? I am the professor who guides students chosen by constellations. If Ban Yu has been chosen by a constellation, then he is also my student. Do you understand, professors? As he spoke, his eyes lit up slightly, and he glanced around the room, simultaneously releasing a kind of pressure that left the other professors with no choice but to agree. Yes, sir. The group replied weakly. Seeing this, Xiao continued, Then I will continue the meeting regarding the leak of the tower's internal video. There is nothing that we, as the school, can do to punish that student. As for his abilities, individual questions and requests will be permitted, but if in the process we discover anyone has pressured the student or caused any sort of disadvantage, the person involved, whether professor or student, will be expelled from the academy. Everyone please keep this in mind. With that, this meeting will conclude here. I hope everyone has a good rest of the week. With that said, the smiling vice chairman left the meeting room, while Professor Illumina finally understood the whole situation. Now I get it. This meeting wasn't to decide on a punishment. The vice chairman's true intention, it was the chairman's will. This is the chairman's warning, delivered through the vice chairman, not to touch Ban Yuan. That's a relief. Ban Yuan, I never thought he would gain so much of the chairman's favor. I don't need to worry anymore. Thinking this, Professor Illumina let out a heavy sigh, while for some reason, suddenly, Professor C approached the beautiful professor and suggested, Professor Illumina, what do you say? Shall we have a drink at the bar? I'd like to celebrate your student's success with you. In response to this, the small robot shot him a furious glare, as if asking how he dared after constantly backing the beautiful professor into a corner, and now he has the nerve to ask her for a drink. Beside him, Illumina also looked at him with eyes that saw right through him and immediately left the meeting without another word. Seeing this, a few other male professors could only offer a forced smile and console C. Haha, looks like you got rejected, Professor C. Come have a drink with us instead. Time quickly passed until the next day. The scene shifts to the cafeteria, where for some reason Y was completely surrounded by a crowd of students. Everyone wanted to get to know him. You're Ban Yuan, right? My name is Mira, from the Hater World. Are you interested in the student council? Yuan, want to chat for a bit? I'm Eureka. Are you? Really from that manaless secondary world? Are you listening? I'm asking you on a date. Let's meet up tonight, shall we? Should I write this in my diary? The student council always welcomes talented people like you. A barrage of questions flew at him, leaving Y with a completely bewildered look on his face. He had absolutely no idea how to react. Seeing the scene before her, Dokojo couldn't help but ask curiously, what the heck? Why is it so crowded here? To explain, La spoke up, his voice full of pride. You remember the channel we created, right? It's become a phenomenon. Just after the tower climbing video, the number of subscribers surpassed 2 million, and the tower video itself has reached 5 million views. Now, it's hard to find anyone in the academy who hasn't seen our channel. Returning to her thoughts, Dokojo mused to herself as she watched Y surrounded by everyone. Honestly, compared to his abilities, I didn't think filming would be so impressive, but seeing how everyone is reacting, the ideas and talent of Ban Yu are truly respectable. Time flew by, and finally, Yuan escaped the crowd, collapsing exhaustedly at a table, and complaining to his friends. My gosh, it's only Monday morning and it's already like this. Across from him, Vucho smiled and praised him. Good job. Lai didn't miss the chance to tease him. Well, look at you, Mr. Popular, enjoying it? Yu replied with a sarcastic smile. Maybe. It's still better than being dragged into controversy just for breathing. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned to Lai, saying, Oh, hey, you have a lot of fans. If someone wants to talk to you, try to be a little kinder to them. They said they're too scared to approach you. Lai smiled calmly. If they come with good intentions, there's no problem. However, not everyone supported Yuan's group. A few people started making sarcastic remarks. How ridiculous, making such a fuss over a staged video. There's no way they could clear 4 rounds in such a short time. Especially that bunch from a secondary world. Look at the size of this spider. It's obviously a fake video. How can they let people like that run wild? Just you wait. Well, tomorrow all those lies will be exposed. Chung glanced at Yoon with malicious eyes, and those words made Yoon suddenly remember something. Ah, that's right. Tomorrow is the day I have to face that struggling giant after everything that just happened. The people who doubt the video or just plain hate me are probably dying to see me get crushed tomorrow. Hearing this, Lai and Vucho looked visibly worried. However, besides cheering for Yoon, they couldn't do much else. At the same time, Do Ho-jun, having just finished her meal, gently wiped her mouth with a napkin and said with a smile, Well then, you just need to put on the best show you can for both your haters and your supporters, right? Yoon laughed. Haha, you're right. At the same time, he thought to himself that at least tomorrow would be a good chance to gain some new subscribers. Time passed quickly. The scene shifts to the training arena, where Yoon and his opponent Hector are already present. The referee announced, this match will be live streamed on the school's channel. Do you both consent? If so, please sign the document. As soon as he finished speaking, a system window appeared, in front of them both. Yoon couldn't hide his surprise as he read the contents. What are these disclaimer clauses? If one party surrenders or becomes incapacitated, the match will end. Attacking vital spots is prohibited. But as for injuries, you're on your own. Are they telling us to fight until one of us is disabled? The more he thought about it, the less Yoon could understand the school's policy. However, Hector spoke up, his voice dripping with provocation. Hey, negotiator! Yoon, taken aback, asked back. What? Hector continued his taunts. Getting scared now, are you? If you are, just go ahead and surrender. All you have to do is crawl between my legs and bark like a dog, and I'll accept your surrender. Those words infuriated Yoon, this meathead. What the hell is he spouting? In the surrounding area, the thugs who had been taught a lesson by Lai were also present, continuing to run their mouths. That lowly commoner has the gall to cause a scene. Here, tear that guy to pieces, Hector. In another corner, Optima watched from the stands with a thoughtful expression. Unaware of this, Du Hojun turned to her friend Lai, who was also live streaming on his channel, and asked, "How are the reactions?" Hearing her, Lai replied with a stiff face, "The number of live viewers has already surpassed 10,000, but most of them are cursing out Yoon." Seeing the situation, Vucho worriedly expressed, "Everyone is targeting Yoon. It's so unfair." Meanwhile, Du Hojun didn't seem to take the issue seriously. She casually thought, "This is actually not surprising at all. The number of people who support us can be counted on one hand, so this reaction isn't surprising." At this point, with so many people watching, Yoon has no other choice but to prove himself. After all, to establish his talent, he has to put in the effort himself. Back to Yoon's perspective, Hector's words made him burst out laughing. He thought to himself, "Kneel, crawl between his legs, and bark like a dog? Haha, not a chance. I never thought I'd hear a line like that. It's like something straight out of a third-rate novel." Yoon felt that if he didn't say something back, and to this fool, it would bother him. "Hey, did you practice that provocation just for me? That line just now sounded pretty good, but do you have the strength to back it up?" Hector replied from across the arena, his face a mask of defiance. "Heh heh. I wonder how long you can maintain that composure." Yoon shrugged, turning and walking away as he said, "Whether I'm calm or not, just come over here and see for yourself." Saying that, he drew a sword from his inventory and made a taunting gesture at Hector. This action made him grit his teeth, letting out a furious growl as his heart boiled with the desire to crush Yoon. Immediately, he yelled at the referee, "Professor Jun, hurry up and start the match. Let me tear this bastard to shreds now." His murderous tone made the professor beside him break out in a cold sweat, and he hastily complied. "All right then, Class 1's Erector will fight against Class 11's Ban Yoon. Let the match begin." As soon as the words were spoken, Erector charged forward without hesitation to attack. First, he clenched his fist, swinging his gigantic arm like a sledgehammer straight at Yoon. "Die," he bellowed as if he wanted to send Yoon to the afterlife with a single blow. Meanwhile, Yoon calmly observed, thinking to himself, "You seem a bit overconfident, don't you? But being that slow, what can you possibly do to me?" He took a small step back, twisting his body to dodge Erector's attack. At the same time, the sword in his hand struck Erector square in the face, snapping his head to the side and pulling his massive body along with it as he collapsed to the ground. Facing a boulder like him, the most effective method was to use the movement technique that he had learned. Yoon recalled the memory of the night after his date with Vucho in the Class 11 training room when Hojan had begun to instruct him. Her voice echoed in his mind. But before you can use this technique, it takes a lot of trial and error. Otherwise, it's nothing more than a half-baked skill. When facing a new opponent or a new attack, you must use your wits in the moment. You might feel a little overwhelmed, but you must calmly observe your opponent's actions. To master it, you have to practice so that you can use that movement method at any time. With this staff, I will attack you with different speeds and forms, each with a different intent. If you can counterattack even just one time, you'll pass. Faced with Hojan's sharp voice, Yoon trembled like a newborn lamb, with tears even welling up in his eyes. Back in the present, Yoon observed and analyzed intently. That stupid boulder can't even touch me. If he keeps up these ineffective attacks, he's bound to show an opening soon. On the other side, Erector still hadn't collected himself. How did I even get hit? Wait, what just happened? A sudden scream erupted from Erector, but just as the sound left his throat, the rocky skin on his face suddenly cracked open, causing him to clutch his face and howl in agony. Yoon watched this, nodding in satisfaction. It seems my technique is quite effective. Before I attacked, I infused wave energy into my sword. A body as hard as rock like yours seems to conduct this energy very well, which is why you're in so much pain. In response to Yoon's explanation was Erector's crazed glare. He roared like a wild beast. How dare you harm my body? Yoon turned back, looking coldly at the screaming Erector before slowly walking towards him, remarking, "Excuse me, but could you stop whining and attack me already? If you don't want any more pain, just give up now." Erector, arrogant and foolish, how could he possibly endure such taunts? His entire body trembled with rage. Suddenly, without any warning, he swung his gigantic arm toward Yoon as if to grab him. However, with his sluggish speed, how could he ever touch Yoon? With just a light leap, Yoon easily dodged the attack. This only made Erector even more furious. "You, a lowlife from an inferior dimension, dare to look down on me?" His eyes turned as black as ink, and from his mouth and the cracks on his head, white smoke billowed out endlessly. Next, he used a skill that made his already large hands grow even so it's bigger than me. "I'll definitely kill you," Erector roared, raising his hand high and slamming it down. The impact was so powerful it made the entire arena shake, but making his arm bigger only slowed him down even more. This attack posed no threat to Yon at all. He even smirked inwardly. How foolish. At least after taking such a powerful hit like that, you should try a different attack method. If you keep repeating the same ineffective move, I'll have no choice but to take you down quickly. Unaware of Yan's thoughts, Erector had completely lost control. He charged in, attacking wildly without any strategy, while Yan moved gracefully, focusing his energy into his sword. Just before Erector's giant hand slammed down, Yan's blade swung up and touched his stone arm. With just a single slash, countless cracks appeared on the massive arm, making Erector scream like a stuck pig. Elsewhere, Vice Principal Zoe was watching the battle from his office. He chuckled softly and shook his head. What a pointless match. Not just him, even those who once looked down on Yan were now leaving countless question marks in the comments section, which made Lai extremely satisfied. Haha, even if they saw it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't believe it. Vucho also replied excitedly, that's right. Compared to when he first enrolled, Yan has become unbelievably strong. The group of thugs that Lai had taught a lesson to were now scratching their heads in confusion at this result. Is this for real? Why was Erector defeated the moment the match started? And to lose to someone from a lower world? Could it be that the skills shown on that channel were all real? They said with doubtful faces, while Professor June, the referee, was left speechless by the scene in the arena. He thought to himself, what the hell is going on? Just 1 week ago, he didn't seem to be this strong at all. What on earth happened in those few days? Under his watchful gaze, Yan now appeared with a brilliant golden aura, exuding an indescribable power. However, before he could get a closer look, an urgent message from the Professor's Council suddenly appeared. Turning back to look at Yan, he noticed Erector lying motionless on the floor, his body covered in injuries. Yan wondered to himself, now what do I do? Attacking someone who's already injured so badly they can't move is just cowardly. Get up and fight. But before Yan could think any further, Professor June raised his hand to intervene. That's enough. Stop right now. By the decision of the supervising professors, we declare that Erector is unable to continue fighting. For the safety of both contestants, the match ends here. This announcement left both Yan and Erector stunned. Especially Yan. He felt that something was wrong with the match being stopped at such a crucial moment. What are they talking about? If I were the one who was injured, they probably wouldn't have done anything. Yan thought sarcastically before speaking up. Professor June, please wait a moment. But Professor June immediately shut him down. You have no right to object. Yan, the match is over. Leave the arena now. His authoritative voice left Yan gritting his teeth in frustration. Although he was unwilling, he couldn't go against the decision of the Professor's Council. Yan turned and walked away, thinking to himself, the match ended without a winner, how annoying. But at least I didn't lose, so I can accept that. Just then, the panicked shout of Professor June rang out. Wait, Erector, don't move, you can't fight anymore, the match is over. Just then, Yuan turned to see Ector, his body covered in injuries, trembling as he struggled to get up. He roared, who says it's over? Do you want me to kneel before someone from a lower world and suffer this humiliation? You bastard, I'll kill you. With that, he used a skill that caused his right arm to swell up like a tank, and charged towards Yuan, the floor cracking with his every step. Meanwhile, Professor June could only stand behind them and shout helplessly, Stop, Ector, get out of the way, Ban Yuan. Being treated unfairly had already infuriated Yuan, and now Ector was foolishly charging in to attack again. Yuan decided not to hold back. He drew a sword from his inventory, muttering, Dodge? Why should I dodge? He's trying to kill me. Ector, I'm sure he heard the warning, right? If his opponent is from a lower world, does he think he has to follow the rules or something? The professors encouraged the match, then ended it on a whim, and now some guy is acting like a fool just for his pride. The way this place operates really pisses me off. With that thought, Yuan's eyes grew cold. He swung his sword in a flash, and instantly, Ector's right arm was severed, flying through the air. Ector's eyes widened in shock. Then, he clutched his stump, screaming in agony. In the stands, all the students' jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. Professor June rushed over, trying to calm him down. Calm down, Ector. Your arm can be reattached. I'll take you to the infirmary right away. As he spoke, he hurriedly operated his system window. At that very moment, Yuan suddenly received a notification from his system. System notification. Do you want to steal the following traits from the arm of Ector? Vitality, Titan's body, volcano, monstrous strength. This notification made Yuan break out in a cold sweat. What is this? Can this even happen? While Yuan was still bewildered by that strange notification, June, after completing the operation on his system window, quickly transported Ector's body along with the severed arm to the infirmary. Once that was done, the assistant professor turned and confronted Yuan. What was the meaning of that, Ban Yuan? I told you to get out of the way, didn't I? Yuan calmly sheathed his sword, shrugged, and replied, I apologize, Assistant Professor Jun, but since it all happened so suddenly after the match had ended, it was hard for me to react in time. Jun was not satisfied with this explanation and yelled, Is that your excuse now? Just then, a call screen appeared beside him, and the calm, steady voice of Vice Principal Zahn rang out. That's enough, Assistant Professor Jun. I will handle this matter. Hearing this, Jun immediately wiped the angry expression from his face and replied weakly, Yes, I understand. The system screen turned towards Yuan, and Zahn spoke in a stern tone. Hello, Ban Yuan. I am speaking on behalf of the professors. We have witnessed the entire incident. From now on, I will be asking the questions, and you will answer. Think carefully, and answer truthfully. Yuan paused, his sharp, cold gaze fixed on Yuan, regarding Hector's reckless attack. You surely can't say you were unable to dodge it, can you? With your skills, dodging would have been easy. The power gap between you two was so vast that the faculty council decided to end the match. Therefore, give us an answer that we can accept. Why didn't you dodge that attack, Ban Yuan? The pressure from Zan's question made Yuan feel tense. He didn't answer right away, instead thinking deeply to himself. Although I've mastered the skill of wielding the power of words, I've never truly thought deeply about the soul of words. Yuan felt the immense pressure, terrified from behind the screen. Who on earth is this person, he wondered. Yu then spoke up. As everyone guessed, I didn't dodge Hector's attack. Instead, I chose to counterattack because I saw that a student who dares to disrespect the authority of the professors, and even takes pleasure in it, deserves to face the consequences. Sun asked in surprise, Did you say the authority of the professors? Yu nodded. That's right. Furthermore, in an official sparring match where rules must be strictly adhered to, I wanted to make it clear that no student should dare to disregard the rules or think they can get away with sneak attacking an opponent, without punishment. Sun probed further. Why? Yu calmly replied. Because many students and viewers from the other dimensions were watching today's match. Hector deliberately ignored the announcement ending the match and continued to attack me. If I had simply dodged passively, it would have sent the wrong message that when fighting students from so-called inferior dimensions, the rules don't need to be followed. Although the decision was made in a split second, I am certain my actions were entirely correct. I acted to uphold the Academy's rules, Yu replied with an incredibly calm and confident tone. His clever response, using the Academy's honor as a shield, made Vice Principal. Sun smiled to himself. Haha, what a clever answer. He knows full well that many people are listening, and has turned a personal issue into a matter concerning the entire Academy. I can't refute that logic. But as he thought this, Sun's voice turned stern again. Student Ban Yu, disregarding the sparring regulations is indeed punishable. However, deciding who to punish is the responsibility of myself and the Academy, not a student like you. Is that not correct? Sun's words caused Yu's expression to darken visibly. Nearby, Assistant Professor Run grinned smugly. Ha, serves you right. No matter how silver-tongued you are, you're up against the Vice Principal. You're finished, Ban Yu. However, Yu understood the situation perfectly. He had no way to defy the Vice Principal's authority, so he chose to concede. You are absolutely correct, Professor. If my actions inadvertently infringed upon the authority of the faculty, I sincerely apologize. Whatever happens, I am prepared to accept my punishment. Hearing this, Sun suddenly chuckled, his tone becoming much more relaxed. Haha, punishment you say? No, not at all. I never had any intention of discussing punishment from the start. I was simply curious about your thought process. Saying this, Sun paused for a moment, his sharp gaze assessing Yu. He's truly eloquent and has an incredible determination to win the constellations over to his side. With that thought, Sun concluded the matter. In any case, the ultimate fault lies with Hector. He ignored the signal ending the match and still tried to attack you. Therefore, I will recognize Ban Yu's actions as justifiable self-defense. In the stands, Lai and Vu Cho immediately began to celebrate. Only Assistant Professor Run stood there dumbfounded before hastily speaking up. Professor, but what he did. Before he could finish, Sun turned and cut him off. That's enough, Assistant Professor. Run, you should stop this shameful behavior at once. If you had stepped in to stop Hector from the beginning, and not let him lose control, then today's incident might have been avoided, correct? You also bear some responsibility for this. Assistant Professor Run's face went pale, and he didn't dare say another word. Sun ended the discussion. Reattaching Hector's arm is not an issue. Difficult, so we will stop here. All students watching the match, please return to your seats and focus on the upcoming activities. Next, as for you, Yuan, you've worked hard. You may leave now. Speaking of Yuan, seeing himself let off so easily, he was stunned for a few seconds before quickly bowing his head in thanks and turning to leave. However, right at that moment, a whisper echoed in his ear. The very faint voice of So. See you again. This statement made Yuan incredibly curious. He glanced back at the screen behind him for a moment, then went to meet up with his friends. Seeing Yuan easily defeat a rector, Lai and Vu Cho excitedly said, There you are, Yu. Welcome back. The swordsmanship you used at the end of the match was absolutely amazing, Lai praised. Vu Cho, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. More importantly, I'm glad you weren't hurt. Responding to them both, Yuan also nodded. You guys were out here? Thanks for cheering me on. Fighting those elite monsters in the tower was really helpful, wasn't it? On another side, the swordswoman Ho-Jan also spoke up, chiming in. I really enjoyed the match. You've gotten stronger again, haven't you? How does it feel to gain new power? Is it more useful? Hearing this, Yuan scratched his head and turned to her. Thanks, it's all because you often train me with those mysterious exercises of yours. However, Ho Jan cut him off, her tone turning serious. Not that. That guy's arm. You absorbed it, didn't you? Ho Jan's words made Yuan's face stiffen, and he began to recall the event that had just happened. Yuan had decided to absorb the energy from Erector's arm, thinking it was better to take a little just in case. First, Yuan thought to himself and quickly pressed the confirmation button. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. Depriving. Life Force 22.9, Body 27.9, Titan 14, Volcano 14, Super Strength 14. Giant and Volcano are attributes that humans cannot possess. After reading it, Yuan was stunned for a few seconds. Returning to reality, he admitted to the group, "Until now, I still can't control the attributes of living beings at will, but it seems I can deprive specific body parts by severing them. So, in the end, I chose to absorb the power from Erector's right arm," Yuan said with a sad expression on his face. Seeing that look, Ho Jan coldly reminded him, "Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look so drained of life?" Yuan explained. "At first, I was happy about getting stronger, but after thinking about it, I felt that something was being wrong. After all, I cut off a human's arm, not a monster's. Being happy after severing someone's arm to gain power makes me feel uncomfortable." Yuan's voice grew quieter, filled with a deep sadness. This made Vucho, standing nearby, worried as well. However, Ho Jan immediately set him straight. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hold your head up high. He was the one who tried to kill you. An arm is the price he paid. You won, he lost. The outcome is clear. It doesn't matter who it is. If someone intends to take your life, you don't need to be soft. Understand?" Ho Jan's sharp words snapped Yuan out of it. His mind gradually cleared, and he chuckled softly and nodded. "Yeah, you're right. Haha. Sorry everyone. I suddenly started overthinking things." Seeing that Yuan was back to normal, Ho Jan complained. "Worrying about things like that is truly unnecessary. So, what if I went around and politely asked for an arm from each of those rumored special class kids? What do you think? Take their power, spare their lives, but crush their spirits." Hearing this terrifying intention, Yuan could only force a smile. "Haha, you scared me." Lai also shook his head disapprovingly at Yuan. "Don't worry, compared to H. John, you're still more human." This made H. John angry, and he glared at them both. "Hey, what are you talking about?" Suddenly, a screen notification appeared in front of Yuan. He exclaimed, "Oh man, what is it now?" His cry attracted the attention of the other three people. Before Yuan was a notification about a class taught by Professor Zhou. This made him break out in a cold sweat. Oh no. It's a mandatory supplementary course, with no right to refuse, Professor Zhou's Babylon Constellation for final year students, from the 4th year and up. Professor Zhou's voice echoed from the screen, how to attract support from the constellations, how to negotiate contracts with constellations more skillfully, useful knowledge and preparation to avoid the wrath of a constellation, how to easily change constellations, and so on. This course especially welcomes the participation of Class 11. Time passed quickly, and Yuan's group was slowly on the move, but the people around them looked at them with unfriendly gazes. "Look, the underclassmen group is coming this way. Look at that guy walking so smugly. It's such an eyesore, so irritating." One person spoke up, however, another had a different thought. "Really? Even though he's an underclassman, he looks pretty good, and his dueling was quite sharp. But why are they coming through here? This is the 4th year's floor." Someone wondered aloud. "Yeah, that's right. This floor only has the lecture hall of Professor Zhou." Back to Yuan, the protagonist noticed his friends were all silent amidst the gossip. To break the heavy atmosphere, he spoke up. "Have I told you guys this before? In my world, there's a saying, the more you're cursed, the longer you live." In response, Heijin gave him a doubtful look, as if she were looking at a 3-year-old. "Huh? Then you must be immortal, right?" she mocked. Meanwhile, Lai scowled, criticizing those cowards talking behind our backs. Do they think we're deaf or something? Vivi, the petite girl, tugged on Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "Are you okay? After what happened yesterday, I was worried everyone would avoid you. They don't even know you, and they're already spreading nasty rumors." Her eyes welled up as if she were about to cry. Yuan realized that perhaps Vivi was the one who needed comforting. "It's okay, Vivi. It's a bit upsetting, but it's better than being looked down on like before. Thanks for worrying about me." As he spoke, he patted her head, which made her mood gradually improve. However, the happy moment didn't last long before the sound of Heijin grinding her teeth echoed. "Ha ha. You two go out for one weekend and you're already this chummy?" Her words made Lai shudder and quickly step aside. Heijin glared at Vivi and asked, "You like that outfit Yuan gave you that much? If you want to be all lovey-dovey, do it somewhere else." "Monster," Vivi unexpectedly retorted. "Are you jealous?" Her words surprised Yuan, while Heijin became furious like a cat with its fur on end. "Wasn't getting beaten in the duel enough for you?" "Monster," Heijin growled. Vivi quickly hid behind Yuan, but her eyes were still full of determination. Yuan had no choice but to step in and mediate. "Wait a minute. Calm down, Heijin. Class is about to start. Let's not fight." Vivi glanced at Heijin, smiling and said, "You're acting as if you didn't bully me first." Her words made Heijin tremble with rage, while Yuan glared at Vivi. You too. Time flew by, and the group made their way to the Babylon Constellation Lecture Hall. Before entering, Yuan asked, "This is the Babylon Lecture Hall, right? We're not late, are we?" Lai said worriedly. There was also a class last week. If underclassmen like us join halfway through, what will the seniors think? Yuan smiled. You're worried. Worried about this? Of course. They'll think we're genius underclassmen, right? Yu opened the door and walked in, and immediately, the gazes of all the students in the class fell upon them, creating considerable pressure. H. John admitted, just as expected, they were upperclassmen, and even he couldn't underestimate their abilities. In contrast to H. John's composure, Vucho nervously gripped Yu's arm, his face pale with worry. Compared to his friends, he noticed many more things. Good heavens. I knew this was a class for exceptional students, but what is this? Before Yu's eyes appeared countless unclear notifications, revealing the terrifying power of the upperclassmen. Yu's current strength was not enough to assess their power. The system announced, "You have successfully understood and interpreted a portion of the concept held by a transcendent being. Your understanding of the Book of All Poisons has reached 137, unable to read Yu's thoughts." Professor Zahn, after seeing the group of freshmen had arrived, spoke up to welcome them. Welcome, 11th graders. I am very happy to see you all joining my class. Let me introduce myself. I am Zahn, your supervising professor. You may sit in any empty seat. As for Yu, he quickly realized this was the voice that had spoken to him during the battle with Erector. After Yu's group settled into their seats, the vice principal began the lecture in the syllabus I've handed out. The goal of this course is very clear: to understand the origin of the tower and the constellations. Since today we have the participation of our underclassmen, we will first learn about the tower. At first glance, the tower may seem to have no rules or an endpoint, but in reality, it is like a living organism. When climbing the tower, we must overcome trials and discover the hidden treasures within. You might think you receive rewards for overcoming the trials, but that's not actually the case. It's not that you are hunting for treasure, but rather the tower itself has prepared them for you to receive. The purpose is to select the most elite individuals with more precious items, more special treasures, and more transcendent magic. The tower is searching for those who can comprehend it, and revealing more secrets to those who understand it is a fundamental condition of any intelligent being with higher reasoning abilities. Returning to Yu, hearing the vice principal's words, he inwardly scoffed. What nonsense. A fragile system that can be overturned by an unusual invader through unorthodox means. And he's talking about the tower choosing people. Isn't that a gross exaggeration? How can anyone believe this? But then, Yu suddenly became pensive. He began to recall the events that occurred while climbing the tower and thought, wait a minute, the period when the principal's letters were sent out en masse was not long after an invader entered the tower, so we assumed the unusual phenomenon with the swarm of spiders, but thinking about it now, the difficulty on the first floor was quite strange. The thing that instantly killed Lu Wai was definitely an elite monster. If the tower only started to get weird after the group reached the 4th room, and the invader started causing trouble, then the hell level difficulty in rooms 1, 2, and 3 makes no sense. What on earth is going on here? Could the tower really be like a living organism? This assessment sounds crazy, but if I change the premise, suppose the tower's difficulty didn't change because of the invaders, but due to another reason. Could it be because of that? Just think, was that hell level difficulty really set by the tower itself for us? Or was it perhaps because I'm a descendant of the tower's master? Is that why it happened? Gosh, that sounds so narcissistic, it doesn't make any sense. The more Yuan thought about it, the more confused he became, so much so that his hybrid friend next to him had to ask, "What's wrong, Yuan?" At the front, although Vice Principal Zhou was still lecturing, his eyes were constantly on Yuan. Seeing the boy's restless expression, he suddenly gave a mysterious smile, turning back to Yuan, who was still stroking his chin in thought. There's no need to overthink it. If the tower itself chooses its climbers, as the professor said, then there's no better environment than this. At the very least, our class faced a more difficult challenge and a different situation compared to everyone else. They say high risk, high reward. The reward prepared by the tower must be on a completely different level. Tsk. Why can't I grasp this idea? What is this class really about? Across the room, Vice Principal Zhou met Yuan's confused gaze and said in astonishment, "Have you already discovered it? The barrier layer surrounding it. Some students don't notice it even after many years. Yet you discovered that orb on your first day of auditing the class." "That's right, you're very sharp, Ban Yuan. It's surprising. Even as a first-year student, you are completely worthy of attending this lecture." As he spoke, the professor reached into the air and pulled down a purple orb that was floating above the class. He continued, "I have a question for you, Ban Yuan. What do you see inside this orb?" The cryptic question made Yuan observe the orb intently, but his system only showed vague information. Yuan answered awkwardly, "I don't see anything." Hearing this, So smiled. "You need to focus more. Check again." Still nothing. Yuan shook his head. "Try to focus again. There must be something you can see. Try to uncover the secret of this orb." No encouraged. After a moment of careful observation, Yuan began to notice a few concepts inside. Shield, sever, protect. But he couldn't grasp anything beyond that, he said with a confused look. Zhou realized he had reached his limit and didn't ask for more. Very good, you can close your eyes and rest now. Yuan let out a sigh of relief. So couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect you to discover 3 of the orb's abilities. You're truly not ordinary at all. Now I understand why the principal has taken such an interest in you. He continued to ask. Do you understand what this is? Not at all, Yuan answered bluntly. The response left the vice principal a bit flustered. You're very honest, but you should think more carefully. I want to emphasize to all of you that in your studies and in life, expanding your thinking and nurturing your imagination is extremely important. Expanding your mind is directly related to expanding your power. If you want to use your abilities at a higher level, you must develop your thinking ability and strive to direct it. You must train your ability to think. Even if the results aren't immediately apparent, you must never stop thinking. These words made Yuan feel confused, constantly thinking, what does that have to do with the orb? He thought to himself before asking directly, if someone has high perceptive ability or a powerful imagination, can they control this orb? The question surprised EXO, but he nodded. Precisely. One day, if you can understand the structure of all things, analyze it, and develop the ability to expand upon it, this orb will turn you into a god. The entire class fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Zhou laughed. It might be hard to understand now, but through the process of learning, you will gradually come to understand. This is the core content of my lecture, and it is closely related. Let's get to the main topic, the Constellation War Simulation. Today's class ends here. For homework, I want you to imagine the possible applications of this. See you all next week. As for Yuan, he still hadn't grasped much from the lecture. He scratched his head and muttered, this is too complicated. A god is a god, but what's a pseudo-god? A godlike being or a false god? What's the principle behind becoming a god? Is it because we're in different school years? This class is way too hard, Yuan thought, his brain about to explode. Meanwhile, the students began to leave the lecture hall. Lai turned to the others and said, let's get going. After they went outside, Yuan still didn't understand anything from the lecture and wanted someone to explain it. Can anyone explain that lecture to me again? His question made Lai's eyes go wide. Huh? I thought you'd be the one to naturally summarize it for us. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from beside the group. So the lecture's over already? Hearing this, Yuan jumped and turned to shout, Tima, what are you doing here? In response, the blonde noble shot him a contemptuous look. You lowly creature, shut up. I'm the one asking the questions here. He glanced around and asked, where is she? The whole group was confused. Lai vaguely spoke up, her, you don't mean. The image of a certain person immediately popped into their heads. Just then, Hojan's voice rang out, what's all this noise about? She walked over, curiously looking at the crowd, but her gaze quickly landed on Optima. She commented nonchalantly, oh my, I thought something serious was happening. Across from her, upon seeing Hojan, Optima immediately walked over. He looked her straight in the eye and said in a serious voice, you're Hojan, correct? Hearing this, Hojan calmly crossed her arms and replied, that's right. So what? Optima continued, I have some business to discuss with you. His words slightly annoyed the swordswoman. You want to challenge me to another duel? If you have a death wish, I won't stop you, but it's difficult to have a duel inside this academy. However, Tima's next move truly shocked everyone. He suddenly dropped to one knee, pulling a magnificent bouquet of roses from his inventory. He held the bouquet out to Hojan and declared solemnly, Hojan, I want to ask you out on a date. After saying it, his face flushed red with embarrassment. Yuan's friends, standing behind them, stared wide-eyed, breaking out in a cold sweat. They were worried for Tima, who dared to say such a thing to Hojan. And as for Hojan, her face darkened, radiating a murderous aura that seemed ready to swallow everyone whole. No one could believe their eyes. His and Lai's faces turned pale. They couldn't believe this guy had such strange taste. He's actually into the girl who beat him to a pulp? Lai calmly said, the answer was right there in your question. Yuan exclaimed in horror, it can't be, with a look of helplessness. Meanwhile, Jian calmly said, you guys are all the same, so stop arguing. I'm very curious to know what his plan is. The 3 of them immediately looked at her with question marks over their heads. What plan? Jian then calmly said, you guys really don't get it? Then she walked over, explaining as she went, he must have some other ulterior motive, because I don't see any romantic interest in his eyes. Yuan lazily glanced back and replied, no way, it's not what you think. You're looking pretty cute yourself. Upon hearing that, Jaeon, who gets flustered easily, began to get shy. Her whole body trembled as she stammered, you, why are you suddenly complimenting me like that? I already know I'm beautiful, you don't have to shout it. Someone beside her advised Joan, don't pay any attention to his flirting. That guy is a total bad boy. John replied shyly, of course I know that. All right, you don't have to say it. Beside him, Ducho wondered to herself, does he really have another motive? But those eyes were definitely for her. Recalling a few minutes ago, Xeon had directly rejected the blonde guy in a stern voice. I'm not interested in you. So don't come looking for me anymore, she said coldly as she walked away, leaving the blonde guy still kneeling on one knee. Just then, Ruo turned back and noticed his expression. Clearly, he was heartbroken and disappointed after being rejected. He looked completely dejected as he struggled to get back on his feet. Why bother? Dejected as he struggled to get back on his feet. Why bother with love at this age? It's so exhausting, you're better off just watching recaps. A moment later, at the training grounds, he suddenly received a system notification. You have revealed yourself to multiple beings, engraving your existence into their minds. You have awakened a new concept, charisma and honor. The value for charisma and honor is 10. He thought to himself, I just got a new concept right after uploading this week's video to my channel. Charisma 10. The ability to charm and influence others. Honor 10. The authority gained from being acknowledged by other beings. These stats seem good, but are they useful for climbing the tower? Curious, he immediately turned to Du Cho and asked, have I been looking handsome lately? She was taken aback and confused, but then complimented him, saying he seemed even more handsome. The guy immediately got smug from the compliment, but this just irritated Xian, who released an aura of terrifying jealousy that startled everyone. She then yelled, you two, focus on the task at hand, stop with the PDA here. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and in her hands was Lai, who was being used as a punching bag to vent her anger. He immediately asked Du Cho if she noticed anything different about him, but before he could finish speaking, Xian pushed him right in the face. She said with a blush, didn't you hear what I just said? You should be focusing on your training. Then she scolded him in frustration. At this rate, we'll be training until morning. Yoon saw this and called Ruo over to practice. Meanwhile, Lai looked like he was about to cry. Please let me rest for a bit. His wish was granted, and he collapsed onto the floor. In the training yard, Yoon was sparring with Ruo. They moved and parried attacks with incredible speed, and her combat skills were steadily improving. The force of their clashing techniques was immense. From the sidelines, Lai offered his assessment. Ban, you've gotten a lot stronger. I think it might be time to move on to more advanced training. But Xian immediately shot that down. Not yet. Leaning against the wall, she explained. He has gotten stronger, but he's still a far cry from you two. The only reason he's able to keep up is because Ruo is holding back. She watched him fight, her mind filled with calculations. Tomorrow we enter the tower anyway. Have you figured out a way to deal with that monster Ban? If not, it'll be a repeat of last time. If we don't find a solution soon, we'll just fail again. Meanwhile, Yoon activated his all-seeing eye. Golden sparks flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself. After training with Ruo for a week, I'm starting to understand her. Her rage is triggered by her emotions, and her state changes depending on which emotion is fueling it. When negative emotions like anger are used as fuel, she becomes much harder to control. But on the other hand, when fueled by positive emotions like joy, her rage subsides and she becomes stable again. But in the heat of battle, feelings of rage are almost inevitable, and that's the reason she can't control her power. He dodged the blow, then used the flat of his sword to send her flying away. With a loud thud, Ruo's body was knocked back and lay flat on the ground. Witnessing this scene surprised the other two people. Ruo seemed to be growing angry, while he had realized something. At that moment, his hands formed a magic circle as he silently calculated. He had spent the entire week with Ruo, collecting a bit of her emotions from when she was happy, relaxed, and quiet. Not the fake emotions, but what she truly felt, or her very own feelings. In his hand were those emotions. He quickly lunged forward to attack Ruo with her feelings of happiness, silently thinking it would definitely work. However, just as his hand was about to touch her, Ruo knocked it away. She bared her teeth, then quickly tackled him, causing them both to fall to the ground. Yuan couldn't fight back in this situation. He could only watch helplessly as the furious Ruo immediately swung, her sharp claws at him, causing the other two to rush over in a panic. Just then, the little snake's chains quickly wrapped around her arms and sealed them to her sides. No matter how much Ruo screamed, she couldn't break free. Fortunately, she returned to normal, and Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness that berserk state didn't last too long. But, do we have to do it like this? It's too dangerous every time we fight. Something has changed, but what is the condition for it to happen? Just then, she put on a cute act. Thank you. Because of you, she can fight more freely. This alone was a huge step forward. I'm so glad you're here. He was thrilled to have helped her, because helping has its rewards. John suddenly appeared, startling Yuan, who explained, We're just training hard, not flirting, or fooling around. She just calmly replied, I know. It's a good thing no one got hurt. More importantly, everything was. She suddenly stopped, not finishing her sentence, which left everyone confused. What's with her today? That's all for today's training. The next day was the day they would enter the tower again. What happens next will be revealed in the next part. That's it for part 1. Alright everyone, don't forget to like and subscribe to support the channel.
The butler knows that out of the 3 Dimitri brothers, Lauren has the weakest and most sensitive heart. So he tells the protagonist, I think your brother might be getting bullied at the academy. He seemed like he wanted to ask for help, but I can't be the one to ask you directly. Roman understands. Lauren Dimitri is the youngest of them all. There's no real reason for him to look after the kid just because he's his younger brother. Still, he says it's fine, he'll go meet him. and Hans is relieved. But the truth is, the only reason Roman agreed was because Hans asked. The scene shifts to a man running, thinking to himself, my God, we need to recruit Dmitri. Another man with a mustache thinks this would be the perfect way to earn the Baron's favor. He's plotting. Even though everyone's focused on Roman, the truth is that his subordinates are also extraordinary talents. If I can recruit them, Marquis Benedict will be thrilled, especially Chris, a talent any noble in the city would want by their side. I'm the only one who's been to the southern border, so I know how valuable recruiting those people would be. If I could bring Chris and his subordinates to our side, I'd earn the Marquis' trust for a long time. Back to Chris. The blonde guy grips his sword, training hard. He thinks to himself that, at first, he believed he was almost catching up to Roman. But suddenly, Roman had leaped to an entirely different level. That last fight of his is something Chris still can't comprehend. Still, after following and observing him, Chris has grown so much over the past 6 months that even he can hardly believe it. I can't stop here, he thinks. My goal still has to be to surpass him one day. Brave blonde guy, really. Then the mustache man appears. Sir Chris, I'll get straight to the point. I'm here to recruit you. I refuse. Wait, let me explain. I've got a great offer. A lot of money. It could change your future. How much do you want? Wealth? Fame? Just tell me what you're after. I can get you a position in the government. The man keeps talking endlessly while Chris just stares at him, completely uninterested. The mustached man keeps shouting, saying that sooner or later Roman will side with Benedict. Chris finds that strange. He says it's hard to believe Roman would ever accept something like that. But the man insists, saying it's only natural. After all, no one in Cairo can refuse someone as powerful as Benedict. Chris realizes that this man has absolutely no idea who Roman really is. From everything he's seen so far, Roman is someone who would never bow his head to anyone. So if he says, listen, here's the thing, no matter what kind of offer you make, I'm not leaving Roman's side because no one could ever replace him. The man laughs and says, what, are you in love with him? Just say it already. Then he adds, all right, fine, that's all I wanted to know. Chris replies, buddy, you better not make that offer to anyone else because no one's going to accept it. The man leaves thinking how ridiculous, as if anyone would turn down an offer that could change their life. But then Kevin answers firmly that his lord is his life. He would rather die than serve anyone else. He goes up to the bald guy and asks, hey, did the lord actually agree to this? I don't remember hearing anything like that. Besides, if I had met Dmitri, I'd be nothing. I could never betray him. The old man realizes, damn, no one has the guts to betray Roman Dmitri. What a terrifying guy. As another man rushes by to make an offer, he covers his ears halfway through and just walks away. The man understands now. Even those tempted by offers stay loyal to Roman for some reason. Poor guy, his whole day ended up a waste. The scene then shifts to Lauren, beginning what feels like his own Rock Lee type arc. He's thinking about what Hans said, about how lately their father has been happy because of Roman. The boy just can't believe it. What happened to him? He went from being the foolish Dmitri to the youngest ranked warrior, and now the hero of Cairo. If Roman could change that much, why is Lauren still being bullied by William? Imagine if he found out it was all thanks to reincarnation. He'd lose his mind. Right now, he's shouting that he's pathetic, collapsing to the ground, when the legend himself appears, asking what he's doing. The protagonist doesn't look very impressed, dressed sharply as always, and says, I heard Hans wanted you to talk to me. I don't really get it. So what do you want? Lauren awkwardly says, well, it's nothing really. Roman says, pathetic, and turns to leave. My God. Suddenly, Lauren gathers his courage and shouts, wait, I'll tell you everything. The protagonist stops and says, all right then. His brother explains that when he first heard the rumors, he couldn't believe them. As far as I remembered, you weren't even into swords. You used to ask other people to handle things at the border. That was just a year ago. But now, you're completely different from the last time we met. People are even calling you the hero of Cairo. So what happened to make you change this much? Then he breaks down crying, saying, I can't beat anyone's expectations. I want to be like you, brother. I want to make father proud. Roman watches him quietly, thinking that the boy is far too young. He just turned 18. And doesn't yet have the strength to bear the weight of life's reality. Now Roman doesn't even know how to deal with him. Everyone around here has already accepted the new Roman. Basically, they've forgotten who the old Roman was and given him a second chance. That's exactly what he should do, whether it's with Lauren or Rodwell. He can't judge people based on his old memories anymore, but on what he sees and experiences now. So he steps closer and says, Lauren, I don't like seeing someone who carries the same family name as me being humiliated like this. It damages the Dmitri reputation, and even mine. That's why I need to make sure you're qualified and capable of proving yourself at the academy. He smiles slightly, thinking, in my past life, I killed all my brothers. But as Roman, things are different. I want to give my brother a chance in this life. What a decent guy, right? But let's see if Lauren actually has any potential. And with that, we're already jumping ahead, straight into the fencing exam. I thought the protagonist would help, but Lauren is thinking about what Roman said, that he has to answer the questions he's been asked and prove his worth. Then the announcer calls Lauren Dmitri next and he replies, yes, sir. He's up against him again, William Castro once more. The young man grins and says, I never thought I'd fight him of all people. William's pumped, convinced that this time he's going to destroy Lauren until there's nothing left. The organizer says, folks, you know this isn't about who wins or loses. It's to show what you've learned. So don't try to kill each other, okay? But the moment he says begin, William lunges fast and lands the first hit on poor Lauren. He launches a flurry of attacks, shouting that Lauren's going to die today, and tries to smash the training weapon into the kid's face. The unlucky boy thinks it's over for him. Then he remembers Roman telling him to show the people who humiliated him how capable he really is. With that in mind, Lauren manages to dodge that attack and lands a strike on the idiot's chin. The boy gets pumped, thinking he can turn the match around and prove himself. He wants to be like his brother. An honest exchange of blows follows between them. William starts getting pushed back and looks confused. He prepares a thrust while Lauren tries to cut his face with the sword. When he opens his eyes, the fight's over and the organizer says it was close. In that explosive moment, you dodged at the last second. If you hadn't, you would have been knocked out. That was a very good fight. I've been watching you for some time and it seems you're not completely talentless. You were just hesitant and afraid. In the previous match and today, I always pit you against William because it's something you need to overcome. Lauren doesn't understand and the trainer says he has no reason to lie to the student. The boy needed to believe in himself more. How sweet. He gets emotional. It's touching. The trainer tells him that now that he's lost his fear, there's nothing he can't conquer. On the other hand, William is furious, yelling that that filthy rat Lauren Dimitri took advantage of him, that he held back and Lauren just got lucky. He mourns that next time he won't forgive him. He'll break one or two of the kid's arms. Good grief. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Your whole family's going to end up dead, the castle will be painted red, and then you'll ask yourself why. William's smarter friend says, dude, don't you know who his brother is? It's Roman Dimitri. Are you crazy? But William is truly insane and replies that the kid might die. Do you know who I am? I'm the son of the Castro family. Who are those trash Dimitris? My father's friends with Marquis Benedict, so there's nothing I can't do in Kiro. Even if Dimitri's strong, he'll learn what happens to people who mess with powerful families. Then he orders everyone bring that bastard Lauren. Today, we're going to beat him up. Oh my god. Now you've got a problem, buddy, because Roman is in the room and he told William to repeat himself. He even said, I want to hear you say exactly what you're planning to do to my brother. The two standing nearby are already terrified, while William in the back starts, yeah, you think I wouldn't say it? Here's the thing, he didn't even get to finish before Roman grabbed him by the throat and began choking William. He asks if William knows what he did wrong. William was bullying Lauren and Roman hadn't cared before, but the problem is that William was walking around tarnishing the Dimitri name. Apparently, nobody here knows what happens to people who look down on them. Roman says he's going to the boy's family home. William, my god, you made a huge mistake. The idiot asks, what do you mean? And the protagonist says, don't you get it? You're an immature child who's made a lot of mistakes, and it's your relatives who are going to take responsibility. My god, when I said he was going to paint the house red, I didn't think he actually would. The scene cuts to someone frightened talking to the mustache man saying, everyone refused. I offered them the path to success. I told them they'd make money and much more, but nobody accepted. Count Castro is there saying these dumb people from low, small places just can't see the truth of life. So what, is this Roman Dimitri a big piece of trash? The mustache man asks. Well, of course he is. There's a reason Benedict is watching him. Look, I'll tell you this because it's just us here, right? It seems old Benedict wants to give his white-haired daughter to Dimitri. Right away, the man gets excited and says, damn, I have to meet this kid. I want to see him now. I don't think you should have said that so loud. Look who showed up. Father, father, help. Someone cries. When the man looks, standing behind him is Roman Dimitri himself. William says, father, do you know what Dimitri did? That trash threatened me. Me, a member of the Castro family. Immediately, Count Castro realizes things have gotten complicated. He says, idiot, shut your mouth. William is confused and the Count grabs him by the throat. William, you fool, you don't know who you're messing with. Roman is a hero who saved Kiro. He throws William to the ground and adds, you really don't know how to respect people. You deserve to be beaten. Then he bows and says, Lord Dimitri, I apologize. My son is useless. If he did anything wrong, I will punish him severely. Also, he will be beaten so this doesn't happen again. Now would you like to have tea with me? The Count thinks, wonderful. William made many mistakes and I can use them as a chance to get closer to this person. I'm sure Dimitri won't refuse now that I've apologized. Friend, you've been tricked. Dimitri replies, what do you think you're doing? It's not for you to decide whether I accept those apologies. Now you're in trouble, Castro. Let me explain. The cause of the problem this time is that William kept bullying my brother Lauren and even told me he intended to break his arm. The moment I heard that, I decided I wouldn't let it go. My God, William is going to have his neck cut. The Count says, so what do you want to do, Dimitri? You want to break his arm? Let's negotiate reasonably for the sake of our future relations. What do you want me to do? Roman then says, I want him to come to my brother Neil and apologize in front of everyone at the academy. In addition, he will voluntarily leave the academy. I don't want my brother sharing space with trash like him. If you refuse, we will start a war. In other words, either your son does this, or you will be at war with the Dimitri family. My God. Now what, Count? What are you going to do? I think you're in trouble. Your offer isn't good enough. The Count loses his temper and says, you people born into filthy families are truly a headache. You're overestimating yourself just because the Marquis is paying you a bit of attention. Fight me, you idiot. I'll take this chance to show you the power of the central government. Then he looks to the man behind him and says, since you're here, I'll ask you to witness this and report directly to the Marquis. This Roman deserves appropriate punishment for crossing the line. The mustache man replies, sir, considering everything William has done, I'm sure he's the one in the wrong. In that moment, Castro is shocked. Among the nobles, Fabius is known as the raccoon of Kairos. While some people have exceptional abilities, in the end those who survive are like him, people with eyes to understand the current situation. Exactly for that reason. Even though Fabius doesn't come from a great lineage, he still managed to work in the central government. Count Castro, on the other hand, comes from a respected family, so naturally he's been close to Benedict since he was young. The problem right now is they're up against Roman Dmitri. Fabius thinks he would generally side with Castro, but the Marquis is someone who will abandon even his friends for a chance at victory. And at this moment, the old man was offering his daughter to Roman. In other words, the answer becomes clear. He says, Lord Castro, your son did something wrong. Instead of covering for his mistakes, you should be punishing him. Castro is stunned. Nobody in the room is on his side. The raccoon had run his calculations and apparently concluded that he wouldn't come up victorious. In other words, if a war happens against the Dmitri family, your household will fall into the abyss. He couldn't allow his house to come to an end. His pride wouldn't permit it. So he bows and says, I considered Fabius' words and I agree. My son has committed a grave mistake. Because he's family, I lost my reason for a second. William is shocked, while the protagonist is thinking that nobles are always the same. They think they're superior because of the wealth they possess. But now that my family is powerful, many people will have an interest in hurting us. It's good to start showing examples of what happens to those who mess with us. The Count says, I will follow all your recommendations, Lord Roman, you can be sure of that. My son will apologize to your brother and we will remove him from the academy. I hope you won't press this further. Understand a father's heart, won't you? Roman smiles and leaves, saying he understands. It's settled. The father thanks him for his generosity while William stands stunned, not knowing who he was messing with to the point that even his own father didn't have the courage to confront him. Just then someone calls, Lauren, here comes trouble. William's friend says, buddy, your brother got into trouble with William. Seems he got mad because William was planning to break his arm, so they went to his house. At once, Lauren is surprised and starts to run. He knows Count Castro is more than capable of hurting his brother. Things could get dangerous, he's worried. He has no idea, poor kid, that his brother is already coming back. He calls home on the crystal and tells his father Roman's in danger. He was taken to the Castro's estate because he wanted help me. The father slams the table, asking what that bastard Castro thinks he's doing. Lauren is a shy person, which is why he doesn't tell his family about things so they won't worry. But for him to be calling home and crying like that, something serious really happened. He turns to his wife and says, what do we do now? You know the Castros are connected to the central government and Benedict. This could cause problems. But the mother replies, are you crazy? Did you forget Roman is our son and he's in danger? She's right. You really have forgotten. Besides, we can deal with our ties to the government later. Wife, thanks for that. Here's what we'll do. Gather our vassals and call everyone together. We're going to war. The scene shifts and they're discussing. Look, Roman as usual caused trouble. He joined the Castro's family voice call and insulted everyone. Based on what Lauren said, it seems he was taken there. And you know they're tied to the government. But we can't just sit here and watch. That's why I need everyone's approval to make a decision. Before anyone can speak, Jonathan, the captain of the order, says he agrees. Getting involved with the government is risky, but they're talking about Roman. Everyone here is willing to give their lives to protect the boy. Hendrik immediately says he'll mobilize all the blacksmiths and just needs to know what's required for this war. Master Roman is the future of the Dmitri family. They won't allow the Castros to act as they please. No one at the table dares to oppose this decision. The father is stunned. He never expected everyone to agree so easily, especially since this won't be a simple war. Normally, the Dmitri family, a clan of blacksmiths, always sought peace. But now they were moving in the north like a true war family. Then Jacob, the miners' chief, says, call all the miners. We're not letting that boy fight alone. Morkan agrees, saying, those bastards think they can mess with Roman and nothing will happen. We'll increase ore production and start forging more weapons. Someone better warn them. Dmitri is on his way back. The story shows that the entire Dmitri household began to mobilize to save one single person, and all of it happened in less than an hour. Meanwhile, the two idiots in the capital have no idea what's coming. Lauren is running, thinking, now that I told father, he'll send help. But what should he do until that help arrives? First, he has to find Roman. That's when he sees a crowd gathered and looks confused. When he glances to the side, his brother Roman is there, and he's brought along their old friend William. Roman says, hey Lauren, and suddenly kicks the idiot. Speak, idiot. Apologize. If you don't, you know what price your family will pay. William is trembling in the corner as Roman shouts, say it, William. Apologize, bastard. Flustered, William stammers, Lauren, I'm sorry for bullying you. I shouldn't have done it. Please forgive me, and I'll withdraw from the academy as well. Lauren is stunned. Why is he shaking like that? What's going on, and why is he kneeling? Roman stands beside him and says, go on, boy. Accept his apology. We promise this won't happen again. William continues, please forgive me. A little later, outside, Lauren asks what happened. Roman explains, Lauren, this wasn't just for you. What I did was act as a Dimitri. I can't allow them to keep humiliating us like that. I felt they needed to be punished. Because when you're humiliated, the Dimitri name is humiliated along with you. Lauren apologizes, but the protagonist tells him to raise his head. His name is Lauren Dimitri, and Roman doesn't want his brother to ever go through something like that again. That's why he wants him to find his own strength and understand what he's capable of. The Castros now have an idea of the Dimitri family's power and potential, so they won't dare do anything reckless again. Hearing this, Lauren brightens up and says he understands. He'll remember everything Roman told him and won't just stand still while others act as they please. Roman smiles. With that, there will be no more family feuds like this one. But then Lauren suddenly remembers something and says he urgently needs to contact the family. If father acts rashly, things could get out of hand. Back at the Castro estate, the idiot William is getting beaten. His father yells, "You bastard! How can garbage like you share my blood? Do you even realize what kind of mistake you made?" Roman Dimitri, the rising star of Cairo, he's the one all nobles are interested in. And you picked a fight with his brother. Now that the son of the Castros had to kneel, our family's been disgraced. Everyone will now think the Castros are a bunch of fools who can't read a situation. The Count mutters, "How am I supposed to face Benedict now?" At that moment, someone rushes in and says there's a problem. A man from the Dimitri family just sent a magical message. Confused, the Count asks, "Why are they contacting us?" On the call, the Baron says that as one of the nobles of the central government, they must think we're weak. But they had the audacity to mess with the bloodline of the Dimitri family, and they'll never forgive that. Count Castro is completely confused. "What's going on?" "We apologized." He knelt. "Why are they trying to escalate this?" Dimitri warns when dawn breaks, Dimitri territory will declare war directly against you and the central government. From now on, the Dimitri family will stop supplying anything to the Castro family. We'll collect every debt the Castros owe the Dimitris at the central bank. Also, we're already contacting groups hostile to the Castros to ask for their support. Basically, the Dimitri family will do whatever is necessary to make them pay for what they did. They're determined to destroy the Castro family, even if it's the last thing they do. "My God, this is going to go badly," he announces to the man. It seems they won't have anywhere to run. The guy is stunned. He never imagined the boy would go this far. Now it's clear why Dimitri was so ruthless. His father wouldn't forgive it either. At that point, the protagonist's father tells him he should release Dimitri now. Castro doesn't understand and says, "Baron, you misunderstood. We don't have any Dimitris with us. The Lauren issue is resolved. My son went to the academy, knelt, apologized. So why are you calling for war?" The Baron is taken aback. Now he'll have to explain to the troops who were ready to attack. He's impressed because leaders are born with the ability to draw attention and make others want to follow them. With a single call, everyone in the territory had already decided to fight for Dimitri. He can't believe how much he's grown. But then he announces to everyone, "There will be no war today. It's a day to celebrate. Let's all eat and drink," because the Castros are scared. Everyone is happy. The next day in town, the only topic is that Castro, one of the most powerful families, had to kneel to Dimitri. You can really feel the shift in power across Cairo. Even the mercenaries who worked with the Dimitris cut ties with the Castros. The green-haired guy says, "Do you know what this means, my friend? The Dimitris are going to start a war against the Castro family." Another man says, "Are you insane? The Dimitris are from the borderlands. They're starting a war with the Castros here." But it's undeniable that after those incidents, most people want to back the Dimitris. He finishes by saying that in a situation like this, everyone already believes the Dimitris have the best chance of victory. This whole incident basically changed their reputation completely. Back with our dear Roman, he thinks, "My God, I didn't expect the territory would want to fight for me like this." Especially considering this wasn't just about Baron Homerose. For something like this to be approved, everyone who leads the Dimitri family would have had to agree. It's crazy. In this society, this family that lived isolated suddenly decided to risk their lives to come save me. In my past life, as the heavenly demon who slaughtered the weak, there was nothing I couldn't do. I witnessed countless deaths and my personality grew more extreme over time. But maybe in this life, things are a little different. The scene then shifts to the kingdom of Hector. The two idiots say, "Prince, wake up, my son." He opens his eye, wanting to know how much time has passed. The boy wakes up traumatized, thinking about Dimitri. The existence of that boy defied the heavens. How could he possibly defeat him? It would be impossible. All he did was attack the kingdom of Hector in desperation. If he hadn't forced that war, Hector could have bought more time to survive. Not to mention, Kellen had to take a blade for him and died. Because of him, Hector was now in the worst possible situation. He needed some kind of solution to make sure at least they could survive. After all, there were countless people depending on him. He couldn't just give up. That's when he woke up. A week had passed, and the news of everything that happened in the war had begun to spread. Naturally, the people of Hector were in despair. The story of a demon from Cairo who single-handedly slaughtered thousands of soldiers was circulating. At first, they said he'd killed 200, but now the numbers had grown into the thousands. Everyone in the city knew from the very beginning they never stood a chance. This world had monsters they couldn't even comprehend. Edwin asks, "Prince, how's your body?" The boy answers that he's fine. The king calls him a fool. He had placed all the responsibility on his own shoulders because of his incompetence. But at the same time, it's not like he wanted to solve everything by risking his son's life either. Edwin apologizes and asks if he's received any messages from Jackson. The king says yes. Unfortunately, he received a terrible omen. In the village where the famine began, the soil has turned completely black, and all life there is dying. Edwin replies that it sounds like the curse of a necromancer. The famine plaguing Hector might have been caused by someone. They're talking about a person powerful enough to affect an entire kingdom for years through dark magic. The king, frightened, asks if he means there's some force leading an attack on Kiro. Hector says yes. I don't know who it is, but they're hiding in the shadows. That person intentionally triggered the war between our kingdoms to profit from it. The terrified king says, but only someone on the level of an archbishop or higher could dispel a curse like this. We don't have the means to hire someone of that level. Edwin tells him to remember that when he was young, the master of the Tower of the Alliance visited him and said that if Edwin ever gave up his noble title and joined the tower, he could have anything he wanted. In other words, Edwin's plan is to go to the magic tower and earn a favor there. The kingdom agrees, and the boy says 1 year should be enough. It's the only solution to their problem. The scene shifts to someone tapping their mug, thinking, a curse. If I was going to die, I'd rather have died on the battlefield. What place would accept a man with one arm now? None. That's the truth. Just then, someone appears behind him. Hello, Matt Burney. It's been a while. The protagonist gets straight to the point. Are you willing to join me and the Demetrius? Matt Burney freezes. What's Roman doing here? He bows slightly. Hello, Lord Roman. I'm grateful for your offer, but as you can see, I've lost an arm. I'm not much use anymore. How could someone like me help you? Obviously, I've lost my worth as a swordsman and would only hold you back. Roman says, Sir, you're rejecting me? Then adds, it seems you haven't heard the story of the left-handed swordsman. Apparently, that man was real. His name was Song Beck, a warrior who once served as a royal guard. He lost his right arm fighting a war for his country. The imperial family rewarded him with wealth beyond imagination for his service, but Song Beck, who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, refused to accept it. Even if his death would be meaningless, he wanted to die as a martial artist, so he began training with his sword for years until he grew accustomed to using his left arm. With that, he began a series of duels and became known throughout the land as the left-handed swordsman. The fact that he had one arm less made his fighting style completely different. But instead of seeing that as a weakness, he turned it into a strength. The unpredictable rhythm of his attacks allowed him to defeat countless martial artists, and at the end of his life, he met Jung Yuk Beck, our protagonist, and died by his hand. The protagonist says, if you follow me, I'll teach you the swordsmanship of the left hand, and I promise I'll make better use of you than anyone else in this world could. The poor man thinks that being useful is the only way to save his life. If he could truly live as a warrior instead of just a crippled man, he'd do anything for that. He kneels and says that he, Mac Burning, would be satisfied as long as he could serve some purpose. From that day on, he would dedicate his life to Lord Roman. That day, McBurney found new hope. The war had changed countless lives. Edwin Hector had set off on his own journey. McBurney had started learning a new sword technique, and even our dear chubby friend Henry Albert found his life changed forever. All of them, whether they realized it or not, were being swept up into this whirlwind of change. Henry thinks, I miss Roman so much, we went through so much together. Maybe he could take me with him. Actually, no, living surrounded by people who flatter me is much better and more comfortable. Forget it. I'm already happy living out here at the border. At least until he gets home and sees dozens of signs saying, the pride of the Albert family has returned. The hero of the battlefield who survived the enemy invasion. Him, of all people, the fool who didn't do a thing in the war. But just being at Roman's side was enough to completely change his reputation. An old man appears through a magical projection and says, we're from the Kiro Academy, and we'd like you to tell us everything that happened on the southern front. Henry realizes this is his chance to boost his own value even more. All he has to do is spread the story of how amazing Roman Dmitri is. And just like that, he finally gets a job that no one ever gave him, one that he basically invented himself, becoming Roman's publicist and self-appointed marketing manager. That's how he went from being a useless noble to being the useless noble who talks about Roman all the time. That's progress. A few days later, the protagonist is walking through the streets while the whole crowd chants Dimitri's name. Roman looks around, thinking that when he returns to the capital, he'll make his decision, because his plan is to take down the entire northern region. Once he comes back here, he'll have enough power to challenge the central government. My God, the guy's really planning a coup. With that, the group is marching home, when suddenly the worst possible news hits. This year's harvest has been ruined and everyone's panicking about how they'll survive. The protagonist asks who these farmers are and why they're working in such a distant territory. Chris explains that they're farmers from the Dimitri lands, and unfortunately, the Dimitris don't have much fertile ground for farming. That's why they rent plots of land from this region. The protagonist pauses for a moment and says, Chris, bring those men here. I want to find out what's going on. The mustached man steps forward and says, Sir, we signed a contract with the Conrad family and have been working these lands for 10 years. But now, with harvest season just a month away, they've informed us that we have to clear out within a week. When we refused to leave, they started destroying all the crops. Tears stream down his face as he says, "It's just not fair. How are we supposed to eat and survive? They rented us this land, and now they're wrecking everything." Chris replies, "The farmer's situation is unfortunate, but it's not something we can interfere with." Clearly, Chris still hasn't learned. There's no doubt Roman will want to take everything into his own hands. He tries to reason with him, saying, "Roman, listen, these lands belong to the Conrad family. If things go wrong, won't this just escalate into another war between the two families? And the Conrad family is part of the Northern Nobles Association, basically the people Roman said he wanted to kill. Perfect excuse. Obviously, the Northern Alliance is just a bunch of greedy rich folks trying to hold on to power." Roman says, "Chris, if I do nothing, things will only get worse. So before they start thinking they can do whatever they want, we'll cut the root of the problem." The protagonist knows a subordinate's job is to follow the Lord's orders. He's the one who makes the calls. Poor Chris thought he could convince him. They head home with everyone shouting, "It's Roman, the pride of the Dimitris." The father appears. "Son, welcome back." He runs over and hugs him. Roman says, "Hi, father, how are you?" The father shouts, "I'm great. The territory is thriving. We had a feast. Come eat, come drink." But the protagonist interrupts him. "Hold on, father, one moment. We need to talk." In the parlor, the father says, "I heard about this, but how can we stop the Conrads from taking land they already own? There's not much we can do. And if we act against them now, other Dimitri farmers won't be able to use those lands for years and things will get worse." The father doesn't really get how Roman thinks. "It took me a while to learn, but I learned." Roman asks, "Father, do you think those lands would have been taken if they belonged to the Benedicts?" The father, surprised, says Benedict's authority runs strong through Kiro. No one would dare provoke him or those close to him. Roman agrees and points out that in the north, where the Dimitris hold authority, with the fall of the Barco family, no one is more powerful there than them. The father asks, "That may be true, but why start an unnecessary conflict with our neighboring allies? That will only create more problems. Why interfere?" Dimitri replies that they actually have reasons to act. Now their family holds true power in the north. But these Conrad nobles are acting arrogantly, treating the Dimitris like just another family and humiliating their farmers. They assume that because we aren't protected by the central government, we'll accept seeing our farmers humiliated and their livelihoods destroyed. Even though we're the strongest up north, these actions prove otherwise. That's why it's time to show the real hierarchy, to teach them who rules this region. Of course, people, if someone rides a horse across a farmer's crop, what do? Declare war on the whole country. That's the logical solution. That night, the father remembers Roman's rousing speech and says they can't let those Conrad scoundrels humiliate the family. He'll draw his sword the moment Roman gives the order. If they don't respect the hierarchy, his blade will come back bloody. The father thinks, "My boy never stops. When he was little, he was cute and innocent, but now something's wrong. He's gone mad." But the truth is the Dimitri territory needs this. It's not about brute power as much as the decision of a true lord. If you have so much power and you're still afraid, then what's the point? I agree with Dimitri now. I'm starting to lose my mind too. He knows a new era is opening in the territory. A few days later, the Dimitris throw a party to congratulate Roman. Women from across the continent arrive full of desire. I won't say more. The protagonist descends the stairs. "Hi, I'm from the Vaughn family. My name is Sophia. I'm from the Greisel family." "Hello, sir. I'm here to congratulate the young man, Roman." Even though Roman wasn't officially recognized as the true leader, everyone knew the Dimitri family's strength. A girl runs her fingers through her hair and says, "Do you remember me? I'm Sophia of the Greisel family." The protagonist, "We spoke at the last party, didn't we?" The girl realizes he doesn't remember. Apparently, they hadn't actually talked. The warm, attractive girl thinks to herself, "Wow, it would be so nice if I could marry this man." But then the blonde steps forward. "Hello, I'm Count Conrad. It's an honor to meet you, boy, the hero of Hero." Now that I notice, that's Count Conrad, the same man who ordered the crops trampled. Roman looks at him and says, "A pleasure to meet you." The mustache man is confused. "That chubby fellow seems like a decent person, right? That little mustache fooled me." Conrad says, "Young Roman, I heard you defeated a 5-star swordsman, right? It's hard to believe someone in their 20s did something like that. The North hasn't seen talent like yours in a long time. It looks like you'll reach the top ranks." Roman cuts him off and says, "True, and I have something to ask you." The fat man notices the boy is steering the conversation, clever for someone from a common region. He replies, "Young Roman, you may speak about whatever you wish." The protagonist says, "I heard the Dimitri farmers who rented Conrad lands were expelled a week before harvest. I want to know why you did that." In the middle of the party, everyone gasped. Conrad tries to change the subject fast. "Well, there was a merchant willing to pay a lot, but let's not talk about that now." Roman asks, "So you acted like that over something that idiotic?" The fat man starts sweating. "Lord Roman, we're here to congratulate you. Why bring up such sensitive things?" And then he shows his claws. He turns to everyone and says, "Why would you bring this up just to make me look bad? I won't just sit here and smile at this treatment. I'm leaving." Folks, here's another one who thinks he can walk away. Roman tells him to stay put and warns that if he leaves this conversation, Roman will treat it as an act of hostility against the Dimitris, so Conrad had better come back. Oh wow, now the fat man's terrified. He turns and shouts, "What did you say?" He comes back mocking, but at least he returned, right? He declares, I expelled those fools from the land because it belongs to my family. I'm taking what's mine. I don't have to report to the Demetrius. We're not your subordinates and we don't have to obey your orders. Everyone at the party starts nodding, saying Conrad's right. Roman's father had organized the celebration to avoid trouble, so why is Roman bringing this up now and stirring conflict? Everyone came to celebrate, and here he is making waves. Also, Conrad is ahead of his family. He should be spoken to this way. The protagonist knows these people wouldn't be acting like this if the old Barco family still backed the Demetrius. The truth is the whole North thinks they can trample the Demetrius. The only choices left are either obey the Demetrius or die. Roman is going to make that clear. He says, Conrad, I'll get straight to the point. Since when can a territory do whatever it wants to the people of another territory? Remember, you mess with farmers who are part of our lands. They pay taxes and are loyal to the Demetrius. They belong to our territory, and you have a duty to protect them. So how dare you act like this after directly affecting the Dimitri family? Besides, I've already discussed this with the Demetrius and received my father's authorization to lead on this issue. I have no intention of letting this slide. Conrad doesn't understand. What is this lunatic even saying? Everyone at the party is whispering, while Roman replies that if Conrad doesn't want to apologize, then everyone should listen up. From now on, if anyone from another territory causes any trouble for the Demetrius, they will pay back 10 times what they did. He's eager to hear what those who dismissed the issue earlier have to say now. The nobles are all thinking something's about to go wrong and that they'll be the ones to lose out. This Dimitri isn't just good with a sword, he's cunning too. He set this trap, there's no escaping it. Wanting to crush them with force is one thing, but he can't back down now. It's time to show the strength of the Northern Alliance. At that moment, someone stands up and agrees Conrad was wrong this time. It's Lawrence from earlier, remember him? He points out that even if it's Conrad's territory, those people are citizens of the Demetrius. How could Conrad evict them without warning? It would be better for Conrad to admit he was wrong and apologize. Lawrence is shrewd. He knows he'll be opposing the Northern Association, but they abandoned him during the war with the Barcos, so they're useless. From now on, they'll follow Dimitri. He asks if everyone around agrees. Everyone agrees, saying it's true. Conrad apologizes to Dimitri. No noble can let such a serious matter pass unnoticed. Conrad realizes he's surrounded by supporters of the Demetrius. He's in trouble. Poor guy, he's trapped in this room. For now, he has to accept it. So he bows and says, it's true. I see I was wrong. Next time, I'll be more careful. With that, the meeting ends. That night, the father asks if Roman is sure something that extreme won't cause problems. The Northern Alliance won't just sit by and do nothing. Roman says that to show they're at the top of the hierarchy, their opponents must give their best shot. He wants them to band together and do everything they can to bring chaos to the Demetrius. Only then will they see the difference in strength and accept that they have no choice but to submit. Then his plan will be complete. He even boasts he can handle them all at once. But in a nobles meeting, they shout, that bastard, arrogant little brat. How dare he say that just because he has support from the capital? In the north, we're not weak. He'll learn a lesson. Conrad asks, okay, but what's your plan? Everyone falls silent. Conrad wonders whether there's any point in this association at all. The truth is the Demetrius are now a very powerful fighting force. Besides, they have the Dimitri who defeated Butler. No ordinary method will beat that boy. One noble asks, did you contact the central government? Another replies, you're suggesting using the central government to pressure the Demetrius? The other says that's exactly it. With the fall of the Barcos, they've been working hard to get closer to the government. So obviously this is a chance to use those connections. Conrad thinks it's a good idea and says he'll reach out to those contacts immediately. This gets interesting. He messages Count Fabius, the mustachioed noble, asking a favor. Fabius replies, say it, and I'll get you whatever you want. Conrad says, sir, it's nothing major. A small matter. We had a conflict with a minor family, the Demetrius. Then the call drops. The man next to him says, you idiot, call properly. You let the call drop? Are you crazy? Fabius will be angry. Conrad calls again. Lord Fabius, sorry. The connection's unstable. Fabius responds, Conrad, you really have no idea what you're doing. From what I can tell, those who live on the border are really clueless. You want to put pressure on the Demetrius? Roman is a talent. The Marquis Benedict is watching closely. Benedict's even trying to arrange a marriage between Roman and his daughter. So instead of making calls to complain, you should be flattering the boy. Conrad is shocked. What do you mean arrange marriage with Benedict's daughter? At that moment, the green-haired guy says, Conrad, what if I'm just apologize? I think that's a good idea. And with that, the conflict is settled. Conrad goes to speak with the farmers and promises he'll honor the contracts from now on, and everyone thanks the Demetrius. People are moved, saying they heard he really stood up for them. From now on, if there's anything they need, they only have to ask. As Roman knew, the Northern Association got scared and backed down. He figured they'd appeal to the central government, and then would have no choice but to come to his side. The problem is there's still a flock of bats. If things end like this, it'll look like they complied, but eventually they'll plot a betrayal. If the first stage was provocation, stage 2 is for them to realize reality. The protagonist announces there will be a fencing competition in Dimitri territory with a prize of 100 gold coins. To be fair, the protagonist and Captain Jonathan will not participate. Competitors will be divided into 6 groups, and 6 winners will be chosen in total. He taunts them. After the Hector War, my soldiers and I realized how vast this world is and learned a lot. We'll use this competition to give everyone a chance to improve. Each of my subordinates will be placed in one of the 6 groups. If someone beats them, I'll award them and grant any request they make. A red-haired man asks, can I participate even if I'm from another family? The protagonist says yes. All he has to do is prove he's a swordsman from the north. That's more than enough. The competition will be in a month. He expects everyone to prepare. In the next chapter, people are talking about the competition the Dmitri family is holding. This is the perfect opportunity, says Conrad. If a swordsman from their alliance wins, he can ask a favor of Dmitri. He'll use that to claim they should work side by side, get close to Dmitri, recover their lost reputation, and force him to submit. One man says, good idea, right? But who do we send to win? Not many people are interested in this competition except us. How will one of our people come out on top? I heard guys like Kevin and Chris will be fighting. Those 2 beat members of the Barco family in duels. They're impossible to beat. That's exactly Conrad's point. The competition has 6 groups. If we exclude Kevin and Chris, we only need to win one of the other 4. Gather all the alliance's strength, distribute perfectly across the 6 groups, and at least one of ours will win. The man on the left says that sounds practical. Having one fewer person to secure a victory is an interesting plan. Conrad tells everyone to remember the competition is in a month and they must use this opportunity the heavens handed them. Their existence has been hidden in Dmitri's shadow. They have to seize this chance. Besides, they can bring in an expert to compete and pass them off as someone from the north. That way, they'll surely have a winner. The scene shifts to Roman saying, everyone's heard, right? There's going to be a competition. For this month leading up to it, you'll fight each other until you're exhausted. One-on-one battles, and the 6 best among you will represent the Dimitris. Your rank or position in the army doesn't matter here. The ones representing the Dimitris will be the strongest. Even though we just returned from the front lines, war never truly ends. The protagonist knows his subordinates must keep getting stronger at all times. They always need to feel the drive to grow more powerful. This is the perfect opportunity, not only to crush that alliance's little scheme, but also to rekindle his soldiers' hunger for strength. He announces that those who represent the Dimitris and win will also receive a reward. The 6 swordsmen who triumph will be taught advanced techniques. It doesn't matter if it's swordsmanship, cultivation, or something else. He'll personally help them reach the next level. The bald soldier thinks, if I can learn directly from Dmitri, I'll advance fast because he knows Roman is on an entirely different level. Everyone's thinking the same thing. This is their chance to grow quickly and change their lives. Roman considers both sides of the competition to be perfect. Once it's over, the situation in the north will become very interesting. He tells them they can now begin their endless matches. That month also serves as the time for his own preparations. Even though Baek Jung-yeok lived a lifetime of battle, there's no reason to take unnecessary risks. The subordinates aren't the only ones who need training. You must also grow stronger during this month. Then Lucas appears, asking, you were looking for me, sir? Roman nods and says yes, telling him he'll be going into isolation to train for a month. Unless something directly involves the family, no one is to disturb him. He also tells Lucas he'll be in charge of selling a sword. Its original name was Flames, but now he'll rename it Blaze. Lucas is to find a new owner for it. Roman doesn't care how it's sold, but no one must know he was the original owner. Lucas can use the profits from the sale for anything related to the Information Guild. Looking closely at the sword, Lucas sees the blade is flawless. The blacksmith who forged it was clearly a master, so why sell a weapon like this? He'll need to search carefully to find the right place to sell it. Since Dmitri allowed the sale to happen freely, maybe an auction would be the best option. The scene shifts to the city of Adalium, a place that has grown rapidly thanks to its many successful businesses. A hooded man arrives and asks for number 23. He places a crystal over the sword and begins the inspection. The appraiser is stunned. The sword's quality is extraordinary. The crystal glowing blue means the item's superiority is undeniable. He asks how much the seller wants for it. The man replies that the seller's identity must remain anonymous and that he wants the weapon auctioned. The appraiser explains that for auctions there can't be a minimum price and that 10% goes to the house. The man says that's fine. All right then, the appraiser replies, they'll run a full analysis of the item. Just then, a mustached man enters, introducing himself as Morris, the owner of the auction house. A pleasure to meet you, he says. The bald appraiser examines the sword and comments that the steel is exceptionally refined, the edge is incredibly sharp, and the weapon is powerful. It's rare to see such craftsmanship. Even the weight distribution is perfect. Clearly, it was forged by a master artisan. Normally, a sword of this caliber would sell for at least 30 gold coins on the market. He adds that he'll now test its mana receptivity, which ranges from 1 to 10. Typically, for an item to be considered good, it needs to score above a 3. Only then is it recognized as a true sword crafted by a master artisan. The bald appraiser is stunned, wondering how something like this is even possible. The mustached man asks what's going on, and the appraiser replies, Sir, this sword has a mana receptivity of 10. That was practically unheard of. Normally, a sword that can't properly absorb mana ends up breaking, but this weapon was so powerful it actually amplified mana instead. He turns to the crowd and announces, "Ladies and gentlemen of the auction, today our house presents an item unlike anything ever seen before." The place erupts with excitement. Wealthy people from all over the country are here. Apparently, everyone had heard the rumors that had been spreading, and now it was time for the main event. It presents to the crowd the artisan's sword, Blaze. If it were just a regular artisan's work, it would never have made it to the main stage. But this blade possessed the rare ability of mana receptivity. He reminds the audience of a famous rapier called the Needle of Receptivity, which had a level of 7 and sold for 300 gold. But Blaze had a level 10 receptivity, and not only that, it also enhanced the aura it absorbed. He had auctioned countless master-crafted swords in his life, but never one like this. The auction will begin at 10 gold coins. Immediately, the crowd shouts, 10, 20, 30. The price jumps, 50, 100 for bidder 39, 150 for bidder 41. Then bidder 12, a chubby man, doubles the bid to 300 in the blink of an eye. A red-haired man laughs as the price climbs to 500 gold coins. The chubby bidder raises it again, 600, until paddle number 53 goes up. The symbol shows double, meaning the bid is now at 1,200 gold coins. It's the most outrageous offer the auction house has ever seen. Everyone knows the man behind it, a merchant active across the entire continent, someone who's built enormous wealth and usually stays neutral in politics or government affairs. The only time he shows his claws is when something truly captures his interest. He's the VIP of the auction house, Marquis Valentino. At that moment, no one in the kingdom of Cairo could have imagined how much this simple bid would change the world. My God, what's about to happen? After he doubles the price, the auctioneer continues, "Any higher bids? Anyone? Going once? Going twice?" But the room falls silent. The bearded man reflects that the sword's worth isn't just in its mana reaction. To him, it represents the breaking of the barrier beyond the 10th stage, something no one has ever achieved. He speaks about the eternal dilemma of swordsmen, between famed swords and magic swords. To use one's aura to its fullest potential, you need a pure blade. Less experienced swordsmen tend to prefer magic swords since their enchantments make combat easier. But ranked swordsmen, true masters, channel their own aura, and that's far more valuable. Valentino understands that this makes the sword priceless. He must have it, no matter the cost. Even if the blacksmith one day forges more like it, they'll still own the first, the original. For artisans and collectors alike, the very first of its kind is priceless. And since Marquis Valentino himself has shown interest, everyone in the auction hall, all too familiar with his power and influence, realizes just how significant this moment truly is. Since Valentino made the offer, no one else dares to interfere. The guy is insanely influential in the auction world, and nobody wants to end up with a knife in their back when they get home. So it's his, sold for 1,200 gold. The moment they walk into the room, the man says, Hey, Mr. Valentino, how are you planning to pay?" He immediately replies, "I'll pay in full right now. Hand me my blaze." Then he throws down the boxes of coins. The seller blinks. "But sir, the sword costs 1,200 gold. Why is there so much money?" Valentino answers that he added another 100 as a gift. The seller thanks him. "Of course, if I were a seller too, I'd thank that filthy rich bastard as well." But obviously, the sleek fox has other intentions. He then asks, "In the spirit of friendship, could you tell me who the blacksmith was that made this sword?" The old man apologizes, saying that would be difficult. Valentino smiles and says, That's fine. It's natural for the auction house to keep that private." Still, he adds that if this same blacksmith ever sends another item, he'd like to be notified right away. Every time I hear him speak, I expect him to say, "Give me what I want, or I'll kill you." But no, he keeps it cool, smooth, even. Damn bastard. Later in his carriage, he's staring at the sword. My God, what a masterpiece. The blade's so smooth. I've held countless swords before, but never one like this. Man, this guy's something else. Obviously, his real goal is to find out who forged it and what technique was used. Sitting across from him is Roman from Walmart. Valentino says, "Considering the region and the person who brought it in, it's probably from Dimitri's blacksmiths. We should look into that." The Walmart guy just nods while the man keeps running his hand along the sword, saying it's wonderful. Then he taps the blade against his face and even smells it. "What the hell, dude? You really like it, huh?" While he's busy sniffing and patting his sword, Chris is in the middle of a heated sparring match. One quick tap to the leg, and the poor fool kisses the ground. He flinches, tries to turn around, but gets punched right in the mouth too. At that moment, he admits defeat, and Chris tells him, "You're improving, but you still lack technique." The guy thanks him, and Chris calls for the next one. In Chris' eyes, the 6 best people were himself, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pokey. The other 2 spots were still open. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, the ground and sky start shaking together. The kid's out there hammering away like crazy, thinking about how narrowly he defeated Butler. If he had really faced that man head-on in a fair fight, would he have won? The only reason he managed to finish that guy off was because he had time to prepare for the attack. The truth is, without that whole plan in place, he never would handle a 5-star opponent like that. His past arrogance and the difference between those memories and who he is now still weigh on him. He hasn't fully accepted the fact that he is Roman Dimitri. In his previous life, sure, he could defeat anyone who existed, but that's no longer the case. In future battles, he can't afford to let opportunities like that exist again. It's impossible to survive against strong opponents with that kind of mindset. And not just that, man, soon enough he'll face swordsmen far stronger. He needs to be able to defeat them without even flinching. That would be the true peak. And with that, the sun rose and fell, and it was hammer time again. His face was flushed red, his whole body dripping with sweat. Roman's body was screaming that he'd reached his limits, but his eyes didn't waver. In that moment, he felt he had to be reborn. That blade would have to accept him. And so he began recreating the flame. He swallowed fire into his mana, fusing flame and sword together with his energy to perfect both body and blade in their ideal form. This marked his second metamorphosis, and once again, he began to change. No one knows how much time passed, but eventually he opened the door and stepped outside. Then he rubbed a bit of baby oil across his abs to make them shine. Looking for a woman? Hut, you sleep bastard. Then he closed his eyes and said the time had come. He pictured his opponent standing before him and declared that from now on he would face two versions of himself at once. The celestial demon swordsmanship was divided into three stages: the first, the second, and the third, the stage of trichotomy. Until now, he had only fought using the first stage. But with this metamorphosis, his body began to change, and perhaps he could reach even the third stage. When that moment comes, he's certain no one in this world will be able to stand against him. That's the conviction he believes Jong Haok must carry, as someone who was once the absolute master. Now that he's reached the middle trichotomy, he can defeat at least two of those enemies. Yet he wonders if it's right to act the same way he did in his previous life. In this world, aura existed like an explosion, briefly unleashing power far greater even than the Muran's refined energy back in his old world. But he doesn't need to follow how this world works. He'll destroy the common understanding of aura and find the balance between his past life and his current one. With that, he activated the celestial demon technique of the second trichotomy. Man, that name's a mouthful. Purple explosions erupted everywhere. The two enemies dissolved into nothing, and droplets of blood fell to the ground. The boy turned all philosophical. After being given a second life, he thought there'd be nothing special about it, especially if he just kept repeating what he'd done before. But the truth is, this was way too much fun. The celestial demon swordsmanship had fused with a new method, and because of that, it was evolving in a completely new direction. In other words, the sword style he trained for an entire lifetime could now progress even further. All he wanted was for this life to be filled with countless unexpected events. Dear Lord, this guy's insane. There he was, eyes closed, whispering, please let bad things happen to me. I want eternal challenges. I want the world to test me and threaten my life. I want every challenge this world has to offer, and I want it to try to take my life with all its might. Now this is the true formation of aura, not some Sandung nonsense where you let your friends die just to land one flashy strike. He's happy because in this life where he started again as Roman Dimitri, he's going to stubbornly climb back to the top. But just then, Chris and the crew come running up. Boss, what happened, boss? That's when he saw a huge crater like a meteor had smashed into the ground. Roman says nothing happened. Why? The guys are all in shock. They don't sense any magic. So why is the area destroyed? He just tells them to go back. They hang their heads and say, okay, we're going back, right? The truth is, weak people, when they see a barrier they can't overcome, they freeze and get overwhelmed. And Chris, unfortunately, was one of those weak people. I think Roman's the one thinking this. I don't know. There's just speech bubbles everywhere, author. Can you put that little arrow so I know where the dialogue's coming from? Chris is thinking, damn, he took another step. What have I been doing all this time? While my lord keeps improving endlessly and strengthening his body, I've been complacent, only worrying about my subordinates. Yeah, true, right? You wanted to train everyone else and forgot to train yourself. So he decides that just winning this contest isn't enough anymore. He has to crush enemies and show a terrifying difference. How are they leaving with those long faces? Geez, and a month later, the kid produced an insane sword. Holy crap, all sharp and covered with crystallized stones. He's there wondering what name he'll give it this time. The others were Salamander, Blaze, and names that meant a new life. But this third sword needs a name that represents who he is now, the sword of a celestial demon, a thing that makes enemies panic. For God's sake, he names it Darkness. Kind of standard. I thought he'd pick something super crazy. Then Chris says, so Roman, we've been training everyone for the past month, ran a ton of fights, and these three guys here won the most. He shows a recommended list: Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pokey. The last two are McBarn and Henderson. I remember McBarn is the one with no arm, the stump, and now I don't even know who Henderson is. Roman is surprised. Chris asks if it's okay to proceed with that list. Roman says, but in this world, there's no victory worth anything to me, especially not in a contest carrying the name Mitri. You better prove you're someone worth standing by my side. The madman, what the hell, insulting Chris like that? God, free of charge. The protagonist says he's eager. So now we're one day before the competition. The blue-haired guy asks, buddy, are you entering this? The red-haired one says, of course I am, dude. 100 gold. I'll show them how powerful a frontline mercenary is. but someone tells him, "For heaven's sake, are you crazy? I want you to fall into Kevin's group and get cut in half." The friend says he's more scared of landing in Vulcan or Pokey's group. The guys are ripped. Who? He's got a crush. For everyone, it's a relief. Just avoid those 4 in the competition and you're good. Everyone hopes to draw an easy group, and with that, the 6 fencing groups were announced. Bear and Lolo is shocked to end up in Chris' group. The friends say, "Come on, Lolo, it's fine. Don't be like that. Aren't the swordsmen of your bloodline powerful?" Conrad's they're trying to motivate him. "Don't be sad. Keep your spirits up." But Conrad's pissed because the bastards put McBarn, the one with no arm, in their group. Apparently, whoever gets that guy will win easily. Then Conrad says, "Listen up. In this competition, I'll make sure our bloodline wins. We'll take the Federation to victory. Everyone will celebrate. To hell with the Demetrius." And the big day of the competition finally arrived. The crowd was going wild, and the guys were all like, "No way, we can't even drop out." The whole Federation's watching. "It's Lola, right? Poor guy's gotta send the kid out to get wrecked." "Max, don't push yourself, kid. There's no reason for that. You're gonna get beaten badly. Just go out there, take a few hits, apologize, and it'll be fine. No, seriously, don't try too hard." But Max says, "Chris may be incredible. He's just a 2-star swordsman like me. I've got no reason to be scared." The Baron gets emotional. "Max, you're the man. All right, go. But if you think you're gonna die, better surrender." Max thanks him, then turns around thinking, "This is my chance. I'll make a strong impression on the audience and on my lord. That way I'll secure my future and prove myself to everyone." But boom, he gets hit by a shock, right? He just came face to face with Chris, radiating that deadly aura. The kid gulps hard. Then the flag is raised. Let the first match begin. And Max charges in full speed, immediately aiming for Chris' head. But man, I thought I'd be narrating a real fight here. And in 2 seconds, the guy gets his hand smacked, his sword knocked away, and a Hadouken right to the forehead. The poor kid lasted 3 seconds in the arena. Just like that, the first round was over. Chris won, obviously. Lolo's standing there, face frozen in shock. My god, the difference between them is massive. Kevin's match didn't even have a proper fight scene, just a shot of his opponent lying on the floor. The eggheads had their matches too, and from the looks of it, they demolished everyone else as well. The audience was stunned. Turns out the rumors were true. Those 4 were unbeatable. The only hope anyone had was with Kotoko, and that other guy I don't even remember anymore. In the next chapter, everyone's still in disbelief. Wait, Anderson's representing the Demetrius. Hold on, wasn't that guy from the Loring's family? The dude with the headband says, "Huh? The Henderson I know can't even hold a sword properly. He was born a farmer, only knows how to grow potatoes." Out of the 6 people representing Roman, a few stood out. Chris, now known as the Spark of Caro, and Kevin, the Demon. Everyone who had seen their skills in person was already trying to avoid fighting them. On top of that, Vulcan and Polky had both the experience of seasoned mercenaries and the kind of physique that left everyone intimidated. On the other hand, Kotoko and the farmer? Yeah, not exactly inspiring confidence. Everyone was sure Anderson was the weakest among them. Back in the arena, the crowd was whispering, "Hey, did you hear? That Anderson guy peed himself when they recruited him." People were cracking up, laughing at the poor guy. Meanwhile, Roman's father calls out, "Come here, idiot. Tell me, why did you organize this whole competition if in the end, you're just gonna let people choose the order of the matches?" Even if they wanted to make it look friendly, the nobles of the association, well, let's just say they were watching closely. So Roman follows the plan. He says all this is necessary. The Northern Alliance has started to think they can actually compete with the Demetrius. That's why he's giving them this chance to let them show their strength. Only then will they crash into the wall and realize it's impossible to surpass. Once they lose here, they'll fall into absolute submission and the entire northern region will truly belong to the Demetrius. In short, he's saying, we're gonna humiliate them so bad they'll be broken forever. And here we are back in the arena. Group 5, first round. Anderson and Taylor step forward. Everyone's already laughing. Look at Anderson, man. He's up against an aura swordsman. The kid's done for. Taylor grins. "Yo, Anderson, what's up, you crazy mutt?" "All good, bro." Anderson, quiet as ever, replies softly, "Yeah, all good, Taylor." The friend says, "Man, the last time I saw you, you were still helping out on the farm. I never imagined the king of potatoes would be here swinging a greatsword. But since we know each other, I'll give you a chance to quit now. I just became a 2-star swordsman and obviously went through awakening. This is your only chance to back out if you want to stay alive." Anderson just tilts his head slightly. Then he replies, "Taylor, you better forget the Anderson you used to know. The guy trying to build up his aura, but look at that face. He looks so sad. He warns, if you go easy on me, you'll regret it." Taylor nods, saying he understands and just hopes his old friend won't regret anything later. The fight starts. Whoosh! Taylor rushes forward, but it's Anderson who moves first, attacking straight away. Taylor flinches. Whoa, that strike was heavy. And then, what's this? Anderson activates the Ashura swordsmanship technique. He's dead set on doing whatever it takes to be worthy of serving his lord. In the past, while others awakened their aura quickly, he had to work endlessly just to sense mana and start improving. He was always at the back of the line, the turtle in the race. But he swore that even if he was slow, he'd make up for it with sheer hard work. Now he goes for another strike while Taylor lifts his arm to defend. Taylor swears he won't lose to Anderson this time. He powers up like Goku, golden aura bursting everywhere. He hadn't wanted to use his aura against him, but he apologizes. He has to finish this now. He leaps forward charging while Anderson watches closely. Then Anderson remembers something Chris once told him. When you first came to train with us, you were just another weak human. But this past month, you've wanted victory more than anyone else. Unlike the others who sometimes gave up, you never forgot your goal from the beginning. If you hadn't pushed yourself like that, your life would never have changed. And that's why now, you've earned the right to fight beside the Lord. Back in the present fight, Anderson's eyes light up. Taylor rushes at him with that golden aura blazing. Their swords clash, BO1. A burst explodes through the arena and Taylor gets blown backward. He slips across the floor, scrambles up, and finds Anderson's sword right in his face. He has no choice but to admit defeat. And with that, the winner of Group 5 is Henderson himself. The audience is stunned. Wait, what? That guy's a farmer? A potato grower. Everyone's confused while he raises his arm high, and the crowd starts chanting, Henderson, Henderson. The nobles up top are whispering, saying something strange. One turns to his friend. Didn't you say Henderson was the weakest of the 5? The guy just stares, trying to make sense of it. There's no way. How could Anderson beat someone like that? Nearby, Conrad crosses his arms and says, relax, everyone. Trust me, we're still going to win this in the end. Then it's time for the next fight, Kevin's turn. Wait, didn't he already win earlier? Looks like each of them has more than one match. Kevin looks frustrated. It seems his last fight took 5 seconds longer than Chris. And whenever people ask who's the closest and strongest after Roman, everyone points to that blonde guy. That's why today he's going to prove his true worth. A noble with long hair is cheering for someone named Miles. Come on, take him down, Kevin. But poor Miles is trembling all over. He charges forward, trying to end it quickly, and thrusts his sword. But Kevin ducks and strikes his stomach. Miles feels the attack coming, tries to counter with another slash, but Kevin ducks again. The guy's practically begging for at least one of his swings to land, but he misses every time until Kevin smacks him right on the head. From the looks of it, they're fighting with practice swords, thank God. Kevin celebrates, saying that even if the swords are fake, the impact is insane. He's beating the guy so badly that the poor soul already dropped his sword. He's more scared of getting hit than interested in fighting. And the man grabs his leg and pleads, I surrender, please stop. But Kevin just smiles like a madman. From the start, his plan had been to completely break his opponent's spirit and will to fight. Then we see a flashback to a conversation before the first rounds began. A knight says, everyone you know in this competition was organized by Master Roman. Also, the former Knight of the Order, Chris, will be participating as well. I want to see how all our senior members perform here, and I expect you to learn as much as you can from them to improve yourselves as Knights of the Demetrius. Jonathan, you sound so proper. It's like you're a real knight or something. One of them jokes. Everyone responds in unison. Yes, sir. Then it cuts straight to Chris winning again. Didn't even see his opponent. Everyone's confused, wondering if the match was just that one-sided. Jonathan's stunned, realizing Chris has become way too strong. Chris, on the other hand, is thinking that to represent his lord, it doesn't matter who the opponent is, he must win in a way so overwhelming that no one would ever dare think about taking his place. We see the scene, his slash like a whip cutting across the opponent's chest, yet he's thinking it's still not enough. Another one falls. Another hits the ground. Second, third, fourth, fifth round. He's sweeping through them all. Jonathan can't believe his eyes. When did Chris become this strong? Looking at the kid, he wonders what kind of training the boy went through. The people in the background are just relieved. Thank goodness we didn't try to fight that guy. He's way too strong and wouldn't stand a chance. Someone asks, do you think Farrell has any chance of beating Chris? Another replies, no way. Chris is on a completely different level. The blue-haired one adds, well, maybe he can last 10 seconds at least. The green-haired one laughs and says, I'll bet a silver coin he'll last 30 seconds. And now, Farrell's face-to-face with Chris. But the poor guy already lost his mirror before even starting. He's thinking, honestly, I don't believe I can beat Chris, but I'm confident I can defend myself. My plan is to last exactly 1 minute. That should be enough to show my strength. But the moment the referee says start, Chris flashes forward like lightning and cuts across his chest. The entire crowd freezes, completely shaken. The blonde guy says, I couldn't even see his sword move. Obviously, Chris wins Group 1. Everyone's supposed to cheer for the victor, and the crowd erupts in screams. In total, he finished all 5 rounds in 27 seconds. Unbelievable. In Group 2, Kevin also won in spectacular fashion. Groups 3 and 4 went to Vulcan and Foken. They both crushed their opponents purely through brute strength and experience. And in Group 5, to everyone's surprise, Anderson won as well. Now, only one person remained. The man who lost an arm. The one who trained his whole life. The one and only Mr. Stubb from Group 6. Conrad looks at him and says, Gabriel, how are you feeling, my boy? Gabriel, full of confidence, grins. Don't worry, boss. I'm on top of my game. This guy was someone the Conrad family had trained since he was young. A secret weapon and a 3-star swordsman. Since aura isn't allowed in the competition, to spectators it would look like a fair duel. But everyone knew the truth. It was impossible for an ordinary swordsman to beat someone of that level. McBurney, Conrad mutters, you were lucky to make it to the 3rd round. It's just a shame. That's where your run ends. Conrad says, "You better remember that every fencer from the north has already lost. You're the only one left. Don't go easy on your opponent just because he's got one arm, kid. Don't go easy on your opponent just because he's got one arm, kid. You finish him." Gabriel smiles and replies, "Yes, sir," thinking how ridiculous it is that anyone would believe he could lose to someone missing an arm. In the arena, he's already making faces. This guy completely lost his balance because he's one-armed. To think that an ordinary knight like him, who couldn't even dream of becoming a true warrior when he had both arms, is now standing here competing, believing he'll bring down the pride of knights. Then the referee signals for the match to begin. Gabriel charges forward, thinking he won't even need to use his aura. He'll show this fool the massive wall that is reality. He unleashes a string of attacks, planning to break his opponent's rhythm. Soon enough, the man will realize he can't block anything from the right side. With that whole area exposed, victory should be easy. Gabriel lifts his sword, ready to deliver a vertical slash that'll end the match. But suddenly, McBurney flips backward while bringing his sword up in front of him. Gabriel freezes. What the hell kind of movement was that? McBurney spins like a damn whirlwind, attacks flowing endlessly. His arm moves like a coiled serpent. Now Gabriel's losing it, shouting that he's a bastard. Turns out the guy did make it to the third round by luck. Even with one arm, his sense of balance wasn't bad at all. He was clearly using the uneven weight of his body to create unpredictable movements and keep his momentum. Then we hear Roman's voice. The foundation of every sword technique lies in how you use your body's balance. Losing an arm is obviously fatal for a knight. The swordsmanship of the left arm that I'll teach you is one of the few techniques that can overcome a handicap like this. You must learn to make use of your imbalance. The creator of this technique was a man like you who also lacked a right arm. You might wonder why someone like him developed such a method. Maybe you thought he was special? The truth is, he wasn't. Unlike you who gave up when faced with reality, he pressed forward seeking a new path. And that's how he forged this technique as his answer. McBurney reflects, realizing he truly had been a coward who once gave up on everything. But now, in the name of his lord, he swears he'll win this competition. He charges forward with golden slashes, leaping toward Gabriel, shouting that his life as a swordsman isn't over yet. And then, bam, the strike lands right in Gabriel's chest. He collapses to the ground, chest shattered. McBurney stands there, breathing hard and sincerely thanks his lord. At last, he's been given a new life. Then the scene cuts to all 6 Knights of Mitri being announced as the winners. The crowd, of course, all says the same thing. Those guys from the Northern Association, nothing but talk. They all got wiped out. Now they understand it's over for them. The Northern Alliance's reputation is in ruins. What none of them can figure out is how Mitri's forces became so powerful. Conrad, the fool, realizes he messed with the wrong monster. Even with support from the central government, it's clear those men alone are already strong enough. Then his companions panic. "So, Conrad, what do we do now? We're screwed." Conrad grumbles, obviously. The alliance is finished. We'll just end up as these guys' lackeys. Time to leave. They walk off, finally accepting it's the end of their group. What they still can't understand is how people who didn't seem that strong became this terrifying. What on earth has Mitri been doing? Taylor says that in every family of renowned swordsmen, there's always someone known as the First, a person so powerful that their reputation spreads across the entire continent. Their leadership alone is enough to raise strong warriors around them. Roman Dmitri, who climbed to the top of the ranks entirely on his own strength, is that person. He's the first swordsman of House Dmitri who will lead them down their path. Now, the path of every northern swordsman has been set. If anyone wishes to reach the peak of swordsmanship and grow stronger, they'll have to swear loyalty to Dmitri. Then the scene shifts to the protagonist speaking. "You guys completely crushed those fools, huh? That's crazy. Now things are a lot simpler. There are those who have sworn loyalty to me and those who only respect me. But from now on, there's no other option. Human relationships have become clear and straightforward. It's true that good relationships can form through emotions alone. However, for him, a true bond must be one where both sides benefit. Because if someone wants something from Roman, that relationship will remain unshaken, no matter how much time passes. That's why he only respects those who have the will to keep getting stronger. From this point on, they were forbidden to doubt themselves because he had personally chosen every one of them. He never once doubted they would be victorious. Damn, that's intense and kind of touching. Finally, he tells everyone they'll each receive 10 gold coins and a full day to relax. Enjoy your reward. Man, what a cheap reward. 1 day off and 10 coins? Come on. Sometime later, Lucas shows up saying he's been studying the Alliance's movements, and just as he expected, they've all backed off. Apparently, they don't have the guts to challenge Dmitri again. Roman, however, says that in this world, it's impossible to control everyone. Even the wisest leader who acts for the good of his country will always have people who oppose him. And since no one knows when the conflict with the central government will begin, they need to minimize losses in the north as much as possible. To him, that alliance was a necessary evil. Roman knows that now that they've provoked the alliance and forced them to face reality, the next step is clear. It's time to end them with his own power. Lucas agrees to proceed with the plan. Man, the humiliation isn't even over yet. The women in that Northern Alliance don't get a break either, good lord. Douglas slams his fist on the table, shouting that he can't believe they still haven't found those filthy rats. One of the men in front of him stammers, "My apologies, sir, We managed to corner the bandits in the region, but unfortunately, we didn't recover the missing gold. We then see what happened before the war with the Lawrence family. Barco had used his connections with the central bank to withdraw as much money as he could, and to prepare for any unforeseen events, he even borrowed money from Douglas and other nobles. The whole plan was meant to bring in the Romeros, but in the end, it was cut short by Roman. Naturally, Barco died while trying to escape. He was the only one Douglas could have gotten his money back from. And Douglas suddenly remembers something crucial: the Barco family's emergency fund. Since he had contacts with them, he hired a group to hunt down everyone involved and eventually found out where the funds were hidden. But during transport, his soldiers were ambushed and killed, and all the gold vanished. He yells furiously, "It's impossible that some random forest bandits stole that many gold bars and disappeared just like that. You better find them, because we need to recover what we lost to those damn Barcos." Just then, another soldier rushes in. "My lord, we found the location of the gold bars." Douglas snaps, "Then out with it. Where are they?" The guy says, "So we checked the black market, figured out where those bars ended up, and found out who stole them." Douglas tells him to speak up, and the guy reveals, actually, it wasn't bandits. It was the Northern Alliance. Douglas is stunned. The man explains that the ones who set the ambush at first were indeed bandits, but they ran right into the Northern Association and were attacked and killed. The soldiers who defeated those bandits then stole the gold carriage and ran off with it. And of course, they should have known the carriage and horses belonged to Douglas. He even brought proof. This gold bar that showed up on the black market. The serial number on it matches the ones recorded for the Barcos. We even confirmed that the seller who sold that bar and walked away with the cash belonged to the Alliance. Douglas is furious. He calls those bastards dirty, while Donovan thinks that if they hadn't exposed it, it would have been the perfect crime. But they brought the crisis on themselves by making the Lord their enemy, both the Northern Association and Count Douglas. They don't even realize what kind of change is about to happen on Black Moon. Now it's clear. Black Moon was aspiring in the northern region, but their group got swallowed up by the House sect, which is Lucas' group. Douglas shouts, "Contact those northern bastards now. We'll tear those rats apart." The scene cuts to the northern people in shock, saying, "D. Douglas is the beast of the north. If things get worse with him, we're screwed." The man in the tie says, "Look, everyone knows how Douglas is. There's not much to do. He's stubborn." Conrad pikes up from the corner. "Besides, that Barco money doesn't belong only to Lucas. We also lent money to the Barcos, so everyone's got a share. And Lucas wants to take all the money for himself. Nobody here needs to bow to that guy." The blonde asks if they're sure they want to act like this. Conrad tells him to hand over the cash he took if he's scared. The truth is, in this moment of weakness, they have to unite and show this guy they won't return any of the money. Since Douglas stole first, everyone agrees. That's the plan. No one's giving anything back. Then someone bursts in, "My lord, we've got a magical call from Douglas." The caller is already laughing. "Hey, what's going on, boys? Was it you who stole my money? You better explain yourselves now." Conrad says, "Dublin has, my friend, calm down. We understand you're angry, but remember, we also lent lots to the Barcos. Those funds don't belong to a single person, so this situation's different. We can't just hand it back." Conrad's talking like he's the king of speeches. I steered this conversation exactly where I wanted. I pointed out his mistakes, and now there's nothing he can do. Douglas, however, lashes out, "That damn money is mine, you scoundrels. The moment I took the Barco funds, they belonged to the Douglas family, and you were stealing. I'll contact the central government today and start a war on your territory. Let's see who in the north will suffer my gang's fury. Remember, you no longer have the Barco family's protection." Conrad realizes he's gotten involved in something he shouldn't have. Back with Lucas. Someone reports, "My lord, did you see? Douglas announced war against the Alliance." Roman answers, "Yes, I saw. The good thing is Douglas isn't the kind of man who backs down once he starts a plan. Everything's going according to what we want. Not to mention, the Viscount isn't exactly the type who can defend himself very well, which means that once Douglas starts putting a bit of pressure on him, the man will raise the white flag and throw his pride away. That's why the next part of the plan is to spread as many rumors as possible about this supposed war. So Conrad ends up cornered and can't just apologize and walk away. Roman's only goal is to push him into desperation, until he realizes he'll have no choice but to abandon that useless pride of his. Up north, in the KO territory, the old man asks, "What are you talking about, old-timer?" The region's in total chaos now. Everyone's shocked after hearing that the Northern Alliance is preparing for war against Douglas. Because of that, most shops aren't even opening. Even the beggars are talking. Damn, is that true? Another says, "Hey, they say there's going to be a war between Conrad and the Douglas family. And apparently, Conrad's planning to crush Douglas completely." Of course, all those rumors are fake. They were spread by merchants and servants who actually belong to the House sect. Douglas slams his fist on the table, shouting that he'll wait for them to crawl in on their knees begging for forgiveness. But instead, the rats are walking around saying they'll destroy him. He orders everyone to gather immediately, swearing on his family's name that he won't forgive a single one of them. Meanwhile, Conrad's trying to calm him down. "Douglas, we'd never do something like that. Besides, we don't even have the means to go to war. We were planning to compensate you with money, so please calm down." But Douglas replies, "Conrad, you think I'm blind? I didn't call you to negotiate. I called to declare this pathetic war once and for all. Keep your damn money. Now you can fight over it as much as you want and suffer the consequences. Everyone around Conrad starts panicking. This just got worse. Douglas is probably going to drive all the citizens into this. Obviously, the Northern group doesn't stand a chance against him. We better contact the central government and apologize. So they do. Hello, Count Fabius. Yeah, we could use a bit of help here. Fabius replies, yeah, I know you're in a tight spot, but unfortunately, the central government can't get involved, pal. From what I've heard, it's the Alliance that's in the wrong. So you'll have to deal with it yourselves. They're all crushed, they know it's over. There's no avoiding the war and no way to win it. But just at the perfect moment, a call comes in from none other than Roman Mitri. Conrad answers immediately, wanting to know what the problem is. Roman says, I heard you've been having a bit of trouble, huh? Conrad's expression hardens. He knows this bastard's calling just to humiliate him. But Roman continues, I'm reaching out because I want to hear the truth from you directly, so there's no misunderstanding in the North. Conrad realizes the kid actually wants to talk and decides to explain everything that happened. A while later, Roman asks, so what are you planning to do? One of the Northern powers is on the verge of starting a war, and obviously I can't just stand by and watch. Conrad hesitates, confused. Wait, are you saying you're going to help us? Roman answers, no matter what's happened between us, House Mitri won't stand by while the people of the North suffer like this. My family must be involved in any conflict that threatens this region. Conrad's even more confused. Why would Roman involve himself in this? Especially considering that if the Conrads and Douglas fight, Roman would be the one to benefit most. He can't figure out what the boy is trying to gain from this. But at this point, he doesn't have the luxury to overthink. He just needs to survive. So he finally says, a lot has happened between House Conrad and House Mitri, hasn't it? But we really need help. If you can leave the past in the past and help us, we're willing to do anything for you in the future. Conrad thinks it's time to drop his pride. All he needs is to join with Roman. At least that would minimize the losses from this war. And Roman said the obvious. Look, Conrad, honestly, the best thing for us would be to not get involved. We benefit a lot, but I can't let my view be clouded by a small victory like this. For the political scene in Cairo, we need to join hands and work together. We've always coexisted with a part of the North. Conrad can't believe he's doing this for a good cause. Roman goes on, my request is simple. We'll put this problem behind us, and you'll show me that we'll work together after this incident. If you give me your word, I'll help you in this crisis. Conrad thinks it's ridiculous. Mitri was just a kid from some family they used to humiliate. Now he's acting like he's the leader of the entire North. Conrad answers, fine, we'll discuss it among ourselves and get back to you. A few days later, some of them tell Douglas, just so you know, when this war ends, we'll divide the spoils. He says that's obvious. He wouldn't have called anyone together otherwise. They need to take advantage of the Barco family's fall. The North is split right now. Basically, it's a sandcastle moment. Time to take what's there. They'll grab all the lands. They're valuable. Everyone thinks Douglas is some kind of brute who doesn't think things through. The truth is, he doesn't attack without a plan. If he goes into this fight, he'll make sure the odds of victory are as high as possible. That's how he survived till now. Douglas thinks, I couldn't act rashly when they had the central government's protection. But now that the North is destabilized, it's easy. The North without Barco, they stop by a troop and someone shouts, I am Count Douglas. Your commander should come forward and speak with me. The guys in the back reply, hold on, we haven't decided who the commander is yet. The enemies are confused. Looks like they've already given up on this war. It's lost for those poor fools. But the blonde replies, nobody knows who will lose until the war's over, right? Then another blonde behind Douglas says, hey, someone's coming, looks like strong reinforcements. He sees the banner and trembles. The Dimitri troop is arriving. Oh my god, what is this guy doing here? The protagonist shouts, why do you think I'm here on the battlefield? Just like you called all the other lords of the North, the Alliance has our support. At that moment, Douglas realizes he's screwed. Because he called in many northern lords, the Dimitris now have a reason to join the fight. And naturally, all his allies are here. Wait, Roman Dimitri's going to fight? No way. Nobody told me I was going to die today. Then the discolored Barco guy says, Douglas, are we ready? Do we attack or not? Douglas is ready to give the order, but Roman shouts that he'll give them a choice. Either everyone leaves now, or they fight one-on-one duels, or else face an all-out battle that'll wipe everyone out. Honestly, I hope they choose a battle. I miss a little war. Just finished one and I'm already craving another. I'm getting addicted to wars like Mitri. Huh, Douglas is in shock. Now that Mitri's in this fight and we declared war, it'll be hard to back down. The problem is, if I send my army against that guy, we'll be utterly destroyed. It's not like we could just ask for one-on-one duels. We have more troops overall, but Mitri is terrifying. I don't know what to do. The kid's sweating bullets. His pants are soaked. Then Roman says, all right, I'll help you. Here's my offer, 3 against me. If you're scared, bring 5 and I'll crush you. Douglas loses his mind. This bastard is strong, but to think he'd suggest something that absurd. The protagonist answers that he just wants to end this stupid war with as little mess as possible. What do they think? The soldiers are all standing there, staring each other down, thinking it over. Then Douglas says, let's accept that proposal. The guy may be strong, but 5 versus 1. There's no way he can win. I gotta admit, I agree with Douglas on that. 5 versus 1, pretty tough to win, right? The blonde buddy, though, is still all nervous and sticky, saying, "It's dangerous, right? I heard he beat a 5-star swordsman." Douglas asks, "And what choice do we have? No matter what we do, we'll have to face that monster. The fencing brothers with us already beat a 4-star swordsman together. This kid could be as strong as the rumors say, but the opportunity is here. He's making an idiotic decision just to show off his strength, and now we have a chance to tear him apart and swallow the whole northern region. He's pumped because today he'll make Roman regret his arrogance. Someone ought to warn the kid." Then the observer says, "So it's going to be a 5-on-1 fight, right?" Venton and Ventel, I'm not even going to bother memorizing their names since they're gonna die. Say they'll try to find a blind spot, create an opening, hit the precise spot. No matter how exceptional someone is, once they launch a counterattack, there's an opening. That's when they'll strike and take all the fame. Flags go up, everyone takes their positions. One brother says, "Ventel, our time's come," and the green one answers, "Let's go, brother." Their two energies surge toward Roman. They're hyped to kill Dmitri, but the protagonist just crouches down, calm as you like, draws his sword, and cuts both of them in a second. Wow. And one of them actually split into 2 people. Jesus, those guys fell like garbage in a toilet. It lasted 3 frames. Good thing I wrote their names down. Obviously, Douglas is shaking now. Roman says, "When I heard Douglas declare war, I thought the same thing. People always liked to talk when the Barco family was around. So why didn't anyone try to talk to him before?" The conclusion is obvious. All the northern lords, including Douglas, thought the Barcos were irrelevant. Roman was deeply shaken by that fact. Now he gives them one last chance to walk away from this fight. Or maybe they want to press on and start a war. Douglas stammers, "WB war? If we go to war like this, countless soldiers will die. Better to sacrifice those 5 people." Man, looks like Douglas has no way out. He says they decided to attack and will go all the way. Roman smiles and says, "Fine, if that's the case," and they'll proceed. Someone shouts, "Hold on, wait, this fight's already over, right? Let's finish this fight now." "Why not?" The protagonist answers, "I never thought warriors from the north would raise their banners like cowards. Fine, I'll give you a chance, and I won't even use my sword. Now there's no way you're not feeling like you could win." Poor guys, they fell right into the trap. Why don't you just leave? Raise the white flag, take the shame, then come back in a week. But no, they're like, "Oh, Roman, you bastard, we don't care anymore. We're going to finish this guy who's humiliating us." They charge forward with their big swords, but the protagonist just smiles and punches one guy's blade. What, the humiliated? Broke the sword, broke the nose, beat them down, both smashed on the ground. Wow, he stomped on them, my god. For a second I thought they might survive, like a punch in the face, he fainted. But no, he smashed the guy's head into the dirt. The protagonist asks if anyone objects. The 3 in the background stammer, "End and none." Looks like those 3 are dead, right? I have no idea what happened. Those poor fools are gone. Conrad immediately comes over to thank Roman. "Arigato, thank you." The kid just says he's excited about the partnership. Conrad thinks, damn, if I'd gone to war with the Demetrius, I'd be dead. And with that, the protagonist's plan more than succeeded. The hierarchy in the north is now clear. A few days later, in a shabby meeting, the protagonist says he has full authority on this matter and asks if anyone has any objections. The broom-mustache nobles sit quietly. He continues, "Well, since that's the case, I've got news for you. I'll announce something important to everyone in this room, but first, do you like the direction the kingdom of Cairo is heading?" When Hector invaded the southern border, what actually caused the bigger problem wasn't that war, but the enemies we already had inside the walls. The southern border commanders didn't trust what he said, and at the same time, central government officials were fighting each other for power instead of worrying about the war. That's why the southern border fell so easily. If it weren't for me and my soldiers, Cairo would still be stuck in that war right now. If Cairo faces another war, the central government will call soldiers from every region and use them as cannon fodder. The isolated regional families would lose all their troops, while the nobles at the center would keep their power and their nearby forces. That way, they'd hold all the power in the kingdom. This war revealed the reality: they're being treated unfairly. That's why he believes it's time for change. Just like the nobles in the capital used the central government to gain power and influence, what if the North worked together to start protecting itself? Whoa, the kid's going to build his own nation, break away from those guys. Roman knows that once he makes the first move, the central government won't give him much leeway to execute his plan. That's why he must unite the entire North with him first. When that happens, the central government won't dare act recklessly. Damn, he's going up against Benedict, the guy who offered his daughter, and the protagonist didn't even want to look him in the eye before. This kid really transcended. The orange-haired noble says, if all the northern nobility unites, we'll actually have more voice when negotiating with the central government. But the problem is, aside from the Lawrence region, we basically have nowhere to farm. Most families survive by importing goods from other regions, and opposing the central government now basically means cutting all those supplies. The protagonist says he knows that very well. Their businesses are directly tied to the central government, and that's exactly why they need to break this cycle. Those who live in the capital won't stand a chance, but if they unite here, maybe they can solve their food problems. Then Lucas shows up and unrolls a development map. He explains that yes, the North has far more mountains than any other region, especially around the Mitri lands. They're terrible for farming, but perfect for defense against any invasion. The first plan is to build a fortress in the mountains that will serve as the main base for all of the north. After that, they'll make use of the fertile patches between the ranges to grow self-sustaining crops. Conrad asks if that's really possible. It's incredibly difficult to make proper use of those mountains, let alone build a fortress there. The protagonist answers that yes, it's possible. He remembers his previous life as the celestial demon, when they built what became known as the perfect fortress, a stronghold that withstood attacks from Orthodox sects for years. It was built on the mountain of 1,000 feet, and the Dmitry region is strikingly similar. Sometimes he even wonders if it's all coincidence or destiny. He goes on to point out the areas that can be reclaimed. Some of them have already been started, though it'll take time. But once the plan's complete, they'll finally have enough power to be independent. That's when they'll face the central government head-on. The white-haired guy nearby is nodding, impressed but looking terrified. Another one comments that not only is the land recovery process detailed, but the entire construction plan is laid out step by step. He thought the boy was only making suggestions, but it's clear he's already putting the plan into action. Lawrence, on the other hand, doesn't care about the details. He just says, the Lawrences will follow the Dmitris, that's it. You said it, we'll do it. After seeing someone's head crushed under Roman's boot, Conrad immediately agrees too. We're with you. It's us and the Dmitris. With those three united, everyone else at the table naturally follows, declaring their allegiance. The protagonist nods and says, from now on, this is the Dmitri Alliance. Damn, he actually put his own name at the front. Doesn't even care about the North anymore. Later that night, his father is drinking wine made from grapes stomped by dirty feet, thinking about how Radiel has been working hard, but Roman has become an irreplaceable existence. The old man's getting all philosophical, muttering, the moon is so bright tonight. Come on, old man, go back to the forge and make some weapons, you were losing it. In the past few months, Marquis Valentino has been living in constant frustration. He's been trying to discover and forge that sword he bought from Hendrik, the skilled craftsman who swore he never put any of his creations in the auction. So Valentino's there thinking, if it wasn't one of Mitra's blacksmiths, then who could have made such a masterpiece? He starts sending letters to every blacksmith he can find, but all of them deny it. No one has heard of a sword like that, and that level of craftsmanship simply doesn't exist anywhere on the continent. Then one of his men bursts into the room and says, Marquis, we've received reports that a sword resembling the blaze has been spotted in the possession of some Mitra blacksmiths. Valentino gets excited instantly. He orders them to bring him there right away. He wants to meet the Mitras personally. Boom, there's Hendrik sitting in the forge giving him that, what are you doing here, old man? Look. Valentino, awkward and nervous, says, hello, sir. I came because a sword that was auctioned. Hendrik cuts him off. Yeah, I already know. What about it? Then Valentino smiles and says, well, in that case, I already understand that Blaze is literally a treasure, and I'm certain that the craftsman who created it is capable of becoming the greatest in all of Cairo. He then shows the sword and says, this here is Blaze, the sword I mentioned. Hendrik flinches for a moment, and Valentino seems to notice. He says, Hendrik, it looks like you recognize it. I received information that here in the Mitri territory, you have a sword quite similar to this one in your collection. Hendrik answers, all right, I'll show you the sword. Just wait a moment. As Hendrik steps out, he thinks a collector like Valentino will definitely recognize its value. He brings out the salamander and says, this is its name. Valentino immediately gasps. Ah. His whole body shivers. He can feel the chill run down his spine just by looking at it. He's certain the craftsman who made Blaze is the same one who made this sword. Rentreem adds, as you might imagine, the person who made Blaze also created the salamander. In fact, salamander was the prototype. Blaze was made right after. That only excites Valentino even more. Now that he knows salamander was the very first one, he's desperate to hold it, to admire it, to it. He asks to touch it, to buy it, but Hendrik apologizes, saying unfortunately this sword isn't for sale. It was a gift he received, and as a collector himself, he hopes Valentino can understand that feeling. Valentino is stunned. Someone gave you a masterpiece like that as a gift? And if Hendrik didn't forge it, then who did? He mutters, it must have been Baron Romero, the one who retired. But Hendrik, with his loose tongue, spills everything. Can't keep a secret to save his life. He says, this sword was made by the eldest son of House Mitri, Roman Mitri. Valentino freezes. Wait a second, Roman Mitri? Isn't he the youngest ranked talent in all of Cairo? And now he's also the one who forged the greatest sword in the kingdom. Normally, the value of a blade depends heavily on the story behind its creator. If this had been made by an ordinary artisan, it would already be priceless. But knowing it was made by the youngest genius in the entire realm changes everything. The sword's value becomes eternally unique, and the stronger Roman grows, the more powerful and rare the sword will become. At that moment, Valentino makes up his mind he must meet Roman Vitri in person. At first, I joked that the guy was just obsessed with swords, but every scene shows him more fascinated, more desperate than before. The next chapter opens with Chris training, going head-to-head with Roman himself. The two are exchanging blows fiercely when someone nearby, watching curiously, catches Roman's attention for a split second. Chris seizes the opening and lunges at his neck with full force. Aura bursts through the air, stunning everyone, but of course, Roman stands untouched. He tells Chris, that was good, but exploding with aura like that instantly creates openings. If you're going to attack that recklessly, you need a second card up your sleeve to break your opponent's balance. Valentino, watching, realizes, holy hell, Roman's insanely strong. Now it all makes sense why his name's all over the kingdom. Someone like him, who's already defeated 2 ranked warriors, will no doubt receive a high position in Cairo. Seeing him in person, Valentino's convinced he's even stronger than the rumors say. And what's stranger, he's not just a swordsman, but a blacksmith of Cairo as well. He might actually be the most talented man on the entire continent. Then Hans calls out to Roman, saying he has a visitor. Roman nods and goes over cheerfully to greet him. Valentino stands there, blushing, thinking, so these are the hands that made Blaze? He takes both of Roman's hands, gives them a firm shake, and introduces himself. I'm Valentino. Right after that, he sets the sword on the table and says, I'm here because of Blaze. Roman stares at him for a moment, thinking, that's the sword I left behind, one Lucas handled. Then Valentino says, to find out who the craftsman behind this masterpiece was, I used every resource and bit of influence my family has. I want to know if it was truly forged by you. Roman knows exactly who he's dealing with. Valentino is the richest man in all of Cairo, known as a greedy collector, and the head of the most powerful neutral forces in the kingdom, not aligned with the royal family or any empire. His influence runs deep throughout Cairo's entire trade network, and his wealth alone could destabilize or balance entire power systems. Yet he's also cunning, keeping his strength carefully balanced among the 4 factions. To Roman, he's an intriguing man. He answers plainly, yes, it was me. I forged Blaze. Valentino lights up, saying it's an honor to finally meet him. He went through so much trouble just to track down the genius behind that masterpiece. When he first saw the sword at the auction, it felt like lightning had struck his head. He says, the Mitri lands are sacred ground for blacksmiths. You must have inherited all your talent from your father. That of course he can't resist asking to hold the protagonist's sword. There he goes again, showing his true colors. Roman says, go ahead, take a look. Valentino grips it tightly, completely captivated. Incredible. What's the name of this beautiful sword? Roman answers, Darkness. The moment he hears it, Valentino realizes something. Both Salamander and Blaze were masterpieces, but the level of this sword, Darkness, was on another scale entirely. He stands there, mouth open, stunned by what he's seeing. Every time this young man forges a new blade, his growth is monumental, which means just how powerful the next ones become. Valentino immediately makes his move. Sir Roman, may I make a special proposal? The conditions are simple. First, you sell your fine swords to me. I want the chance to purchase them before anyone else. Second, whenever you craft a new sword, I'll be the first to see it. No matter the time or place, I'll come personally to witness your next creation. Even if he's in another country, he'd come running. In exchange, he adds, the Valentino family will fully support House Mitri from this day forward. Roman finds it strange. The Valentinos, who have always fought to remain neutral, suddenly want to take sides with his family. Valentino says he hopes Roman understands the weight of this offer. He's giving up the neutrality that has always been his family's strongest shield. Roman asks, why suggest something like that? Valentino admits honestly, because I've been under increasing pressure from the 4 factions lately. I've realized it's only a matter of time before I'm forced to abandon neutrality. So I've been asking myself who I should support. That I heard about your so-called Dmitri alliance. And now that I know you're the blacksmith who forged Blaze and Salamander, there's no reason not to choose you. He smirks and adds, I know your family isn't starving, you've got plenty of money. But in this world, you can never have too much. Valentino is clearly fascinated by Roman Mitri. The protagonist responds, saying that the nobles of the Dmitri alliance have sworn loyalty as official members, and he needs to know if the Valentinos are truly ready for that commitment. The collector laughs and says, if you ask the Valentinos to throw themselves into the fire, we'll do it. We'll follow every order you give. Roman, pleased with this unexpected outlay, nods and says, all right then, I'll count on you from now on. The man thanks him, but he wants to know, would it be all right to tell people that Roman is the one who forged Blaze? Roman doesn't understand why, and the guy explains, now that I have a sword this incredible, I've got to show it off to everyone. I need to brag about it. The protagonist finds him a bit eccentric, but he shrugs and says it's fine. Back at the Valentino estate, someone asks if that's really the sword made by the great craftsman. Valentino, holding it proudly, says, this sword surpasses every rumor. If a 1-star swordsman wields it, they could even block the aura of a 2-star warrior. The others don't believe him at first, but Valentino insists he's never lied about a single item in his collection. Then he adds that the blacksmith who forged this sword is none other than the hero who drove Hector out of the kingdom, Roman Mitri from the legendary family of blacksmiths. Everyone's stunned. Wait, Roman Mitri? The youngest ranked warrior in all of Cairo? He forged that sword? Valentino confirms it. Not only that, he's already made 3 swords and Blaze is the second. Soon, people start calling the 3 blades the Dmitri collection. Thanks to Roman's growing fame, every blacksmith in the Dmitri territory starts selling more swords than ever before, struggling to keep up with the massive demand. The scene shifts completely. Roman is walking through the corridors late at night, looking like he's sneaking to raid the fridge. But then, out of nowhere, a voice behind him says, not only did you take down Hector, but you also defeated that ranked warrior. I really underestimated you. It's Macon from Valhalla's intelligence division. Yeah, those Valhalla guys again, the ranking organization types. Are they here to cause trouble? Bacon says, I heard you also establish an independent organization in the northern region. You're becoming someone impossible for us to ignore, a potential threat to the Valhalla Empire. So you better decide soon whether you'll be an ally or an enemy. Roman just glances sideways and asks why he should obey such an ultimatum. Macon asks if he's really going to be that hostile toward them. The protagonist replies calmly, saying he wants to make one thing clear. It was they who tried to threaten him first. He has no intention of forcing anyone to swear loyalty to him. Roman knows the kingdom of Cairo has long been targeted by the Kronos Empire, and if Valhalla ever attacks Cairo, Kronos won't just stand by. Macon tells him that if he doesn't plan to become their enemy, he should wait and think carefully, because whichever side he chooses will be the one that rises to the top of Cairo, and the world will see House Mitri as the one destined to forge the new kings. Macon clenches his fists and adds, "You're bold, maybe too bold. But remember, if you keep walking around with your head held that high, it's only a matter of time before someone cuts it off. That man you struggled to defeat, he was nothing to Valhalla. The continent is vast. Use the little time you have wisely. Make a smart decision before it's too late." Things are heating up fast. The next scene reveals that right after the Dmitri alliance was formed, the four major factions of the kingdom reached out, each trying to find out where Roman stood. Someone asks Benedict, "Sir, are you really going to let Roman do whatever he wants?" Benedict replies, "If the boy chooses me, I'll forgive everything that's happened. But if he sides with anyone else, then he'll have to pay for all he's done." Oh damn. Benedict's throwing threats now. "Hey Benedict, how about showing us your daughter again real quick, just for clarity, huh?" Back with the protagonist, he realizes he's finally reached the point where he can no longer balance between the powers. If he hadn't done that, the massive losses they would have suffered in the war would have been unavoidable. Now he urgently needs to learn more and more about magic. It's the only way he'll be able to fight flawlessly. The story explains that there are 13 magic towers across the continent, and among them, the Celestial Palace Tower is the most powerful. Inside it, a council is being held with all the others in attendance. The Phoenix Tower presents a powerful 5-circle mage, but the mages watching don't seem particularly impressed. The reason for their lack of reaction toward Phoenix Tower is its current problem, an identity crisis. The Phoenix Tower is the only one suffering from that. The old man named Senux asks if it's true that the Phoenix Tower lost its ancestral grimoire, the one that's been passed down for generations. Then the scene shifts to a man named Felix, the current representative of the Phoenix Tower. He's sitting there thinking that 3 years ago he accepted this position, but things can't go on like this anymore. He has no idea where the master of the tower disappeared to, and he never received the grimoire that supposedly holds all the secrets connecting their branch to the main tower. Because of that, many people have left, and they've even lost the Empire's financial support. It's only a matter of time before he's removed from his position. But then something on his desk catches his eye, a letter from none other than Roman Mitri himself. The message reads, "If the Magic Tower seeks the assistance of House Mitri, the terms are simple. You'll act as my training partner for the next 6 months, and I'll pay you 1,000 gold per month." What a legendary move from our protagonist. He's investing everything he earned just to train with this mage, putting money into his future like it's an elite education. Except he's rich, so it's easy. Felix is confused at first. The Dmitri territory is incredibly far away, but he doesn't have the luxury to refuse. He's not exactly thrilled about it, but for 1,000 gold a month, he'll go wherever they tell him to. On the road, he's thinking the Dmitris are that famous family of blacksmiths. Definitely not the kind of place any mage would normally visit. Out of the 13 magic towers on the continent, 7 are in Kronos. Technically, every magic tower is meant to be neutral, but strangely enough, most are located in Kronos, the so-called land of sacred magicians. Compared to that place, Cairo is like a magical wasteland, and the Dmitri territory, way up in the north, is even more isolated. If it weren't for Roman's offer, Felix would never in his life have considered traveling there. Still, as the acting master of a tower, all he cares about is getting those 6,000 gold coins. It'll keep his tower alive for another 6 months. But when he finally arrives, he's completely stunned. He finds himself standing before a colossal fortress. Good grief, he mutters, "These people aren't kidding around." A guard approaches and says, "All right, buddy, take it easy and tell us why you're here." Felix answers, "Hello, I'm Felix from the Phoenix Tower. I came to meet Roman Mitri." As he speaks, he can't help but look around. Everything is perfectly organized. The guards move in unison. The formations are precise. Magical barriers and defensive lines are in place, and the walls are massive. It's a true fortress, flawless in design. It might be a remote region, but now he understands why people say you should never underestimate it. Then Roman walks up, reaching out his hand, saying, "Hey, you're that guy from the like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell," and I'm out.